My name is Skazi, and I am doing speaker ops here in this Copa room today. If you look in the back of the room, we have a very large professional camera that's going to be doing video audio recording. We do have a strict no photos policy unless speakers and presenters give their explicit consent to be photographed or video recorded. Do we have your consent, Josh?
You absolutely have my consent.
Wonderful. Joshua gives his consent. So, like I said before, we are recording all these sessions ourselves. But if you would like, we have Josh's consent to take a few pictures and videos. But I ask you to please avoid wide shots that include other members of the audience. It's Josh that's giving consent, not everyone in the room. So please be mindful of that. Thank you very much.
It is my great delight and privilege to introduce Mr. Josh Corman to you, who brought about the beginning of I Am the Cavalry. So what year celebration are we talking?
We were born August 1st, 2013. So I guess this is our 13th birthday.
Right, so I Am the Cavalry is now a teenager. Let's give it up. A teenager. And, certain things come with being a teenager.
Yes.
But,
yes. All right. Before he disappears, I also want to introduce you to Mr. David Botts, who is our MC and helped co-chair and do all the really difficult work of designing this symphony of this track, which is not just really good talks, but really good talks that build upon each other and flow. So we usually encourage people to try to get the whole experience. It is not easy. It is not always fun. We sometimes wrestle tools, technologies, and surprises. Hopefully we haven't had too many, but can please everyone welcome and thank our MC for the 2.5 days of this track. All right, so the reward for competence is sometimes you get pulled into crisis management. So I'm unhappy to, it's mixed, but I just spent most of the morning talking to press about the active compromises to U.S. water and trying to do sense making so we have the right lessons and the right actions. So all the way up until about 10 minutes ago, I was talking to press on matters that this community has been warning about for 13 years. In fact, the guy I was interviewed with, he interviewed us on the second birthday of the Cavalry, so like 11 years ago. He was like, you were calling this, and we are not happy to have been right. So I'm going to walk us through the framing talk for this track. It's a little mix of orienting you to what you're going to see, from whom, in which order, and why. So it's a little bit of a preview, but I also have a little talk of my own in that 12 months ago, we were highlighting Undisruptible 27 or u27.org, a very specific, very focused resilience effort funded by Craig Newmark of Craigslist. Very compatible and aligned with the Cavalry goals of where concerns where bits and bytes meet flesh and blood. So we have had some disruptions in the last 12 months. This was originally focused on the concerns over a Taiwan conflict with the People's Liberation Army and the impact on U.S. soil. In the middle there, we had some Iranian activity ramping up pretty significantly with a crescendo last week and now. And unfortunately, you can't avoid the AI topic, but the post-Mythos era has incredibly profound impacts on target-rich cyber poor, OTICS, asset owners and operators like water. We can't just patch faster or use agentic AI defense. That's not on the table. So I'm going to bring quite a bit of, I tend to bring candor but kindness. I try to show some urgency. I try to treat you like adults and challenge you. I think that's why you keep coming. I'm not going to be perfect at this, but I think you're going to hear a bit more urgency from most of our speakers because things are quite a bit more urgent. So I don't want it to be off-putting. Please, let's make this a valuable dialogue and a dialectic across these 2.5 days. We tend to want Q&A, we want pushback, we want the conversation to continue in between sessions. But this has to resonate with you. We can't lose you in the first day or two, or even the first hour or two. But things are getting pretty serious. And just because I spend every day thinking about this doesn't mean you do. So we want to make sure we can bring you along, and yet you leave here knowing what the best thing you can do for your family, in your household, for your town, for your county, for your state. But we're reaching kind of go time. This isn't a spectator sport anymore. So please give feedback if we're failing to strike the right balance, and I think everyone's going to have a different appetite. But we're going to err on asking you to be comfortable in your discomfort, not for the whole year, but for the next day or two, maybe 2.5. And I respect you. So this is important information. It's challenging information, but time is short and the consequences are high. How's my speed, by the way? I also had surgery, so I have a little prosthetic that might affect my diction. So if I have to repeat something, I'd rather you hear it than me only having to say it once. How's this? All right. I also don't want to hide my mug behind a microphone if I don't have to. All right. Okay, who knows the do not go gentle reference? I'm going to ask you guys to rage against this. We're not going to take this sitting down. There's a lot that makes me feel very powerless. But we are not powerless. One of the things I told Congress recently is we are prone, we are prey, and now we have predators that want to not steal something or take money, but to disrupt and destroy. But then at the end, I said we are prone, we are prey, but we are not powerless. And there are things that people can do and things that we are doing to help specific communities with ruthless prioritization that actually could be the difference between harm and no harm. Okay, this is me. I'm an idiot. Don't read it. I'm an idiot altruist. I'm a formerly trained philosopher that ended up in hacker culture mostly as a groupie. Didn't think I'd ever contribute anything. Turns out philosophy is quite useful for some of these patterns and emergent properties. But I mostly was a CISO, CTO, CSO. I teach CISOs. But 13 years ago, after some tragic things and after my studies on the rise of anonymous and hacktivism, I'm like, I'm worried about public safety, human life, and no one else seems to be. So if the Cavalry isn't coming to save us, can I do something, or can I challenge my friends at BSides to do something? And many of you said yes, and I'm grateful for that. So the idea, and there's a really long story, but if this is your first, is this the first time for anybody that I'm the Cavalry track? Anybody? First time? Raise your hand. I know you are. All right. Yay! I'm not the Cavalry, you are. This is a personal declaration. So here at BSides Las Vegas, and then a couple days later on the main stage at DEF CON, we said, I'll slow down a little bit for the new people, just a little. The problem statement was our dependence on connected technology was growing faster than our ability to secure it in areas affecting public safety, economic, and national security. We were struggling to protect credit cards and websites, and yet we were putting that same vulnerable software into cars, medical devices, high-speed rail, oil and gas pipelines, hospitals, and now water systems. So when you add software to something, you make it hackable. When you connect it to the internet, you make it exposed. And it's through that overdependence on undependable technologies that exposes us to accidents like the CrowdStrike summer or adversaries that want to steal something or take money. But we're in a new era where there are some that want to disrupt and destroy. This is hybrid conflict. It doesn't have to be a nation state, but anyone who wants to do harm can do harm. And we gave them that capability. We did it with the best of intentions, but if the Cavalry isn't coming, you can feel powerless or you can say, what can I do? So we've asked each of you to do your part, and many of you have. And I'm so grateful for those that have been coming and helping and making sure that we're better than we would have been. Number two, I'm gonna go back for Mr. Bott's photo opportunity. Okay, here we go. Couple years in, I got named to a congressional task force for healthcare, industry cybersecurity. It's called 405C. And two hackers who you will hear from later today, Dr. Jeff Tully and Dr. Christian Nemeth, they grew up coming to DEF CON. Then they went to med school. And they kind of said, Josh, you know, your examples of hacking, wouldn't really hurt anybody. I'm like, oh, should I give up? I'm spending a lot of my time and family time and money on trying to make things safer. If I'm barking up the wrong tree, we can quit. They go, oh, no, we could kill people. You're just talking about the wrong examples. So we realized, like good little hackers, that no one was going to listen until people had died. So we did what any good hackers would do. We started killing people in ER hacking simulations and then tabletop crisis simulations. So CyberMed Summit became a 501c3 dedicated on meeting medical professionals where they are on their ground, in their love language, and finding common cause, common purpose. This eventually punished me with getting sucked into CISA, the newest federal agency, during the declaration of the pandemic. There was an Emergency CARES Act hiring authority. Bo Woods also came in with me, so we had several hackers kind of coming in. Ayan Islam was one of our interns, but she was our high side person. on Operation Warp Speed. And our job was to do security assurance for Operation Warp Speed, but also to protect the continuity of operations for hospitals, their supply chains, and then it kind of bled into water and food supply and other things as we saw more lifeline critical functions disrupted. But one of the things I really pushed on them, which was unnatural, is that you can't just say just do best practices, just do zero trust, just do this. They can't just do anything. So instead of saying just do best practices, we published bad practices. Here's the 3 most dangerous things you should avoid if you're a target-rich cyber report. The term target-rich, but cyber report comes from us, and that you could be poor in information and resources or incentives, or all 3. So we did this pragmatic stuff, like get your shit off Shodan, but I couldn't say shit on government paper, so it was get your stuff off search. Then we said, okay, why don't you scan nightly to find new vulnerabilities that might be on Shodan or Census.io with a free scanner from CISA. But then they said, oh, there's too many vulnerabilities. We can't fix them all. So then we pushed them to publish what you now know to be the CISA KEV list, the known exploited vulnerabilities list. And while it's not perfect, it became that really short list of get your stuff off the internet. For the stuff you can't get off, scan it nightly. For the stuff that you can't fix, just fix the KEVs. And like we started to say, how do you meet them where they are crawl, walk, run? And then you saw things like the cyber performance goals. But we wanted to do things like give everyone an SBOM and give them a target identification. So if you saw a new Log4j online, you didn't know if it affected your medical equipment or your water facility, maybe you could tell because we'd say, oh, it's in the ingredients list. So this level of pragmatism was something that only hackers could bring into the federal government. And they've kept most of those programs, but a lot of that got us to where I've loaned this track since we launched this initiative 2 years ago here called Undisruptible 27. I thought I would like maybe stop doing idiot altruist stuff that hurt my family and let someone else run with it for a little while. But when I saw the hearing that said Volt Typhoon in an unclassified setting is they've compromised U.S. water, power, transportation, and communications, even on civilian non-combatant infrastructure, I was really pissed off. But I also knew that from being in CISA that the interagency stuff isn't supernatural. Agencies don't like to cooperate with CISA. CISA is building its muscles, but not yet fully built. I believe in what it can be, but not where it was at the time. And no matter who won the election, we were going to have a changing over of political appointees. But more importantly, I found that the areas where we were magnificent were when they were within a single sector. And my concern with this Volt Typhoon disruption is it was going to be inherently cross-sector. No water is no hospital in 2 to 4 hours. So it's not just talking to CISA or FBI. You have to talk to the EPA, which is the water. You have to talk to HHS, which is the hospitals. They have to coordinate with the national coordinator. So I knew that this was going to be hard, harder than they were currently ready for. And I said, let me build something as a prototype with the hacker culture that is better at ambiguity, better at novelty, better at uncharted territory. Can we come up with a concept of operations that if the new administration wants to do a named operation, we can give them a starter kit? So that was the idea for the first 12 months. Who's heard of Undisruptible 27? All right, great, good. And since no one can spell it, we just bought another URL called u27.org, so just find it there. Woo!
It's so much easier to get.
Am I talking too fast, or is this still good?
You're good.
Okay. Wow, that's sparkly. Speaking of gubbies. Okay. Alan Friedman, everyone. All right. You know what happened is I said SBOM and he appeared. Okay. All right. I try to say I was doing SBOM before SBOM was cool, but the truth is some people still don't think it's cool. But it's super useful. All right, here we go. I'm going to keep going. I definitely need time markers because this morning threw me off. Okay, here we go. Whenever I testify or write something for Gubbies, it tends to be a variation of this line ahead. I don't even remember what it says anymore. I think it still has a typo in it from the graphic, but I just keep grabbing it last minute because it's just so true. It's always been true, and it's becoming more true. But it's that overdependence. It's the balance. It's the proportionality. Some of you know I helped with the Executive Order 14028, and I was plagiarized a little bit, but I'm happy to have been. But the last paragraph, ostensibly from Biden, said, in the end, the trust we place in our digital infrastructure should be proportional to how trustworthy and transparent that infrastructure is, and to the consequences we will incur if that trust is misplaced. That's the philosopher, Dan Gear-ish part of me coming through. But it's all about proportionality. You could depend on something as long as it's dependable. But if you're over-dependent, you're going to be in harm's way. And if it's not dependable, you need to reduce your dependence proportionally. And that's really where our danger lies, is the mismatch between how trustworthy something is and how much we trust it. And that's really the wake-up call for a lot of these water facilities. They saw the benefit of connectivity. I don't have to go to the office. I can get more predictive maintenance. I can get more telemetry. We can cut down our staff costs. But that choice, that benefit came with a cost, and they miscalculated the cost. And now the cost is maybe someone that wants to kill Americans has direct access to cyber-physical systems. And I'm going to do my best not to share every single payload in the next 2.5 days with this room, at least when the cameras are rolling. But it's pretty bad. It's very, very bad. It's not an inconvenience. It could be very, 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 very bad. And I work with a lot of water facilities who have shown me exactly their highest consequence concerns, and they show me exactly how those could be affected by a foreign enemy. So you live in a town that needs water. Your hospital needs water. Your family needs hospitals. This isn't about your day job. This isn't even about your hobby. This is about your family. And I want you to get pissed off. So part of this rage against the dying light, I don't want you to be blinded by anger, but I want you to be pissed off that you're in harm's way. And that while we've been focused on AI slop and different conversations at the big conferences, we haven't been doing our sacred responsibility to protect citizens. Like, the world depends on us. We are the talent pool. There isn't another one. So how we focus our energy matters. And if we focus our energy on the public safety trustworthiness matters. I'm not trying to moralize this to you. One of the comments I got from my RSA talk this year, got lots of good scores. We did it with Lauren Zabrick, the former CISA person that did Secure by Design. We talked about, is Secure by Design too late for Volt Typhoon? Of course, the answer is yes, but also not entirely. So we had a very nuanced, fake debate. But one of the criticisms was that they were very pissed off that I was introducing inspirational language like for your family, your town, your whatever, because how dare you introduce like values and morals into our Church of Capitalism at the RSA conference. Like, they thought it was really inappropriate for me to speak to the greater public good. Yeah, I almost wanted to get it framed and put on my wall. So it both broke my heart and energized me, but it's fine, it's fine. I will find it if someone reminds me. Okay, but this is the general theme here. We will eventually right-size our dependence. We will. And one of my favorite lines in the SBOM work is from William Gibson, the science fiction author, that hopefully you've all read before the TV show starts. But he says the future is here already. It's just not evenly distributed. And I think we have trustworthy, transparent digital infrastructure in some places. Like a lot of the work this room did, got the Patch Act passed into law, 524B. It's hard, trustworthy, transparent medical device cybersecurity regulations in law in the US, which got copied and ratified through IMDRF across the planet. So we have raised the bar on not unhackable, but trustworthy, transparent, maintainable medical devices going forward, whereas water facilities are sitting ducks at the moment. So here we go. This is Dylan Thomas poem. Bob Dylan's real name is not Bob Dylan, but he took the Dylan from being inspired by the poetry of Dylan Thomas. If you've seen Spanky's favorite movie of all time, Interstellar, this poem comes up quite a bit. Each time it comes up, it takes an incredibly different feeling and meaning. And I have come to appreciate that film more over time, in part because of this poem and the backbone it plays in its reprise. But I feel like a lot of us are tired. We're frustrated with the politics. We're frustrated with the state of the world. We're frustrated with the erosion of institutions. We're frustrated with a lot of things. The radius of light we used to care about other people has kind of shrunk a little. It doesn't mean we're bad. It's just like you can feel it. You can sense it. Like, you got to take care of yourself. Put your oxygen mask on first. That's all true. And the moment needs us in spite of all that. So if you've got an inner reservoir of giving a shit, if you've got an inner reservoir of I have skills that I can bring to bear, I really need you to find it. Your second wind, your third wind, your Indian summer, whatever metaphor you want, like, we have a chance over the next, I was gonna say a year, but now with Iran it could be sooner, but we have a chance to dig deep and use our skills to basically help protect your families, your communities, and maybe the species. So undisruptible 27, that's not the right, that's a screenshot. I'll show you the actual countdown clock right now. None of us think it's actually 2027. Xi Jinping told his military, be ready as early as 2027, hence the countdown clock. And in a moment, I'll show you the actual live page so you can see what the countdown clock is. But again, it's not actually 2027. And if we're talking about Iran, it could be any day now. As we escalate conflict physically, we could expect escalation virtually. Okay, so what I said is when everything's critical, and I said this during the Cystic COVID task force, when everything is critical, nothing's critical. There's 16 sectors, there's 55 national critical functions across them. There are financial services, big banks, there's, water, power, electricity, natural gas, provide medical care. I find the national critical functions are more tractable, and you can treat them like a service, like you flip the light switch on, the lights come on. You open the faucet, the water flows out. Provide medical care is timely access to care for when and where your family needs it. So these are more tractable, and out of those 55, there's about a dozen that if you shut them off for 24 to 48 hours, people will die, or you'll have a crisis of the confidence in the public to trust their government to govern. I care mostly about those dozen. And not only are in fact, in terms of like once you get into OT and ICS world, we don't use words like breach. We talk about downtime tolerance. Like how long can this be off before something bad happens? And there's usually stages of harm. Where's Matt? I want to see Matt's face. I don't see Matt. Okay. We also talk about things like recovery time objectives. When something does go down, because things will go down, what is our really important recovery time objective? So it's about consequence analysis and failure modes and about availability, not confidentiality, sometimes about integrity. But it's almost the inverse of what we've been taught, right? Big C, little I, tiny a. We're like really big A, sometimes I, and almost never care about the confidentiality in OT or operational technology. So to me, it's not just about the atomic importance of no water. You can hold your breath. Your brain can go 3 minutes without oxygen, as a rough estimate. You can go 3 days without water. You can go 30 days without food. It's a very unpleasant 30 days, but you can do it. So those are things like downtime tolerance. So water itself is already life. Water is life, no water is what? But no water, no hospital felt to me like that's the most consequential. So you're gonna see some scope on water. Some of this is a repeat for some of you, but I saw some fresh new faces. And I'm also looking at our buddy from the water sector, so if he cringes, I'll stop. But oh, there's Matt. Okay, Matt, I just invoked you. All right. All right. Should I play? Who would like a short video?
I would.
Okay. Here we go. All right, I don't think we had this one made last year, so there's 2 new videos I can show you from last year. I'll decide when to do the second one. Someone give me a thumbs up that they can hear this once I hit play. Ready?
Would you feel comfortable with a stranger having direct access to your home at will, even if they didn't steal or damage anything yet? Probably not. What if we told you that the Chinese government has similar access to US civilian critical services, such as water and power? Through an ongoing hacking campaign, the Chinese army has achieved just that. Why would they do this? The Chinese Communist Party has declared intentions to seize Taiwan as early as 2027. China would like the US to stay out of this conflict, and cyber attacks on infrastructure could delay military response and cause chaos in US society. Our infrastructure currently lacks the resilience to take a punch. Take water, for example. The nation has approximately 151,000 water systems. About a third of those are community water systems serving the population, and our project is prioritizing reliable water pressure for the nation's approximately 6,000 hospitals. The vast majority are under-resourced, carry no mandatory cyber resilience regulations, and only 1 in 250 participate in formal sector cybersecurity programs, leaving them vulnerable to attack. A lot more depends on water than you might think. These interdependencies can cascade and amplify harms quite quickly. No water, no hospital, no kidding. Within 2 to 4 hours, lack of water will restrict access to patient care for time-sensitive conditions. The life and death human costs in just 48 hours could be significant to our nation and its citizens. We have experience with natural disasters and have crisis management tools, but where natural disasters are sporadic, these disasters are unnatural, man-made, concurrent, and quickly scalable to exhaust shared resources, playbooks, and any assumption of mutual aid. Surely the military or government will handle this for us, right? No. The military's cyber doctrine is focused on protecting its own operations, not civilian infrastructure. And the federal government has not stepped up with programs to reduce these risks. But there are things we can do to weather the incoming storm. And Undisruptible 27 is here to help. We are a nonprofit, bringing decades of expertise to help communities across the country train to take a punch for free. Our initiative includes funding to bring expertise and resources to innovate narrowly and replicate widely, starting with 12 hospital-supported communities using familiar, effective engineering mitigations. From conducting resilience reviews to installing engineering-first solutions for water utilities, we want to work with you to protect your loved ones and community. Then scale these solutions to all of the 6,000 hospital communities and beyond. There's still time to protect your community, and maybe even your country. Nominate your community today. Contact us at undisruptible27.org.
Okay.
Would you feel comfortable?
Any hot take reactions?
I do have a question. So last year when you solicited for a water system, did you get your list?
The question is, and I'm not going to do full open Q&A quite yet, but I'm going to hit yours. We got some nominations from the room. Quite a few chickened out. Nobody wanted to be first. We have now done some first ones. We still have too many open slots. We're behind where I wanted to be. So there is still room to be one of the funded 12 pilots. I'm hoping to close that out while I'm here this week. So, you know, I think people are terrified. Maybe it's easier to close the deal now that Minnesota's happening, but I can't tell you how many we spent weeks and weeks and weeks getting to near the finish line, and then they just said they didn't want to be in trouble, they didn't want to be public, they didn't want to shine a light on their weakness, but I said, your adversaries are already taking advantage of your weakness. So I'm not surprised there's been hesitance, but I'm really, really, really grateful for the ones that did roll up their sleeves and work with us, and we're going to share some of those results in the next two and a half days. Okay, anybody else quickly before I switch back into slides?
I don't mean to be facetious here, Josh, but you didn't say anything about and for the children.
I forgot to say for the children.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm half kidding, but everybody seems to be using that to pass awful legislation
Sure.
because you make it scary for the children.
Sure. Okay, so that video, we're about to crank up. We're in. So we had the first year pilot, which was small and strack to say, can we use creative arts, love language on the nexus of water in hospitals, to see if Congress liked the idea, executive branch liked the idea, water engineers liked the idea, and if so, then Craig Newmark gave another $3.2 million across 2 more years, of which we are now exactly halfway through. August 1st was when we launched this, I think, or whatnot. So we've got about a year left. Now, the phase we wanted to be in around now was at least half the pilots done, and then start cranking up public education. We didn't want to publicly educate anybody until we had proven recipes that were affordable, familiar, realistic, because you don't want to make someone sick until you can also make them well. And panic is not the objective, remediation and decision support was the objective. A couple things disrupted us this year, and where I'm going to start pivoting in the conversation is what disrupted our intended timing on a number of fronts. All right. One of the things we learned from water engineers, raise your hand, Dean, wave your hand with your Old Bay Hawaiian shirt. One of the things we learned is the love language of our water friends, our professional engineers and asset owners and operators, is water hammers, right? So this is a property of physics. You turn on or off the pressure too quickly. He's going to have a demo of this, I think, at least one. Water is, especially a water column going through the pipes, it's force equals mass times acceleration. So where the pipes might be rated for a certain pressure level, you can exceed that significantly, like several hundred X the intended pressure, and it's like it might as well be hitting it with a sledgehammer. So we made a couple AI slops, I apologize, of a water hammer, because this was the love language. When we started talking to water plant operators, we said, if you went evil, if you had the access you do, but malicious intent, what's the worst you could do? And almost all of them said, oh, a water hammer. I could do a lot of damage with a water hammer. It's not the only payload. It's just this started to engender, oh, they understand. Because these naturally occur. You'll have burst water mains sometimes, depending on how big the pipe is. This is one in a street, significantly bigger than that big American truck. Sometimes it's in a field, and you might not know where it is, and you're just gushing and gushing and gushing water, losing treated water, but also losing water pressure for anyone downstream. And if that downstream is a hospital, that could be very, very bad. Hospitals are very thirsty beasts. They need HVAC, they need surgery scrubbing, they need sterilization, you need to hydrate patients, you need laundry. Depending on which hospital network you talk to, it's like 250 gallons per bed per day. So look at this, it's not directly correlated to beds, but it's as a estimation tool, they need a lot of water, and they need it all the time. Even just think of how gross an ER is with blood and guts everywhere. You got to clean things, or else you can't have a sanitary hospital environment. So this was one that engendered trust. We learned there's 151,000 water plants, 55,000 are what's called community water systems. I think I'm getting that right, yes? These are the ones that service a residential area for 365 days a year. Some of these might be a campsite, so it doesn't matter as much, or a strip mall. Depending on what's in the strip mall, you might care. But sadly, the ISAC, and I'm not dunking on them, I'm trying to help them. I think they're doing the best they can. They only have 420 water plants. 420. It tends to be the very well-funded ones, like Loudoun in Virginia. And they have good budget, and they try, and even they are concerned they can't fend off the Chinese military. But we have more regulatory minimums for cybersecurity for your credit card than we do for water. The state of New York just made, I think, first of the nation regulation for some cyber hygiene for water, but it's going into effect, and it's one state. Unfortunately, when the White House and EPA tried to do the right thing and take the CISA cross-sector cyber performance goals and say, hey, all states, can you at least inventory which of these 38 controls you happen to have in place for cyber? Not even a mandate, just can you inventory this as your part of your sanitation survey? 3 states said, how dare you, and sued them. So there is no effective incentive. And it's not that they're bad folks. It's like there's no money either. Like the water rate, whenever you're at town hall meeting, you want to vote on can we raise water rates to add a cyber person, they're going to say no. So water's expensive. You don't want your bill to go up. And the public doesn't know that once we decided to connect the water, we expose it to accidents and adversaries, and there's a huge cost for that. One of the things I've been saying on these news interviews this last week is I love Marvel and things like that. So I take the Stan Lee quote about Spider-Man and I say, with great connectivity comes great responsibility. But almost only 420 voluntarily show up to the ISAC. So when we had this urgent meeting, how do you reach the 55,000 surface water plants? And at least for my project, I care mostly about the 6,000 that support one of our nation's hospitals. Now you could make that little ring of light bigger. You could say, what about dialysis centers? Dialysis centers are no longer in hospitals most of the time. And every dialysis patient who doesn't have a lot of downtime tolerance between dialysis, it's about 40 gallons of pure water per visit per patient. So if a strip mall has your dialysis center, and that doesn't have water pressure, and your trauma center doesn't have water pressure, if you have to fix one, you're going to fix the trauma center, and you might see dead dialysis patients. Okay, so this is like the math, the uncomfortable math, and hopefully I'm not getting in trouble or dirty looks yet. So let's visualize that in a pyramid, because there's the haves, like Loudoun through the have-nots. That's the target-rich cyber poor. If there's the 151,000, 55,000 are community water systems, and 6,000 support a hospital. And that's where I am focused my fire. To say, if the Chinese disrupted and tried water hammers in a town with a hospital, can the hospital continue to function anyhow? If we get punched, can we take a punch? And the answer is yes. All right, I'm going to do some stuff at the beginning of this track, and Mark Montgomery's going to shatter our denial at the end of this 2.5 days. But Mark Montgomery is one of the talks I'm going to highlight. He's a retired Rear Admiral from Pacific Command, like where Taiwan is. And he's going to talk about the most likely and the most dangerous scenarios for the Taiwan conflict. I'm going to float what we showed the RSA conference. I don't know why. I should get rid of the 2025 now. So we're in 2026. The yellow zone is slightly elevated risk of a Taiwan conflict. And Bolt Typhoon would be triggered at a Taiwan conflict. I think the video said this, but let me say it right now on my own. China would like the U.S. to stay out of their fight with Taiwan. Volt Typhoon is part of their unrestricted warfare doctrine. You can read the book. They told you how they fight. Read it. So unrestricted warfare. It has two objectives. One, delay and degrade forced mobilization of troops and equipment to the warfighting theater, even a day or two, could advantage their plans in Taiwan. So that's really just slowing down the military getting our stuff over there. The other one's the one that made me very angry, which is to sow chaos on civilian infrastructure to undermine public support for our intervention. So it's a bit of a threat, and they're holding your families at risk to keep the U.S. deterred. The sowing chaos part is part of the unclassified hearings, and one of the reasons they hit Littleton, Massachusetts, not far from my home, is it's a 10,500 person town. There's no military base, there's no strategic manufacturing, it's just everyday Americans, and that's exactly the point. So 60 Minutes did a terrible piece on them, but it punctuates that the target list is nobody's because they want every American to be worried. Okay, so if the yellow is when elevated threat might go up, there's a 5-week period starting in mid-March where it's the least treacherous to cross the Taiwan Straits with your Navy. There's a 3-week period in any September where it's also less treacherous. So there's a 5-week period and a 3-week period of any calendar year. So whatever year he goes, better bet it's going to be mid-March or September with a slight advantage to mid-March. And I am not a military strategist. I'm just telling you what our research and our network of volunteers and our NatSec people, national security people friends keep saying. So they're not ready, and as you saw with Putin and Ukraine, he went in and it was much harder than he thought, so that humbled Xi Jinping a bit. But they also, if they wait too long, then the world is less dependent on the chips and other things. So the higher elevated that people seem to be landing on, and Mark will give you all the military reasons for this, seems to be the most likely would be March of 2028. We will have just had a turnover in an inauguration. Taiwan's election will have just completed, probably electing the one he doesn't want elected again for the 4th time, upsetting him. And that seems to be the event horizon we're going for. If you're friends with Lauren Zabrick, she also said something about like Saturn is in line with Uranus or something like that, some astrology thing. But she said, yep, March of 2028 seems to align. How's my pacing? Is this too heavy or not heavy enough?
Bring it.
All right.
Hello.
So when I said there's disruptions undisruptible, here we are planning for probably March of 2028. What can we do in the meantime? And can we use cyber-informed engineering from Idaho National Labs, and Ginger's going to speak to that after lunch, and with Dean in that chunk. Can we use the idea that instead of adding cyber, we're going to add engineering such that if someone attempts a water hammer, we'll be okay? Can we do that for under $10,000 per town? I'm like, yeah, it looks like it's working out that way. There's other hazards too, like you can burn out the motors, so we have a different mitigation for that. You can adulterate the water if you wanted, but China's unlikely to do that on purpose. So here we are optimizing for a rational Chinese actor who wants to keep us out of their war, not start one with us. And we're warning them that even if they're not targeting hospitals, no water is no hospital. So we're also trying to sow seeds of doubt in the Chinese military not to throw that punch because it might have more effect than you intend. And sometimes I think that's actually the best part of the project, is our messaging to them. But if that's the lions, the tigers and bears, we started seeing a whole lot more activity. So kudos to even if they've been doged and slimmed down and not had a Senate confirmed director since the president took office, CISA is still fighting through the pain, and they put out a critically important alert in April saying Iranian affiliated actors are actively compromising programmable logic controllers, PLCs, in lots of places. One of those places is water. So if Iran's now entered the field because we're in on and off conflict with Iran. What could they do? It's a smaller bench of hackers than, say, China or Russia, but they're very talented, they're very motivated. They've had a lot of tech transfer and mentoring and target assistance from their mentors. And unlike China, who probably doesn't want to deliberately hurt Americans, they would love to harm Americans. Death of the infidels, the great Satan, you name it. In fact, I'm going to have Cheryl come up here and give us a little thumbnail on Iran in a little bit. So different adversaries of ours think differently. And since no one knows this, I'll just assume you don't know it. There's an acronym in the National Security Risk Management Framework that is often applied to descriptions of 9/11. It's called HEMP. There's types of costs that one can assess. I love HEMP. I wish more people would publish about it. HEMP is what's the human cost? So number of dead people. What's the economic cost? Both capital losses and GDP hit. What's mission cost, which is a little harder unless you're in the government or the military. And what's P? Does anybody know what P is? Because P is the one that Iran likes to hit.
PSYOPs, baby.
No, well, close, but what's P? Psychological. We didn't go to war for 20 years in Patriot Act and FISA courts because of the human cost or economic cost. We went because of the psychological cost. So Iran really likes, they're smash and grab opportunistic, they really like. If they have 5 targets they could pick, they're gonna pick the one with the highest P. So I'm kind of worried about their escalation. On July 22nd, CISA added more information on how they're leveraging these PLC flaws. Asked me later, but not in this session, how long we've known about that PLC flaw, who knew about it, and why it's still present everywhere over a decade later. Much more than that if you know the Whisper Network. That's something that we should probably get more involved in going forward, because we look the other way sometimes and it comes to bite us in the ass later. So this PLC, they were between the original TTPs and the new ones, they're kind of shutting off, silencing, or subverting alarms that people took the effort to put in place. So that seems to be like, if you have an alarm saying, if this thing goes over this pressure level, tell me, or if this thing goes over this chemical level, tell me. Not comforting that they're doing a wide sweeping campaign across several months to shut off alerts that we need for safety. In fact, I don't look at last week as attacks. If you've been watching the news, I look at it as they were ramping up pre-attack staging, and were dumb enough to lock operators out of their systems in Minnesota to get noticed. But for locking them out, they probably could have kept going. So usually, with China, we call this pre-positioning, and they're very patient and very long fuse. I've avoided using that term with Iran because everyone seems to make it completely synonymous with China, so let's call it pre-attack staging. But mostly these types of things are to be used at a time and place you're choosing, either because we have a full-on war, or to prevent us from having a full-on war, or as a last gasp if you want to, hurt the infidels when you're losing a war. But I don't think what we saw last week were, quote, attacks. Maybe that makes me in a minority, but quite a few of they were mistakes, I think. So that's the Iran conflict. And then, hey, with who needs the Chinese and the Iranians when our Silicon Valley friends keep making super recklessly dangerous advances? Professor.
You're skipping one thing about the Iran conflict in China.
I'm skipping a lot, yeah.
But I think one of the most important things is China, in their publication of this is how we're going to do total war,
Unrestricted warfare. Yeah.
hemp is in there.
I know.
And it reads their playbook. If they're ready to go at any given time, and we have huge political pressure because of the war in Iran, we commit more ships. The same ships that would have to defend Taiwan
Are in the Straits, yeah.
are now 3-4 days away at best case, and that's only the nuclear
You're
carrier
going to
and
love
subs.
Mark's talk. You're going to love Mark's talk.
Bottom line, we're setting ourselves up to where we give them the opportunity because of our own discord politically. It's not technical.
Yeah,
And so those magic dates, I think, go out the window. If Congress gets locked up right before the election fighting about war powers, 48 hours later, Taiwan is reunited.
Okay.
Willfully.
You're going to love Mark's talk. Okay. So the lions, the tigers, and bears on my. Hello? Oh, hi. Good to see you. So, what's that, the great philosopher, war strategist Mike Tyson said? Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face, and we should not quote him. He's done some terrible things. But we got punched in the face a lot this year. So the punch in the face has come from increased aggression from Iran, which sometimes, you didn't say this is what I thought you were going to say, Iran's often a proxy for China. Here we go. So the Frontier Labs. So I'm going to share some things here. They're ugly, but Mr. Bots is going to build upon them tomorrow, so you'll have 2 chances to see these ugly slides if they're not ugly enough. Ready? Eyeballs ready? Okay, so this is not ugly. Roro made this in part because I love this movie, in part because when everyone was trying to come up with clever names, I had to come up with my own. So Vulnpocalypse Now, the horror. I don't like causing AI slop, but once it's mid-made, you kind of, I felt morally obligated to use it. Yeah, I mean, think about how much water was used to create this. Okay. So I couldn't find my most recent version of this, so you're just going to have this one today. So I'm an AppSec guy. I'm a product security guy. That's kind of how I made a lot of my money before I started not making as much in idiot altruist stuff. Off to the left of this is, off the screen before the yellow, of these chevrons. I'm going to do 4 chevrons, which is a grossly oversimplified vulnerability lifecycle. In fact, there's a guy in the back who's going to he's going to hold me to account, or against the back wall there with his nice hat there. Yeah. So oversimplified version of vulnerability lifecycle here. But just before this first chevron, LLMs are not creating software flaws. They were there, right? So we have latent flaws. All software has flaws. There's a certain defect rate per 1,000 lines of code. We call it K-lock. There's a defect rate. It's a range. It's non-zero. So the more code, more problems. In fact, I forgot to use my Biggie Smalls meme, but more code, more problems. So what happens is those latent flaws eventually get found by a human, or in this case, an LLM, and you have a slightly elevated threat context, hence yellow. So it's discovery of latent flaws. Out of a given calendar year before LLMs, humans would only exploit about 3%, plus or minus, in a given calendar year, because reliable exploitation is hard. So the second chevron is where you're really in danger, where there's active exploit code and or in the wild. So that's the 3%. So if I were to make this proportion, you'd have 100 yellows, and then 3 get weaponized. So for some time, this is not about mythos. The mythos moment is probably the better way to put it. But this is, for some time, the level of cost, friction, human talent required to do number 1 has gone to near zero. LLMs have made offensive discovery very frictionless. The mythos moment was that column 2 was heading there too. So 20 plus attack steps in an attack chain to reliably exploit. And by the way, I want to lovingly push back on our thought leaders that go on the news and say how this stuff isn't new or isn't exciting because they're really unhelpful at times. The ones are like, oh yeah, it's really, really hard. You can't get reliable remote code execution. When it comes to OT and ICS, I'm going to say this twice. Denial of service is plenty to do harm. You don't need an RCE. We are threat fetishist and vuln fetishist, and we only care about the really sexy hard stuff under the assumption of a stealthy confidentiality of information or criminal mindset. You do not need RCE to kill people. Denial of service is plenty. So these two, let's call them AI-fueled offense, that both for discovery and weaponization have gotten really good. And yes, it's not mythos, and yes, you could do this with a harness with lesser models, and yes, every model would be better than the other one before. All the wrong conversations. The right conversation is there's an incredible asymmetry between AI-fueled offense and AI-fueled defense. So the third step, which is where you start to ratchet down the danger, is a patch is made available. Notice I said available. Okay? Glasswing, which was their attempt to say, hey, we made something really dangerous, we're going to give a 100-day preview so that people, because unfortunately, AI-fueled defense isn't as good as AI-fueled offense. So there's a little bit of an asymmetry, and when you add scale and volume, that little difference gets really big. So they said, hey, Cisco, hey, Microsoft, hey, Linux kernel, you're going to have time to find the flaws and then mainly create patches for them. And that's where we're going to make everyone safer. And I'm not making fun of Anthropic. I'm just saying, here's the logic. What they forgot is the most important step, which is it doesn't matter if you create a vaccine, you have to get the vaccine into people's arms. Grandma's not safe until she's actually safe. Pick a different metaphor if you don't want vaccines. So unfortunately, patch creation is not the victory lap. It enables the possibility of a victory lap. And when you look at most below the Fortune 100, Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000, they can't just patch faster. And they're never going to be able to patch faster, especially when you get to the real sucking the oxygen out of the room in a moment. So everybody sees these 4 chevrons, right? Level of effort to find the flaw, to make it exploitable, to create a patch, and then to apply the patch. Glasswing's not trying to make the mean time to remediate, which is MTTR. But that's not the problem. I was screaming to my friends at Anthropic before this came out. I'm like, please tell me there's some OT ICS players in there. Please tell me your invite list includes one of the 7 sisters, like Rockwell, Schneider, Honeywell, et cetera. Please tell me you have medical devices in there. Please tell me. Nope, not one. So not only are they missing the remediation leg of the relay race, which is the one where actually people get safe, there's not a single OT player in that first batch. And I tried, I volunteered, I said, I'll make you the list. I'll run them for you. Other people interrupted in the meantime. It's hard to put people in that program because you have to know quite a bit about LMs and quite a bit about offensive research, and you have to know the people. So we had a pretty big blind spot here. And David's going to talk about other blind spots our friends in the thought leadership community compounded, but no one was talking about OT or operational technology. And by the way, no OT means no IT. How do you think data centers run? They need electricity and they need water for cooling. So if you're cavalier about impact on OT, this offensive capability is going to be used by our adversaries against everybody. If you skip the OT, you skip everything. But the worst part is the target-rich cyber poor. So the only people they invited were the enterprise-grade vendors, not the have-nots. There's different vendors down market. There's older vendors down market. There's unsupported end-of-life vendors down market. There's people that are out of business down market. They're not going to patch faster. In a water facility, you might patch once a year if your systems integrator lets you. So what you have is we've increased the volume, variety, and velocity of vuln creation and exploitation, and we have not done anything to change the rate of change for patch vulnerability stuff. So what's the advice that we would give down market? I'll get to you in 1 second. What's the advice we would give down market? In the margins, we used to say, well, you could do this, you could do that, you could do some CIE, but for some of these towns, the bottom line is you better do a day without internet drill in the next month or so. And you might evaluate, is the internet too dangerous for us? Maybe if I can't protect it, disconnect it. And that sounds draconian, but some of them could still disconnect. Some of them could still do manual downtime. And that might be the rational thing because we are overdependent on undependable things. And if we can't keep up with even script kiddies and scattered spider teenagers, what happens when they're AI supercharged? So I'm not trying to be an AI alarmist. I'm just saying the equation changed. We need to change somehow in kind. So I think Glasswing took a very dangerous situation and made it a little yellow, but the orange for the have-nots of IT or for any of the OT stayed pretty serious. And the most exposed are these target-rich cyber-poor OT operators. All these new flaws in the wild, whether it's a log4j or a Linux kernel or something, might be in the OT environment. So, ugly, ugly, ugly slide, I already warned you. So we had the Taiwan conflict, likely March of 2028, that we've been preparing for, and they don't want to kill Americans, but they might accidentally. The Iran conflict could be any moment. The Project Glasswing blind spots and the white paper from Gotti and Sands and CSA, thank you, and CSA, and Jen Easterly and all the A-listers that wrote that paper on Mythos Ready, they wrote it for the enterprise. I did a control F. This is what I do whenever I see a new paper for OT, not one mention. ICS, not one mention. Public safety, not one mention. Water, hospitals, not one mention. We're doing a great job giving advice to our employers. We're not doing anything to protect ourselves. Which employees are going to get to work when they don't have water? Again, this is the only talent pool we have. Where do we want to put our focus? I looked at the lineup for the Black Hat conference. I looked at the lineup for the DEF CON conference. There's very little about this. So thank you for being in a room that cares about this. And guess what? Iran gets stronger with each frontier model. So it's not, Scattered Spider gets stronger with each frontier model. If you know who Trick or Junaid Hussain was, the script kiddie from Anon Team Poison, who started the cyber caliphate, he would get stronger with each LLM. Okay. What was your point, Mr. Rogers? I'll repeat it.
At another scary level of abstraction. So a couple of us have been looking at very, very serious flaws in international standards.
Flaws in international standards, very, very serious flaws in international standards.
Particularly related to OT. There's a private 5G gateway being specified at the moment. It has a lot of legacy.
Do you want a microphone?
protocols.
Let's get you a microphone. This is more, I can't summarize this one. Cavalry is not a US-only initiative. We have incredible partnerships across the pond, and this is one of them.
Okay, so David Rogers. So yeah, there's some very serious flaws in international standards. Everything that you said about, you know, lowest level free Yorkshire tier LLM access can get you to exploitation very quickly just by looking at international standards. And so all of those bodies need to get together. Most of them don't have CVD schemes. GSMA does, IETF sort of does, FGPP does. But the problem is some of the new standards that haven't even come out yet are baking in very serious vulnerability, giving pivot access into OT systems. And that to me is unforgivable. We need to address that part.
Okay. Mr. Botts, can you please give the mic to Cheryl? Cheryl, I think given my time management, could you say a few words, maybe 3 to 5 minutes on Iran? You want to stand up in the front, or?
Okay. All right.
Cheryl, longtime Cavalry supporter, one of the founders of the Diana Initiative, incredible threat intelligence person.
Thank you. Yeah.
And did I mention an incredible human being?
Okay. Is this good? Yeah. Maybe I can just share you. Right?
Sure. No, that one works.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm hugely honored to be here, and I'm in a room of caring people and so many experts that you literally are the luminaries in my sky. I don't have the conventional path here. This is passion-led and hunger-driven, curiosity. The more I learn, the more I need to know. And the call for action grows increasingly each year. So the work that Josh does and what I Am the Cavalry does lives in my heart and compels me to say stuff and do stuff and write about stuff that I have no idea about, and I make it my mission to learn, and then I want to share it with you. So Iran. As a threat intel specialist, I've been intrigued by their rise, and what I know is this. DPRK is show me the money. China is, yeah, we're already here. And Iran is revenge is a dish, best served cold. And there is a litany of things that they have done and they are good at. And interestingly enough, we have underestimated, and that is our Achilles heel consistently. And that is what has brought us to this point, because we are out of time to be able to do the actions we need to really safeguard the critical systems we need. Because without the water, there is nothing. Everything is running on that water. Yes, our world runs on data, but hello, data centers, etc. Those run on water. Our military needs water. Our societies need water. So a good example for me to show you the intent and capability of Iran is 2014 and their attack on the Sands Casino Hotel. Is anybody familiar with this story? Okay, why? Because things were discarded early on when there was an opportunity to take this back. We miss things, and then they're already in there. The CEO of Sands made comments about using nuclear weapons against Iran. Iran takes that to heart in the worst possible way, and we cannot underestimate their methodology by superimposing it with ours as, well, you know, we don't brush that off, but we have. And their intent was to come in and wreak havoc. At the time, the Sands Casino Corporation was the biggest moneymaker, huge revenues globally. This was going to hurt. But we know how much money is invested in protecting the casinos, and certainly in Vegas. They didn't see that as an attack. They didn't see that coming, because Iran found the way in by brute forcing a VPN against their Bethlehem, Pennsylvania casino. And when it registered on the logs in Vegas, the security personnel said, yeah, we see this all the time. Hey, we're just going to put a little bit of extra security against, certain accounts because that's what we do. It's a good idea, but it didn't work. It did not work. And what did Iran find? Because these guys are dogged. This is a hornet's nest of determination. They found the unprotected development server. And they got in there with Mimikatz to leverage and harvest all those credentials to find the juicy credential that would bring them over from the line from where they thought they were secure in Pennsylvania to Vegas. How did they do that? They found the network engineer that visited from Vegas, who had the Vegas credentials. And those got into the system in, yes, Bethlehem. And with that, they went over, and it was jackpot. They unloaded classic attack chain from escalating privilege all the way through to leveraging the malware. And that's what we need to be thinking of in terms of these adversaries. And the other thing I would want to point out is they do work together. They do learn from each other. And the playbook has changed. We need to listen to the people who are telling us, this is not what we think we know. This is different. I'll give you that back.
Thank you. Let's all thank Cheryl.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Joe Slowick will be going through some actual TTPs for both the PLA and the Iranian groups. There's more than one with different motives and different styles. He'll be giving that talk tomorrow. All right, I'm going to keep going because we want more discussion. So remember I said there's disruptions. My plan was to get most of our 12 pilots completed, publish the recipes and playbooks from cyber-informed engineering, show exactly what we bought for which problems and which places with testimonials so that no matter what your town looked like, red state, blue state, small, medium, rural, in the mountains, on the seacoast, below sea level, whatever you looked like, there would be a playbook for you. Then we were going to go to Congress and say, hey, can we talk about this? Ginger and I had the privileged opportunity to testify, and that's Nicole Tisdale. So Ginger, half your face is right there. She'll be speaking after lunch. Nicole Tisdale is also part of Craig Newmark's cyber civil defense community and has done some work on workforce in water. I'm holding up a PLC. Everyone hears PLC. They don't know what that is. That's a PLC. It's, the PLCs being actively compromised by Iranians are about 80% market share in North America. The flaw is a decade old, unpatchable, and yet we continue to use it. There's other flaws and other ones, but like the sophisticated tenacity that Cheryl just said, and what we've seen now is these were naked on the internet with nothing standing in their way and no password. So you don't need to be very sophisticated for this. So if they can do this kind of grudge, revenge a dish best served cold for the Sands Casino, boy, there's really almost no talent required here. We're going to have Silas Cutler from Census.io speaking close out tomorrow with Paul Roberts. And Census.io found 400 HMIs, which are human management interfaces, WYSIWYG, representations of the water plant naked on the internet on Census, and worked with another speaker you're going to hear from the EPA to slowly warn and take those down, those several hundred exposed water facilities. So whether it's a PLC, which is the server backend logic and can both set the set points and the alerts and change motors and pumps and things directly, or the HMIs and the previous concern, we were trying to help Congress understand that this isn't just about let's add cyber, it's that the threats come from cyber, but the solutions often come from engineering. And where we have a dearth of cyber talent and money to go into these water plants, we have an abundance of engineers, and engineers like Dean are incredibly good problem solvers. If we give them the right hazards and we work with them, we trust them, they, much like doctors have a Hippocratic oath, professional engineers swear an oath to public safety. So I am humbled by and appreciative of how talented they are. We can't go in and say they're stupid, they're ignorant, they're this. They're awesome. We didn't do our job to help them be awesome. So it's our information and their awesome problem solving gets to good places. So there's lots of fantastic bipartisan There was no jabs taken anybody. Normally for a subcommittee like this is the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee. They were looking at 5-year plus funding, but they all adapted when they read our written testimonies to say, wait, this isn't just about water, no hospitals. Wait, this isn't about 5 years from now for NIST and NSF grants. This is happening in our communities today. So the chairman of the big committee came on. Other people from outside the committee asked to be waived on. One of our best questions came from somebody in Texas. He said, if my hospital's hit, walk me through 72 hours. So I highly encourage you to watch it or maybe share it, especially if you're going to try to get in front of your town's water. This could be a good sales pitch. In fact, I think I'm a little behind, but I think I'm going to play the 4-minute Q&A supercut. But also, this stuff's really, really serious, so we have to not take ourselves so seriously. And some of us are in something called the beer ISAC. It's not an actual ISAC. It's mostly the OT-ICS people that drink a lot at S4 or conferences like these. In fact, our coin is a bottle opener. But we have this new thing that I want to encourage each of you to do. Someone get my fucking picture. You know, like you kind of hold up your hand or you go like this, and then someone superimposes some fish on you, right? So any speakers the next 2.5 days, please make sure you hold up, you know, an ability for a beer ISAC to AI. How big is the fish? Right. I don't have, it's not up to me which fish. I got a shark this time. What is that, a pike that you have? It looks like pike. All right, so, but like this stuff's dead serious, but we also have to make sure that we take care of our spirit and our fun and try to make some fun of it. So I'm gonna quickly play video number 2. You ready? Mr. Smith goes to Washington, Undestructible goes to Washington. But I was really happy with how seriously both sides of the aisle took this.
There's an old saying, water is life, and this is exactly what we're talking about today.
A cyber attack on water systems could lead to widespread ramifications. It could also severely impact emergency response operations, hospitals, firefighters, and food production.
Yet, the systems that we depend on every day are increasingly vulnerable.
In January 2024, the water system in Muleshoe, Texas, was reportedly hacked, leading to thousands of gallons of water spilling into the street. What concerns me is not just that these systems are being targeted, but how unevenly prepared they are to respond across the country.
In February 2023, PRC-affiliated Volt Typhoon compromised a Massachusetts water facility.
The idea that Iran, China, or Russia could shut off or poison our drinking water sounds like a plot from a blockbuster thriller. But unfortunately, it's a reality.
Outrageously, Chinese military units known as Volt Typhoon are in our systems now. Not eventually, not maybe, right now.
Given the increasing activity from Iran, China, you name it, what's the biggest threat in your mind?
Initially, they were looking at military bases, the ability to degrade and delay our force mobilization. Even a day or two could advantage their advance on Taiwan. But the second wave was non-combatant civilian infrastructure, like the 10,000-person town in Littleton, Massachusetts. And the purpose of that leg was to sow chaos on civilian infrastructure to undermine public support for our intervention. Most of the successful compromises from Volt Typhoon into U.S. water have been through known edge devices or even security remote access technologies, which have CISA, known exploited vulnerabilities associated with them.
You've told us that hospitals can only operate on 2 to 4 hours once water is cut off. If Chinese hackers activated its access in Houston today, walk me through what the following 72 hours would look like.
A typical hospital uses about 250 gallons per bed per day, so it's unbelievable amounts of water. So it's surgery, scrubbing, sanitation, hydrating patients, chemical tests for labs. Air conditioning is one of the top users. At some point, especially in the heat of the summer, you're gonna have to evacuate people who just had surgery or might be on life support. It's a pretty harrowing thing.
What can CISA and sector risk management agencies like EPA do to work with private industry to identify and eliminate pre-positioned cyber attacks?
When I look at how difficult it is for one of our best funded water systems, one of our peak level of operations for cybersecurity, they too are worried they can't keep pace with the Chinese military. Let's mitigate the full extent of damage. These are things like making a circuit breaker, such that a water hammer, which is a destructive force of turning the valve on or off too quickly, it can shatter pipes. So what do? Let's have a pressure sensor that if it goes over a certain level, it disables the pump. But we can keep the highest consequence failures from doing damage. So the threat may come from cyber, but the solutions come from engineering. It's not always shields up. Sometimes it's connections down.
Can we make sure that small and rural systems get the resources that they need to prevent being the next headline?
My project on Disruptable 27 is an example of applied research and how I'm fighting back. We're identifying familiar, affordable, and effective engineering mitigations so that if a punch is thrown from any predator, we know that we're able to take that punch. We're innovating narrowly with 12 U.S. hospital communities such that we can replicate widely to the rest. A workshop in New Hampshire, utility produced 5 mitigations. Something like this pressure release valve that can maybe be a shock absorber from one of these water hammers. Let me wrap up by saying, we are prone, we are prey, but we are not powerless. We hope Undisruptable lights the way for others looking to develop actionable solutions in this most dangerous period. All right, there you go. So now that we're through the first 2 years of pilot, we're shifting. There's a couple reasons I want to show you that. There's slightly better animations and slightly more.
Grainger makes it easy to find and order the products your team depends on around the clock.
Grainger, would you like to be a sponsor of our, no. It's amazing to see how the algorithm has fed me different things the more I do this project. Okay, so there's a couple reasons I showed that video. One is we are shifting from the experimentation, testing the hypothesis phase to the replicate widely phase. Ahead of schedule. I didn't want Congress asking yet, but they did. I didn't want Iran hitting 8 states last week, but they did. I didn't want the news cycles to be focused on the wrong things, but they are. But now that people are talking about it, we're gonna have to do some of this in parallel. So we're gonna be shifting our creative arts budget more towards everyday Americans. And even like, I can't stand these platforms, but like even like really short, really simple hooks on social media that are the vertical orientation, like Instagram or TikTok, things like that. But we need some creative help for like, how do you do this? Like, I might test one on you. I think I'm a little running behind right now and I want questions, but maybe in my closer I'll test one of our current benevolent PSYOP ideas on you because I think it might stick. I just want to work it out. But this is the week to come find me and say, this could be a cool hook. Like, no water, no coffee, no water this, no water, no whatever, no water, no beer. But like something like little that puts people on a path to learning a little bit more. And we're going to have to not just tell the water facilities in hospital towns how to take a punch, but one of the ways we're going to take pressure off of a community is let your town screw up for a couple days because you've taken the pressure off them because you have a 3-week supply of your own. You're not draining the town. It's not hard to do. The UK government asked their citizens to have a 3-week supply 2 years ago. It didn't say why. So there's some talks here and at our Critical Effect Conference that are also talking about personal resilience. I think we're going to have a little bit to start off day 3. So let me do a quick run of show on that. But we're about to ramp up significantly more videos, smaller videos, more everyday American videos, not just water stakeholders or federal government stakeholders or municipal stakeholders. We're going to start getting more love languages for more lures for more fish. And not all of us are super creative, but we're going to be. Bryson Bort and I have a partnership. He took his old conference called, from the ICS Village nonprofit, called Hack the Capitol, which they always hated the name because it sounded like we were going to do something criminal. He had a great audience, though. Lots of speakers from the executive branch, from Congress, from OT ICS professionals, but mostly the haves, not the have-nots. And I would go and I'd speak there occasionally. I'm like, Bryson, I love your conference, but like, where the hell's the urgency? So when I started on Disruptable, I said, can we make a love child? So we've merged and married. This is our 2nd year now. We call it Critical Effect with 3 tracks, 2-day conference in DC. We're going to try an experiment in Sacramento in September for a single-day state level one. But Critical Effect has critical mass is the main track and panels, strategic impact, and tactical mastery. So we have 3 different types of content. All of those videos are online. There's only 3 that requested to be off the record. Nick Anderson from CISA got on stage and he brought it. He was like, unfortunately, you guys are on the front line of a war that will never be declared. but like it's you or it's nobody. And he's like, there's a lot of things going on in CISA, but the things I'm not going to let my team fail on and drop the ball on are things like water and things like Volt Typhoon. 10 minutes, okay. So one of our speakers that I'm going to highlight here is Matt Rogers, the OT awesome sauce at CISA, who has developed CI Fortify, is going to tell us how CISA is helping on this particular fight. And they've also, as I've already indicated, been giving us very timely, actionable, specific alerts and updates to those alerts, such as the new ways that these Iranian PLC hackers were hiding their subterfuge. So here's just a screenshot of some of that. I'm not going to play these for you, but we've had, I don't know, 8 mainstream media hits and then a couple television ones just from this project. I think I saw Eric Geller cover DEF CON Franklin, which is a sibling organization that Craig Newmark funds. It's like one-on-one phone-a-friend hacker advice through Jake Braun. So they give cyber advice anytime. I'm trying to do engineering advice for the urgency, so we're complementary. So I just did a couple of these things. Unfortunately, they call me a security expert. I hope you don't hold it against me. But again, the idea is no water, no hospital, no kidding. And I'm kind of hoping like this fires you up a little bit. Like the good news is we were early. We launched this initiative right here in this room 2 years ago. The bad news is we weren't early enough, and I don't like being right, but we're kind of right here. So we could give hot takes and advice and try to say it's super sophisticated. One of the mainstream journalists said, besides the remote code execution, what other sophisticated, privilege escalation and lateral movements did they do beyond the PLC to the HMI or to this or that? And he used every acronym, and I think he's a great journalist, but like, there was no remote code execution. It was just a PLC with no password. You could sort of squint and call that remote code execution, but it was all native capability. It wasn't even a return-oriented program. It's just doing what the device is meant to do. So we are too conditioned to talk about a criminal hacker or a sophisticated hacker. Like, sophistication is not required here. So, like, we can be demoralized by this, but I'm not going to take this line down. It's happening sooner than I wanted, with more actors than I wanted, in more dangerous ways than I wanted, because my water hammer stuff doesn't really stop the thing I'm most afraid of from this group. And yes, there's a little asterisk that maybe it's not Iran, but it looks like a duck, it talks like a duck, and it walks like a duck, and it's doing all the things that the other previous Iran activities was doing. And there's a lot of tech transfer and blurry lines between these groups all the time. But in the off chance, what do we say every time we get on an airplane? In the unlikely event of a water landing, here's what you do. Has anybody been on a water landing in this room? And yet we still bother to take the advice. How about in the very likely event this is Iran, let's not take any big chances. And don't just, if you don't know who your water facility is, by the end of this week, we're going to give you some concrete, at the end of these 3 days, we're going to give you concrete, actionable suggestions. But you've got to meet your town's municipal leadership. You got to make sure they know what's going on. And we're not going to give them cyber advice. We're going to help them reduce elective exposure in attack service. Because we are over-dependent on undependable things, but we don't have to be. Again, we are prone, we are prey, but you don't have to take it lying down. Rage, rage, rage against our lack of preparation. Let's take some questions for 7 minutes. Oh, you know what I didn't do?
So,
Go ahead.
So in the interest of time, if you have a question, please, if you're able, come here and line up, and we'll go through as many as we can.
Let me pause real quick. I'm going to do a lightning round of what you're going to see. So we're going to break to go see Leonard Bailey, one of our best Cavalry teammates for the decriminalization of good faith research, former retired FBI guy, DOJ guy, upstairs. When we return, you're going to have a 2-hour block with water from professional engineer, professional problem solver Dean Ford, joined by Ginger Wright of INL-CIE, or Idaho National Labs Cyber and Front Engineering, and a representative from the EPA itself, our Sector Risk Management Agency for water, Cole Dutton. All right, so that's them, and then we're gonna have an hour with our 2 doctor hackers about in a time of warfare. A third of our doctors go into active duty. Soldiers coming back injured go hit West Coast hospitals. We may not have water. So what does austere conditions look like? Then we're gonna talk about how water affects the food chain. So we already might have the ports shut off, so what's our domestic food supply for a half hour? And then we're gonna look at, yes, there's volunteer things like Cyber Resilience Corps, but some of them aren't fast enough. So a dynamic duo that is contributors to those longer, slower programs is looking at how can you help right now because right now is when the help is needed. So that's today. Tomorrow, we have an incredibly good team on what happens when the comms go out. So we have Caleb is going to talk about SLIM, an international standard he's done to make sure that you can still have your website communicate even with 5% or worse bandwidth. And because the terrestrial internet may go out, Slava is talking about how to use and wield Meshtastic and LoRa. So maybe with low bandwidth alternative comms and a compressed bandwidth SLIM, how you might help during an active conflict of comms. We're going to have Joe Slowick give us all the TTPs for the PLA and for these Iranian groups and why our confidence is high that it probably is them. Emma Stewart from Idaho National Labs, Chief Scientist for the Grid, is going to share some work she did as a fellow at a think tank on alternative resilience strategies for power that might inspire ours. And because I'm pissed off at the blind spots for Glasswing and all the other industry white papers, we're going to debut something called Glass Houses, which is our 100-day sprint for OT, ICS, and everybody else. So David's going to walk us through that program, and I need your help running those 5 working groups. Matt Rogers is going to go through CI Fortify, CIS's attempt to say how can you operate under less than perfect circumstances. Sunil Yu and a combination of Paul Roberts, but not Stacey Higginbotham, but now Silas Cutler. Stacey got sick. They're going to make you really pissed off on what are some really novel, uncomfortable ideas to do things like Brickerbot or patching without consent for some of these dangerous devices in an era of hybrid conflict and or AI-assisted attacks. And some of these ideas are really bad and really uncomfortable. But sometimes talking about the wrong ideas might stimulate the right ideas. So we want to agitate you before dinner. And then we're going to round out the final day with Sarah taking an emergency management perspective that's usually done at the state or county level down to your street, your house, your street, or your neighborhood level. And her professional expertise is often coming from the audience, and now she'll be giving it to you on stage. And then retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery will tell you the most likely and the most dangerous way Taiwan will play out. And because he's on the news every single day about the Straits of Hormuz, he may also give us some tough love on Iran. And your point there is bring your hard questions, because a lot of things that people think, well, this won't happen because of XYZ, he will disabuse you of those in real time. And then I'm going to round this out, summarizing the 2.5 days, and then say, what's our homework? Thank you. We probably have time for 1 or 2. Be pissed off. Rage against the dying of the light. Oh.
Hey, Josh.
All right.
I actually don't have a question, but just real quick, I do have an offer. I'm the deputy CISO for Beyond Trust. We have a remote access tool, has a ton of OT customers. We produce an awful lot of threat intelligence. I don't have any place to share it. Okay. The ISACs don't include us. If you guys need information about how these adversaries are using them, reach out to me, and I would happily share that. So.
All right. Thank you. Heard.
I'm going to throw a quick idea out, or something I think I mentioned to you last year. When do we get a playbook that we can walk into our local, rural, small, not the big, huge water company, but the one where they're like, oh, we might be connected, we have no idea. When do we get a playbook that we can walk in and walk their whole management through step by step?
Would you like to help us finish the 80% draft we have before you leave Vegas this week?
Sure.
Thank you.
For you, yes.
All right.
So I think we might be covering this later, but I'm curious to learn about how our current war with Iran, and the depletion of our resources plays into, and also are just being tied up there, plays into the planning for Taiwan.
These are very fluid situations. There was a moment where we
Yeah.
got really scared when we first went to put some ships in the Straits of Hormuz, because we needed those exact same ships the other place. And, and I looked at the calendar, and it was mid-March, and I'm like, oh.
Right.
But Mark assured me they weren't ready yet. So they weren't ready yet.
Yay.
But like, I'm hoping that as you watch world events from the conversations in this room or in this, oh, by the way, we have a Slack. We have different sprints, and we have different projects. So our friend here is quite involved in pitching this to his own community and communities. Yeah. It's not easy. It takes several rounds.
They're not catching.
But it might be a little easier after last week.
Yeah.
Slava, you missed it. I was talking you up. And Slava's so well dressed too. I mean, hello.
Looks hot in the suit.
Okay. Hey, let's not be late for the keynote upstairs. It's incredible. Thank you for coming to I Am the Cavalry track. Please come here for the whole time. You are going to be blown away by the incredible speakers. I appreciate you.
Which half, though? Enough to complete it?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'd just like to remind everybody that we have a very strict no photos policy. We do have professional recorders for all the presentations in this room. But we have gotten consent from our three lovely presenters to take photographs only of them and the presentation on stage. We ask you not to do any wide shots. You do not have consent from your fellow attendees to take pictures of them. Please do your best to keep anyone other than the presenters outside of your shots if you choose to take them. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, listen, I am very excited to introduce to you. We've got three great speakers here, and we'll start with Mr. Dean Ford, who is a no-kidding professional engineer. He's got the ring, and his job is to facilitate the installation, maintenance, and repair of water systems. So he knows of what he's speaking. So that's great. Next to him is Ginger Wright. Ginger comes to us from Idaho National Falls Laboratory. Both.
Close.
They work. Idaho National Laboratory. And she has done some excellent work with I Am the Cavalry, bringing to us cyber-informed engineering. And last but not least, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Cole Dutton, who joins us from EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, and he'll be sharing his thoughts on issues related to water. But before we begin, we have a late-breaking announcement.
I forgot to say this during the opening. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully you're ready for some awesome sauce. This talk will be very foundational to the talks that follow, like the hospital impact, food supply impact, power, comms. We want to incentivize participation, and I brought a couple gifts to keep your family safe. So a water treatment kit, for example, and since you have to sometimes leave the house, a little portable water pump that's reusable for lots of volumes of water. And again, there's a difference between being a prepper and being rationally prepared. But I'm going to reward these to people who bring like really actionable insights or suggestions on something we can give to the rest of the public. So this is not a spectator sport. There's going to be plenty of time for mics. I think we're going to try to reserve about a half an hour for this group. But really up level your creativity and your suggestions that might give you a way to protect your family.
Okay, put your hands together and please help me in welcoming our fabulous speakers. Come on, let's go.
Okay, so there was a couple events that occurred last couple of weeks. Anybody know what they are? Everybody paying attention to what little bit of news there is out there about it, which has been a little surprising how little news there has been. So I've been doing this for about 35 years, and the last several weeks I've connected a lot of dots because, we hear about these issues. We've been talking about them for a decade or more, and we just haven't gotten any movement. And so it really started looking into, okay, what's really driving this? And then, as Josh said earlier, the more we can talk about some of these things, maybe the better solutions will come up with them, for them. So today I want to, we've talked about water hammer in the past, right? If you've been to these in the past, we've had some elaborate discussions about water hammer and other things that you can do inside of a water utility with the OT systems. First of all, OT is a pretty broad thing. So does anybody know, like, when we really talk about OT, like what was the origination of OT? Why did we come up with that word, that term? So basically, a control system, automation, SCADA systems. SCADA, everybody familiar with SCADA? So what was going on in the industry at the time was that we as automation professionals were not getting the same level of focus that our peers in IT were. So we decided we'd change our terminology to something that others would sound more impactful. So we came up with operational technology to OT and IT. So that's really all it is. It's PLCs, it's computers, industrial computers, it's remote terminal units, it's all these three-letter acronyms that are out there. But I want to talk about how do we go about and getting those systems out on the floor. So what happened? So everybody's aware of what happened recently, so we're not going to go over that again. We've heard enough. Huh? They're not. They're not aware. We've never heard enough. Okay, for the 12th year running, so roughly 30 plus utilities in the state of Minnesota, and then several utilities across 7 other states were in some form or fashion infiltrated. Is that a good enough word we can use? Maybe? Targeted. And at least in 1 or 2 of those cases, you know, a lot of us have talked about this issue for a long time, and they're always like, well, it never really disrupted anything. And this time it at least took at least one plant, what they call offline. And that's a big impact to a water system. So real quick, in water, the number one driver in your water system is pressure. We have to maintain the pressure in your water line up to your house. After the thing in your yard, we don't care anymore. But up to your house, we have to maintain pressure. And that's one specific reason. Without pressure, bad things can get sucked back into your pipe, and that's how we create boil orders. So is everybody familiar, like whenever there's a pipe main break and Josh showed the water shooting out of, that's when the boil orders start. It's not because the pipe broke, it's because the pressure dropped. When pressure drops, stuff gets sucked into the pipe. Depending on where you are on that line, bad things get in there. We got to flush the pipes. So that's why pressure is so critically important. So taking a plant offline has a lot of ramifications to that. Now, in many locations, you've got different supply streams, but the one thing about water that makes it unique, unlike the electric grid, your water comes from a locally sourced. Like you can't flip a switch and get your water from the next county over unless there's a pipe that connects the two, right? So it's not like electricity. How was that, Josh? Good? Very good. All right. So as we said, this really isn't news to us, but some of the things that might be news to you is that, you know, there are places that tried to take care of this. Back in March, you know, in 2020, we figured out that there was a big problem, and the EPA tried to step in 2023 to work on solving some of this, and the industry immediately turned around and sued them, and the professional society and the industry trade groups went after them as well. So that got tossed out in October of 2023. That's been really the last attempt that anybody's had at an agency or governmental level to address the issue formally. So it's not for a lack of wanting to. There's still something else going on, and I want to be clear that in all these cases, everybody's reacting rationally, right? There's nobody saying, oh, this is crazy, I'm not going to do this. So one observation in the coverage recently is in ICS, Industrial Control Systems, the infrastructure is largely built out by one group, which increases the chance that these connections, such as rogue cellular modems, get missed. So the question becomes, well, if we know all these things, right, we know all this stuff, the people that put these together largely know this stuff as well. So why is it continuing to be built this way, right? So it really comes down to how this stuff is sourced. So public sourcing is a challenge. If anybody's had to deal with that, you'll know. But if you look at what the IT group has to do, IT is a buyer inside of a public utility. They specify what they're going to buy. OT is a purchased item. It falls underneath a public works contract, which is generally a construction contract, and it gets bought alongside the steel and the concrete that goes in to build something. So for me as an automation practitioner, it's always driven me crazy when I got into the water space that we treat the brain of everything that makes your water, and even in private industry, the brain that makes your product, that makes the money that the entire organization sits on, is treated like concrete. And it literally is. It's a low bid contract. So what that causes is that that OT does not buy construction either, right? They're just they're a line item on a bid form. So you can't standardize stuff that you don't buy, right? So let's keep going down this path. So information technology has a purchase vehicle, right? So generally IT in a utility is purchased under a global contract, a statewide contract. So the state's already negotiated these prices, or they've shared what another state has competed. So they're following the rules. They competed the work, but since they already competed it over in Ohio, in Indiana, I'm gonna jump on top of that contract vehicle. I'm gonna buy my stuff through that as well, and we're all gonna buy Cisco's, HP servers, and Dell machines. You'll never walk into a utility and find anything but the same Cisco switch, the same Dell computer, and the same HP server. There's a reason for that. So, but in the operational technology world, we don't get that. We get in kind. We get a material line item inside of a bid. And you get this language called in kind. So I can tell you that I want an Allen Bradley ControlLogix L8550, blah, 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 or in kind. It's legislated that I have to put in kind in there, which means somebody can answer that bid with something like a ControlLogix processor. As long as it performs the same functions as a ControlLogix processor, I as a utility cannot disqualify them. So what's that give me now? Now I've got Allen Bradley and maybe Siemens, maybe Omron, maybe ABB. I think there's a few other ones I'm probably forgetting right now. So what happens is, Schneider, thank you, Modicon. So what happens now is, instead of IT has one platform across the entire enterprise, the maintenance guys that have to take care of the OT stuff might have 4. And they all do the same thing. I mean, I'm not going to get up here and preach about one platform or another. A PLC is a very simple device. Ones and zeros. It takes data in, it does a little bit of if, then, else, and it kicks some data out, right? Very simplistic piece of equipment, other than the fact that it'll last for 50 years inside of a panel full of water. I don't think your Dell computer is going to do that. But these things are in good shape, and they last forever. They're designed to last forever. So it's very difficult to replace something that's working perfectly. How do you justify that? I'm not replacing it because it doesn't work. I'm replacing it because, oh, I got this thing about cyber something or other that might happen someday. Where am I going to fit this into the schedule? So let's keep going. So again, this is statute, right? This isn't something. It's there for a reason, and that is so that I can't, as a consultant, I can't specify something into the spec, the bid spec, and give me a competitive advantage, because you, the public, the taxpayer, the ratepayer, won't let me do that. It's not the utility that's driving this. It's the laws that are driving this. And so here's some examples of different things. Again, this will be out on the web. But Alabama, actually, the Attorney General in Alabama had a really good one. So they determined that the equipment that fell under a competitive bid law, the same lights under a construction contract fall under a public works bid law. But if the Parks and Recreation Department just wanted to go out and buy lights, they could go out and do whatever they wanted to. But if it was going to happen as part of an upgrade, it had to go through competitive bid. So basically, this is how standardization dies in my world, right? So in my world inside a public utility is that the statute requires or equal the low bidder comes along and says, hey, I can get a better deal from this guy to do the same thing. I'm going to submit this change request and get approvals not to validate, to vary. And I'm going to request a variation so that I can get this installed, and I just saved, a couple of $1,000. So the fleet ends up very fragmented. The fleet of PLCs and of HMIs, of operator interface terminals, all ends up in different stuff. And then when I go to replace it, guess what happens? Every single one of your utilities out there guarantees has an eBay account. If you find one that doesn't, I'll give you $100. So, and the reason for that is very specific, right? So I've got 5 different platforms I have to maintain. I'm never going to be able to keep those spares around because the capital contract generally doesn't buy all the spares that I need. They'll buy a couple of, but not 20 years of supply, right? And so by the time one of these things actually does fail or the panel catches on fire or whatever, I'm not allowed to upgrade it. I can replace it, but I can't upgrade it. What kind of crazy shit is that? That's what we want as a public. So, big problems with buying stuff off of eBay, right? Counterfeits, there's no traceability, it's out of warranty, all kinds of crazy stuff. So, the next challenge, the way my wonderful engineering profession has dealt with design firms and engineering firms, when I develop a set of drawings and deliver them, it's an instrument of service. I own it. You, Mr. Utility, do not own my instrument of service. The drawings are mine. You can, if I'm nice, I'll let you have them, but I'm probably not going to give you the electronic files. So what ends up happening is every single job ends up with a new set of drawings. Junk, junk, junk. So that panel might get modified 6 times. It's going to have 6 different drawing packages. Try and troubleshoot that. So, that also happens at the code level. When you buy an OEM packaged machine, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to own the code inside of it. You can't maintain it. You can't update it. You have to pay the vendor to come back in and do that. And guess what? They're not cheap. Even the tag names inside your facility get generated by the consultant, not by you. So the tag name that I use to generate that says on a PLC tag inside the PLC, on the HMI screen, on the PNID, in the asset management database, in the ERP, could be different, which makes it another nightmare. So lots of fun times we're having here. All right, so what am I doing on time? I forgot to start my little clock.
18 minutes.
Could keep going forever. All right, so we've heard about how simple these fixes are, right? Like, just get your stuff off the internet. Just go change all the default passwords. What's the problem? Go get it done. Go do it. Why aren't we doing it? Why can't you get this done? Let me walk you through what's involved in going out and taking a processor. A lot of times to do this work, you have to take a processor offline, and many times you have to download it to make simple little changes like this. So first of all, Rockwell releases a new firmware update, and it's been in the, where's the CISA guy? The CISA guy says, hey, it's a vulnerability. You got to go out and update this. Get right on that. So the first thing I got to do is I got to go find a processor, and I got to download it myself into a new processor to make sure that it's not going to break anything that I've already got. Because quality control, it's okay. But it breaks a lot of stuff. And if you ever meet an automation engineer that's crazy enough to be around in this for 35 years like I am, you will be able to get 6 or 7 stories of where a simple firmware update shut down a plant. So we got to go check it first. So we got to build out this environment because nobody funds a test environment for me. I got to scrap one together with parts and pieces. I don't get these nice little virtual machine test environments that my friends in IT get. So I got to stand up this test bed. Then I got to figure out, okay, I'm going to go out and do this. Just because I tested it still doesn't mean it's going to work. So I got to map out all the dependencies. If this system were to die in the middle of my shutdown, my update, I got to make sure that I know what else it affects so that it can take care of all these things. So there's probably a week in that. Then I have to actually physically schedule the outage. So I got to go to operations and say, I need 5 seconds to make this change. It's going to take me at least 3 or 4 weeks to schedule that and perform all the proper testing. Then once the test is done, or once we get the approval, we got to wait for the actual window, because a lot of times we'll jump onto something else. Well, we've got a construction window coming up, so let's do it all then. Okay, great. Once we're done, we get the thing on. It's going to take us a period of time to get everything running again and make sure that the whole system's working the way that it was supposed to and that the way the operator knows it to be. So we have to prove that out. And then we have to cover that for the next 24 hours or 48 hours with 24-hour support just to make sure that there's no surprises. Maybe something else happened we didn't expect, right? Or when we cycled power to something, some other machine didn't come back up alive. And then I got to spend 4 weeks explaining to everybody that my change did not change the issue that you're facing right now. The device really is failed out in the field. You really do need to send somebody out there. You really need to go fix it. It wasn't the firmware update. So, yeah, in some cases, still talking about it. It's been 4 years. The other biggest issue that this industry has in the OT space is right here. If I could sum up the entire set of problems, it's in this sentence right here. If I'm an operations manager, when my maintenance guys show up in the beginning of the day, they have a very specific prioritized list of what they need to get done. The cyber updates for some event that may or may not ever happen never makes it on the list. It's not that it's not prioritized, it doesn't even make it to the list. So sit with that for a little bit. I've yet to meet, on its own, a cyber update that has affected my cases per hours, my millions of gallons of water produced per day, another sample in spec, 50% gain in capacity, right? That's not to say that they can't, and that's kind of where I specialize, is like, you have a lot of tools available to you right now, and if you implemented those tools just a little bit differently, you could use them for a lot of other things that include cyber. But that's not how things get sold, right? If I'm out selling licenses, everything's a license that I can sell. So anyway, I want everybody to sit with this one for a little bit, because this is what drives everything. And this is why we can't get traction, because it's never going to make it. It's got to be somebody else beating the drum, because it's not going to be operations beating the drum. Operations beats the drum about something, everybody jumps. Operations doesn't care about this. Of course, till they get hit. Then it's a different situation. Why didn't you protect us? What the blah, 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 blah. The reality of all this stuff is that we want our maintenance teams to be bored. We want them to be sitting around with something, looking for stuff to do, but nobody's ever going to pay for that, right? Now you've got excess, right? And thanks to our accounting friends, people are a liability on the balance sheet. They're not an asset. They cost you money. They don't make money for you. So what's funny about that statement is, even in a professional engineering services firm where your entire function is to sell time, your people that you're selling that time of is a liability on your balance sheet. Think about that. I sell people. You would think that people would be an asset. No, we don't have a mechanism for that. So what we end up with is every plant has a hero. Unlike in our movies, the heroes in my world, I don't consider them to be good guys. I consider them to be a precipitate of a whole bunch of junk that's happened and a total failure in leadership that has put somebody in a position that the place can't run without them. Unfortunately, every single plant has a hero. You know, so I got 4 different platforms. I got, you know, that thing's, oh, that you're looking for device number 567. It's 343 over here. Oh, and yeah, if you want to order another one, you got to look for pressure transmitter 14. Where's that on a drawing? One of the things you'll hear about, you know, right now are alarm floods, right? So these guys are going in and turning off alarms. Unfortunately, alarms are never treated at the level that they should be treated with. There's not time to deal with it. So when you build a plant, there's the integrator or the engineering firm allows, let's say, 2 weeks for startup, right? So at the end of everybody else doing their work, I get to the back end of it, and now I got to give the controls guys 2 weeks to start up. Guess what happens? You know, the concrete it was rainy that day. That takes a day out. No, this happened. We had delayed on this. That takes a day out. By the time we get to our 2 week window to start something up, now we've got a liquidated damages clause coming up that the plant has to be running, has to be producing by this date. And if we don't hit it, so they take the controls, squeeze it down to nothing. So all we get to really do is start up the normal. We don't get to start up the abnormal. All the scenarios that happen. So alarms are classic. I just turn on all the alarms, and I never get the chance to go back and validate them. I don't get the chance to prioritize them. The ISA has an entire standard built off of industrial accidents on alarm standardization and rationalization. It's a science. It rarely gets followed because we don't kill people in water plants. We do on a rig out in the middle of the ocean. What's that? Just hold my beer. So anyway, so we end up with these heroes, and I really feel for these folks because they can't take vacations. They're always got to be, you know, somewhere the phone can ring. It's a really bad situation. So we don't knowingly create these folks, but we accept it. So okay, so how do we fix this? Well, you know, just get more money, right? So how a utility has to go about getting money. Is anybody aware of the process? Okay, oh, I love that. What a great setup. So you sell water, right? Everybody's water bill, it says so many gallons, right? What's the big thing that's happening right now with climate change and droughts and stuff? What are most of us are being required to do? Conserve. Now what happens to my revenue model? I sell less. Doesn't say the price goes up, it just says I get to sell less. So now my price is going down. So what do I have to do to make up the shortfall? Cut expenses. I can start cutting expenses, right? Which doesn't change the amount of water I have to produce. So now you want me to start cutting out people, right? First thing that goes is people. I can automate. Not a lot left to automate in these places. It's not like a robot can go around and push buttons. So what happens is I got to do a rate case, right? I got to build a rate. I got to go out to my public and say, folks, instead of paying $15 a month for your water, I need you to pay $16. Sorry, yes, rate case. Rate teat. All right, so how do I build a rate case? I got to go hire a consultant. So I have to go out, and there's it's literally the same consultant that you use. Everybody uses them. Different story. So they come in and they analyze. You got to build what they call a CIP, capital improvement plan. So you got to build out one for 10 years, and you got to take all this data. Blah 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 blah. This is what you should be charging for water. Oh, wow, that's like 300% more than what we're charging. We'll never be able to raise rates that far. Well, so we'll have to stage that. Okay, so let's build out a plan. Now I got to go to a Public Services Commission and get approval before I can even go ask you, the public, if I can raise your rates. So anyway, long story short, it takes a long time to get a rate case built and get the rate case approved. Rate. So I can sell more water or I can increase the bill. Now, there is another option. I can solve my non-revenue water. I have every water system out there has a big chunk of non-revenue water, and that's the water they create that they know it went out the pipe, but they never billed for it. So leaks, people actually steal water. I guess it's about the same for electricity, right? Somebody goes out and hooks it up. Huh? Oh, so I'm done is what you're saying. Anyway, so we'll get through this. So what actually fixes it? I've got a whole series of things that are going to be fixing it. The funny thing is to fix this problem doesn't cost anything. It takes political will and courage to solve this. But as Josh reminded me, this isn't going to take care of our problem right now. And so the next couple of folks will start working on that. Yes, sir.
What about grants?
What about grants?
There's some grants for work.
Correct. So there's a report that just came out that follows up from a report back in 2012, 15. Another report that just came out. Right now, the water industry is about $2.5 trillion in the hole. So I would love to take some defense money and go solve this problem, but I don't think we're going to do that.
About lowering the likelihood and time and cost of all the litigation that the Water Authority is in from January 1 of a year to December 31st of a year, and use the leading standard that defines reasonably strong security to do it.
So we've got to repeat the question, though.
Yeah. So anyway, the biggest part, the big takeaway here is that everybody that I'm going to have to figure that out. So the biggest part to this is that everything that can influence this stops at substantial completion, and the maintenance department is left to live with this system. So, manual operation, we like to talk about manual. That's not a security posture. That's a holy shit, everything's gone wrong. And frankly, a lot of the stories that you're hearing right now said they went to manual. I really doubt that they experienced a manual. I mean, manual is people going out and throwing valves, and the PLC's dead, right? So I doubt that actually occurred. Right. So anyway, that's me. Huh? No.
I'm Ginger Wright. I wanted to say be sure as you leave or before you leave, we're going to do a larger question and answer at the end so that we can combine some of our thinking. So please stay around for that. Okay, thanks, David. My name is Ginger Wright, and I work for the Idaho National Laboratory. I wanted to give you a little bit of background to talk about both why what's happening today shouldn't be a surprise, and especially to this community. So I'll start by saying there's a rumor about the Idaho National Laboratory, and that is if you get any of us in a room within 5 minutes, we bring up Aurora. So I'm just going to prove that true right now. In March of 2027, it will have been 20 years since the Aurora experiment on the Idaho National Laboratory's campus. And for those of you who don't know what that is, hold on a minute, you're not going to believe this one. There was a time when people didn't believe that you could sit at a keyboard and go doodle-doodle-doot and make something physical happen to infrastructure. I know that seems impossible, but really, they didn't believe it to the extent that there had to be an experiment that showed that it was possible. And the Aurora experiment is that experiment. If you look it up on YouTube, it's definitely flashy in all the right ways. The magic smoke escaped from a giant transformer or a giant generator, and things blew up, and it's very, very dynamic. But The point of that experiment was to prove that digital ingress could result in physical consequences. Who here knew about that experiment? Okay, so 20 years. So now I'm going to bring the time machine a little bit forward. 10 years ago, I was here accompanying my husband. My husband was a part of the team that was supporting the DARPA Cyber Grand Challenge. Anybody remember that one? 7 teams created autonomous cyber reasoning units. This is starting to sound like today a little bit. And those autonomous cyber reasoning units attacked and defended cyber infrastructure, created mitigations, and basically it was the first autonomous capture the flag. So autonomous that the teams that created these reasoning units, when they showed up to DEF CON, were shown to these couches. The DARPA team actually had an area with couches that the performers sat in while their machines competed. Now, as a result of that, many things happened. But again, it was well proven that autonomous units, and then in the human capture the flag that took place immediately after that event, the humans doing the capture the flag were allowed to use autonomous agents for the first time as partners to their attacks. Okay? How many years ago was that? 10. 10 years ago, my daughter was shimming Jack Daniels out of handcuffs at that event. So for anybody today who is surprised, I would say, well, come back next year. Maybe we'll get it. Also 10 years ago, I will say Brian Hatton over here took us for the best pinball evening courtesy of HP. That was a lovely thing. So, okay. This event, like Josh mentioned in his earlier presentation, DARPA's Cyber Grand Challenge, it was IT versus OT, or at least it was computer science. It was not operational technology. They did not have PLCs. They did not have RTUs. They did not have relays. They did not have any critical infrastructure. But it definitely got me thinking. If 20 years ago we proved that digital technology could cause physical events, and 10 years ago, we proved that there could be actual autonomous agents that help us do this, and that those could be as effective, or at least effective enough to help humans. We really needed to get on the stick. And so I began thinking about, how do we stop this? And many people threw up the classic risk formula. Does everybody know that formula? Okay, you can say it with me. Risk equals probability times impact. And we all say that very sagely, and we nod. But as I began thinking about all of the cybersecurity tools that I would walk on the DEF CON floor, the Black Hat floor, or even maybe upstairs and look at, to me, they all addressed only one side of that risk equation. They addressed probability. They made it hard, super hard, for the adversary to get up the stairs and figure out the magic token and come across to a system that had time controls and to do the authentication. But they did nothing. If that adversary was able to get a toehold on the system, they did nothing to actually limit the impact of what that adversary could do. So at that point, we started thinking about cyber-informed engineering. And if you ask, what does impact look like in operational technology? I'm going to use Cyber Avengers words for it. After all, they are at least some of the artists that we're looking at this week. And they said in a press release over the weekend, what you have seen is only a small fraction of our capabilities. In the coming attacks, we will strike the US with such a blow that history has never witnessed anything like it before. How bad would it be if mobile phone signals in America were disrupted or cut off, if water and electricity supplies were interrupted, or even if certain sections were to explode? Now, I lack any information that suggests that these specific capabilities are within the power of Cyber Avengers. But I use this language to illustrate something. does this sound like when you think about these impacts? Mobile phone signals cut off, disrupted, water and electricity interrupted, or some other catastrophic event. Are these IT challenges or are these engineering challenges? These are engineering challenges. So we need to bring some of the players that have not traditionally been involved in our cybersecurity thinking on the floor, and that is our engineers. And we have done them a disservice. Who here is a cybersecurity professional or an information technology professional? Okay, we have to take responsibility for something, and I'll go first. I, and those like me, have told engineers that cybersecurity is special and that we have very specialized knowledge that we will put on their system, we will control it, we will follow our checklists, and that will render the system compliant and secure. Everybody here kind of have some memory of maybe having those words in their head or being at least fed that message. Bad news on that. When you tell an engineer, I will follow my checklist and I will leave your system compliant and secure, the engineer believes you. And they think they're going to walk away like, oh, finally, I don't got to worry about that. This person's got it. I can just walk away. So the first thing that we have to do as a community is reach out to engineers. And it may require a little humble pie. It may require, hey, you know, when I told you compliant and secure, I meant kind of secure to an IT person, which is not exactly engineering grade secure. I meant we mostly get it. I meant that we got rid of the low-hanging fruit. But I didn't mean it was absolutely impervious to, 9 decimal points. That's not what we're talking about. So once we start getting engineers involved in risk management, the good news is they've been doing risk management for thousands of years. After all, engineering was what built the Roman aqueducts, and much of that is still around. The kind of problem solving that engineers do is extraordinarily helpful to us because engineers are trained to prevent catastrophes or at least unacceptable events from occurring. They think about it every day. It's what their tools and techniques work within. So what cyber-informed engineering tries to do is teach engineers how to apply that risk management thinking and the engineer's understanding of what are the things that could go wrong with the system and add that into cybersecurity. Not to ensure that authorization and authentication are perfect, but to ensure that if someone got past all of that great stuff that should be in place, the impact of what they could do is controlled. It moves from something completely unacceptable, not only for the water utility, but for the community around it, into something that, okay, that's going to mean the city has to write additional contracts. We may have to bring some staff in. We may break the budget this year, but we can live with it as an outcome. For the Idaho National Laboratory, the Cyber-Informed Engineering Program is sponsored by the Department of Energy, which means the good news is I have lots and lots of tools and time to help the energy sector. However, the Department of Energy is not chartered to help the water sector. So we're doing what we can, and I wanted to provide some ways in this talk that you can help. First of all, we are offering training here at BSides tomorrow. It's a 4-hour training with Art and I, and at that training you will learn about cyber-informed engineering. You will learn what it is and how to help others apply it. If you take that training and you like it, you are welcome to replicate that in your own community. I've had a friend, Nadja, I don't think she's here yet, but she's coming. She actually liked it so much that she delivered a cyber-informed engineering training at her own BSides in Florida. And we sent them workbooks. We'll help out. I am happy if this is a training you want to give. I will empower you. We are here to make this happen. If you're uncomfortable, we have workbooks, and I can show you those as I'm around during this week. We have recordings. If you don't want to be the one doing all the voice track, you can use the recordings that we put online. This is a way that you can help your community start thinking about how to apply engineering into water security. On the cocktail tables with the stickers, I left a QR code. And I know, Hacker Conference QR code. We're from the government. We're here to help. But in that QR code, there is an implementation guide. And that implementation guide has over 1,000 questions designed within a system lifecycle. So pick the ones that resonate with you that you can ask an engineer. And it may help them think about their system from that engineering perspective so that you don't come across as, I'm cybersecurity, I'm here to make things take longer and make things harder, but instead you're plugging into the consequences that they care about. We'd love it if you use those questions. Cyber-informed engineering has been applied by states in a way that is helpful. You asked about grants. The EPA has a state revolving loan fund, and I'm not an expert in this vehicle, but you are. And I will say, I'll plug Idaho. Idaho's Department of Environmental Quality decided that they really wanted to address the cyber issue for Idaho. And as part of their state revolving fund applications, so all the small water utilities, clean and wastewater, get to apply for grants for certain upgrade projects or new construction, and the state revolving loan fund is one thing they can apply to fund some or part of those endeavors. They made one of the qualifying set of questions around that utility's willingness to employ cyber-informed engineering in the project design. The first year they did that, if the applicant did that, they got an extra 20 points in the consideration of their application. So perhaps it went from maybe to high. The first year they did that, 67 of the applications had a cyber-informed engineering element. The second year they've done it, it's gone to over 85%. So this is a way to bring that cybersecurity into the new construction that Dean talked about, that's often kind of the desert island where things get left, and incentivize. If this project is going to be awarded to the integrator has to want to put cyber-informed engineering in it, and that's part of getting the contract awarded. And Idaho has developed a number of resources to help with that. So if you talk to your state or your water utility and they're downcast about the potential for putting cybersecurity into what they do, we can help, and we can hook them up with Idaho. EPA shared this example in one of their reports recently with groups nationwide, so there will be resources that your environmental or your water utilities can look at. We're trying to do research to ensure that this idea of using engineering to engineer out a cyber risk, so that an attacker may say, hey, I want to create a water hammer. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get on the system. I'm going to turn the pump on and off and on and off and on and off and on and off with the PLC. And I am going to cause this pump to begin slamming water against the system and create these pressure waves. Perhaps in one of the booster pump stations where this happens, there is a pressure tank with a bladder that can absorb that pressure wave so that it's contained within the system. This is an example of engineering out something bad with an engineering solution like that. Now, Dean will warn me, you have to maintain that. Once you put one of these engineering solutions in place, it's not magic any more than the IT or the cyber solution was magic. But once you put it in place, now that consequence can't happen even if the attacker is on the system, or maybe an intern in your utility. Even if they're actively trying to make it happen, they can't. So that's the advantage of engineered controls, and we've actually released a database with over 62,000 examples of engineered controls. Each one is not applicable to every engineering application, but the idea behind the database is that you can go through and pick the ones that are. We have a community of practice in cyber-informed engineering. They meet quarterly to talk about what is needed and how the Idaho National Laboratory can help. So if you email CIE@inl.gov, and that email address you can get to from these cards, you can join that group and talk to us about, again, what you need. We're also applying cyber-informed engineering to AI challenges, because what is the other thing that people are worried about as they apply AI into operational technology systems? They're worried about undesired autonomy. What happens if the AI either does something I don't want or tells a human to do something I don't want? Well, with the AI and the adversary, we can use those same engineered controls to prevent that undesired event from taking place. It requires thought, it requires time, it will require an outage, but it can be done. This is an upside down idea. The idea that you have a cybersecurity weakness and you're calling an engineer to fix it is not the first thing that people think about, and it's traditionally, we segregate cyber and physical. So it's very hard to consider how to bring both in. So we're developing a paper that is the engineer's advantage paper, describing exactly how engineers have a role to play in solving cybersecurity issues for critical infrastructure. As we've talked about, often the integrator that built the original system brings these systems in and is the first place where a cyber risk may be initiated. We're creating training for integrators to help them at least develop an understanding of why they might include cyber resilience or digital risk resilience in the systems that they bid on and install, and how they can use engineering to make the costs, both initial and operational costs of inserting that, lower. I talked to a very large integrator this morning, and they're partnering with us to try that training out, and that will be released. So if someone is building a project, they can provide that training to their integrator for the integrator to look at. So we're also working with vendors. Any vendor that has a cyber physical product can incorporate cyber-informed engineering into it. And several, including 2 battery manufacturers that I'll mention here, Fluence and Nuvation, they have incorporated cyber-informed engineering to reduce the chance that an adversary command in their critical systems could result in a battery fire, because they recognized that was a catastrophic outcome, and they wanted to ensure that it wasn't just controlled by digital systems, but that it had a combination of physical and digital. So if you are an individual and you are saying, I don't know what to do to stop Iranians from attacking our water systems, I don't know how to start that conversation, I wanted to make sure that we talked about some ideas. So talk to your city council. Ask them when the last time there's been a public Q&A session with the water utilities in your city or in your county. And have that conversation. Have the water companies come and talk to the city members about how they are resilient, how they are protecting their infrastructure. When time comes for you to ask questions, instead of saying, are we secure, are we compliant, ask, when is the last time we did an exercise? When is the last time we did a day without automation or a day without internet? When is the last time our utility tested their defenses against a real challenge? When is the next exercise scheduled? How is CI Fortify, and Matt will talk about that soon, being leveraged in our utility, in our community, and where are they on the list to get to work with the CI Fortify team and get their systems evaluated? How is this utility applying engineered controls to make sure that even if an adversary gets through all the cybersecurity, that the system is still protected and resilient? And then, again, we're happy to help, we're happy to provide materials, but offer a free CIE training or discussion for the local engineers at that meeting. Okay, so I've talked about cyber-informed engineering. There will be training tomorrow in cyber-informed engineering at 10:30, and it is part of the training ground. So that team would want me to tell you, you must register with the training ground and get a separate ticket from them. It's not a different badge, but it is a separate registration. And that will be 10:30 to 2:30. And we'll answer any questions you have there. And again, you'll leave with some practice of having applied this. So come to that training. And if you are worried about only Iran, I think it's important not to get distracted by one adversary and just realize that we are in a contested environment. As I was prepping for this conversation, this came across my email this morning. There is a municipality in Quebec, the Basse-Saint Laurent region, where the mayor and 400 residents have had the opportunity to watch a video of hackers playing with the local drinking water utilities computer system. And it was the Russians, apparently, by this report. And when the video was posted, upbeat music plays on the screen, and a French inscription is at the top reading Saint Noel drinking water, and the cursor is seen adjusting the chlorine dosage. So I hate to leave you on a dramatic element, but I want to make it clear. I was in a meeting this week, and I feel very sorry for my coworker who totally got my ire, but he said, you know, cybersecurity, the boring checklist stuff. And I confess I almost came out of the chair at him. No, cybersecurity is threat defeat. Cybersecurity is threat deterrence. And I encourage you, bring that message back more than anything. So thanks for the chance to talk.
All right. Well, it's very hard to go last when you have such good presentations before you. But good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cole Dutton, and I work for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So what I would like for everybody to do is raise your hand if you think cybersecurity is the first word that comes to mind when I say EPA. Didn't think so. All right. You probably think of things like Safe Drinking Water Act, Clean Water Act, maybe regulator. You don't think cybersecurity, but believe it or not, so I sit in a division, and I'm in the Office of Water Emergency Response and Cybersecurity. I'm in the cybersecurity division, and my sole focus at EPA is increasing cyber resilience of America's drinking water and wastewater systems. So where does EPA fit into all this? So we are the Sector Risk Management Agency. So if you're familiar with critical infrastructure, there are 16 sectors. Each sector has a sector risk management agency. CISA has many of those, but EPA is of the drinking water and wastewater system sector. And so really what that means is my office works across the board. So I have folks in my office that work on natural disasters and supply chain, and then we get to focus specifically on cybersecurity. And so I really like the title of the session, Water Must Flow. I was just having a very nice conversation with a young man up at lunch who was in college studying cybersecurity, and he sat down when I was having lunch, and he was just talking to me, and he said, you know, what do you do? And I was talking with him, and I shared a little bit of what I do, and he said, well, how is critical infrastructure cybersecurity different than IT cybersecurity? And I thought about it for a second. Well, first I said, how much time do you have? And then I thought about it for a second, and I said, well, think about it like this. With IT cybersecurity, when you have a breach or compromise, you're going to have financial loss. You might lose PII. But with critical infrastructure, we're dealing with up to loss of life, injuries, loss of life, societal panic. How many people struggled to buy toilet paper during COVID? How many people were on the East Coast back in, was it 2021 when the Colonial Pipeline occurred? How long was your line trying to get gas, sir? Because mine was tremendous. And if you saw news clips, people were literally filling beds of trucks with gasoline because they thought that, you know, I mean, we were running out of gas. But when we think about that with water, I mean, just recently we've seen on the news, it's been mentioned in both talks about the ongoing targeting of programmable logic controllers. It was the top story on NBC Nightly News. And I mean, I was sitting there with my wife, and I mean, she looked at me and she said, do we need to buy water? And I mean, that was a sincere thought of hers, and I'm sure that has been, thinking and thoughts of people across the country. And just imagine, if there were, and there continued to be more serious coordinated attacks where water was going down, just imagine the panic that would take place. And so, water must flow for drinking, sanitary reasons, to the ability to fight fires, hospitals, I mean, you name it, we have to have water. And so, what do I do? So what are a few things that I do? So my focus has become operational technology, and so I'm very glad you ended your session talking about the human-machine interface that was being exploited up in Canada. So that's actually a huge focus of mine, is identifying internet-exposed operational technology devices that belong to water and wastewater systems, notifying those systems, and giving them recommended mitigations and the resources and tools to remove those devices from the internet. And at the very least, in the meantime, putting them behind a username and password. So over the last couple of years, we've actually supported over 800 water systems, and many of those had internet-facing human-machine interfaces, where I, from my little cube up in DC, could have manipulated chlorine levels myself, turned wells on and off, changed set points, all of the above, really. And we've done a really good job at getting those off the internet. So when we first started doing that, I mean, it was a wild west of just finding human-machine interfaces. But I mean, if you imagine a bunch of marbles on the table and I just take a swipe at them and knock them off the table, that's kind of how we've been with HMIs over the past couple of years. We're still seeing them come up and pop up, but it has become a little bit more challenging to do so because we just have knocked so many out. Some interesting conversations we've had when we've notified water systems. One time, when we first started doing it, I guess I should say, I was calling water systems myself. I was giving them a call. I could see the water system's name on the HMI or some certificate data, and I was giving the water system a call. And many of them were so appreciative. They were like, hey, oh my God, I can't believe this is on the internet. Let's take this down. I did face a little bit of resistance, though. And one time, I'll never forget, I was on the phone with someone at the water system. I imagine it was an operator, and he just didn't believe me. And we were going back and forth, and I'm like, sir, I can literally see your tank levels going up and down on my computer screen right now. And he said, all right, if you can really see my tank level, what is it right now? Give me how full is it? And I'm like, sir, it's 17.6 feet or something like that. And he stopped for a second and he said, you really are on my HMI, aren't you? And I said, yes. And so we started taking care of it and it was mitigated. But so much of it is education. I mean, so many times we've made notifications and the system just had no idea. And we've mentioned systems integrators quite a bit. Oftentimes I get referred to systems integrators. And then when I'm talking with that integrator, it turns out that perhaps they do business with other water systems, and then information that I'm able to receive from that conversation, I'm then led to further exposures. And that's actually a big piece of what we're seeing right now with the ongoing PLC compromises. So we actually we co-authored an advisory with the FBI. If you haven't seen it, check it out. You can just search up, I can't remember the title, but EPA, FBI, cybersecurity alert that gives some more detail as to what's going on. And it mentions in there that many systems that were compromised shared a common integrator. And I suspect, and you keep seeing it on the news, so many systems in Minnesota that, and there are other states, but it's very likely that we're seeing that many systems in the same or similar states due to the fact that they are working with common integrators. And if you think about it like this, I mean, think about how we use passwords. You might, if you use the same password, I hope you don't, but if you use the same password across multiple, your banking, your email, whatever, and that password gets compromised, all of those accounts are going to get compromised, or they're likely to get compromised. And that's what we're seeing with systems integrators working with water systems, because the systems integrator will come in and configure this first system, their first customer, in a way that perhaps is insecure, and they're going to do that in a way that that integrator can still provide remote access and maintenance and all the fun things they have to do. But if they do it with this one system and they have 20, 30, 40, 50 plus other customers that they're working with, they're going to do the same thing with those customers. And then all of those systems at that point have the same or a similar vulnerability. And that's probably what we're seeing right now today with the ongoing PLCs. And in many cases, some cases it might be a one-off, but in many cases. And so we often get referred to systems integrators when we do our outreach to water systems. And we'll reach out to the water system and they'll say, hey, I don't manage this. This is so-and-so incorporated. They're my integrator. Hey, call them. And we'll get on the phone with them and talk to them. And sometimes that can be a struggle. Because they'll say, well, we have to have the internet connectivity for remote access. Or they'll say, well, it's behind a username and password. Yeah, and I say, well, my debit card has a PIN number, but it is an opportunity to have a conversation. And that is leading to more extensive work on my part and behalf of the agency's part to have more targeted outreach to integrators. We've spent the last few years reaching out to water systems, and it's kind of easy to sit back and think, well, why are water systems not removing these devices from the internet, or why are they not changing default passwords? And then when we start having conversations, we realize that's a lot deeper conversation and a lot more challenging than what it might seem to be. But we are having more targeted outreach to integrators. I'm leading a work group right now. We've got representation from CISA, AWWA, other members of the Department of Homeland Security who have a vested interest in operational technology, and we're sitting down and we're saying, hey, how do we tackle this issue? And so we're engaging some of the larger manufacturers. So we've talked with Rockwell, Schneider, and some others to say, well, hey, how can we get into your integrator community? And so that's going to lead potentially to some more targeted outreach, such as webinars, maybe regional webinars with integrators. And this is really going to help us get to the smaller integrators as well, because that's another problem we see in the water sector, and another challenge is that you'll have a very small operation doing business with a lot of rural water systems, and we see a lot of cybersecurity challenges with that. And so we're just trying to reach that community a little bit more. Another thing that we've done and we continue to do is, at least in this space, is try to find more devices than just human-machine interfaces. A couple of years ago when we first started this and we were just knocking these HMIs out, it was a really good feeling, and it still is when we do it, but there's a lot more of a broader issue with other devices that are not HMIs. Like if you go into, say, Census or Shodan right now, and you search for Rockwell, Allen Bradley PLCs or Siemens PLCs, you're going to see hundreds, if not thousands, exposed to the internet. And most of those have no attributing information. So like with an HMI, sometimes it's very easy. Lucky for me, unlucky for the sector, many times on an HMI, an integrator will just configure it and put the system's logo on there, and I can see it, or I can see some tanks or remote sites and put the pieces together and actually find the water system. But when you have an internet-facing PLC, oftentimes it just says Rockwell PLC, and there's little to no information. I think back in April, when the initial Joint Cybersecurity Advisory went out that highlighted that Iranian actors were targeting PLCs, including Rockwell Allen Bradley's, I just dove straight into the work to see if I could identify water systems myself. And there were around 5,000 internet-facing PLCs at that time that came back in my search query. And I think 15 of those I was actually able to find out were water systems. And that's not a very good percentage. So we're trying to do more with the integrator community and do more outreach. We do have a very good reach and a very extensive communication channel with the sector. So with these recent advisories and threat activity that was going on these past couple of weeks, we were able to send notices out to around 70 to 80,000 individual members of the sector. We held a snap call within like a 12-hour notice with CISA and had almost 3,000 members of the sector on there. There's been a couple more with some water sector associations. So we're trying to get the word out there, but we definitely see that we have an uphill battle. Another thing that we've done recently that had a really good participation was we do an annual national cybersecurity drill. And we've talked about manual operations, but the intent of that drill is to give utilities a safe space to practice manual operations. And really, it comes down to what does manual operations mean to each individual utility. But we spend enough time on the back end to really welcome utilities in. We do pre-calls and we say, hey, we really wanted you to exercise and drill your manual operations, your ability to operate manually, to be able to answer questions like how long can we operate manually if we have to? If we lost all communications and we had to continue operating our services manually, how long can we do it? Can you answer that question? Okay, well, if you can answer that question, how many staff members are needed to actually do that? That's the other half. Sometimes systems will say, well, I can do it forever. But I have 2 people on staff right now, and they're going to be working 12-hour shifts. And so that's what then we get into conversations about mutual aid. So neighboring utilities having agreements to where if operators are needed to operate a system manually, do you have those mutual aid agreements in place so you can call a nearby utility, a neighboring utility, and have operators come in and actually assist? I'm actually working on a case study right now where a utility had to operate manually with no automation from September all the way through December. I believe it was in 2023. And the only way they were able to do that was through mutual aid and having operators from a nearby county coming in and providing that support. And so we encourage that as a resilience measure to have those plans in place during tabletop exercises and drills. But we had, I think we had around 1,000 or so members of the sector attend our drill this year. Many said that it was their first time exercising manual operations, which was really good. And we have some really good lessons learned for us to continue building in the future. But we actually, I know Matt Rogers is going to be talking about CI Fortify, but for this past year, we actually instilled the CI Fortify principles into our drill as well. And we're leading, on the water side, CI Fortify efforts and supporting systems with receiving CI Fortify assessments and helping them understand how they can continue to operate when the loss of internet or comms and what that looks like on a case-by-case basis. So we're a small but mighty group, and we're doing a lot in this space, and I certainly welcome anybody here today to chat afterwards and learn a little bit more about what we do. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. I guess one final piece point I want to make before we turn it over for Q&A. We're also supporting on the system side. I talked about integrators, and we're having more targeted outreach to integrators. We're also trying to help systems understand the questions they should be asking integrators and service providers when they're getting ready to do business with them, and they're trying to initiate a new contract and a service level agreement. And so we've actually developed a procurement checklist for water and wastewater systems to go through and help them ask those questions. And then it'll give them a chart at the end, and it'll show which system or which integrator or managed service provider performed quote unquote better for cybersecurity. And so I know at the end of the day, budget and money will be the ultimate factor, but we at least wanted to give them some level of report so they could, if they're choosing between 3 potential vendors, if they could pick at least the most secure, or if they can't afford the most secure, they're going with one where they can actually see where some cybersecurity practices are being implemented. And we've actually incorporated the Secure by Design effort into that checklist. And I guess at the end of the day, we're just always thinking about the resources that a water or wastewater system would like to have, would be useful for them, so that they can be secure and we can all continue to be receiving the clean drinking water, safe water, and be more than happy to talk with anybody after this and hear your perspectives and share ours as well. But that's all that I have. So I believe we're going to transition to Q&A. But thank you, everybody, for attending today.
Excellent. Please join me in thanking the speakers. Okay.
Thank you. This question's for you, Cole. It sounds like you've had pretty big impact on the HMI scraping and getting the low-hanging fruit off the table. It almost feels like a game of whack-a-mole, and I think Census.io has helped that. You have an incredibly large swath of very diverse backgrounds and help here. Like, what's the best way, so you don't get a call from like 300 hackers, how would you like to tap into this talent pool? Like, what kind of help do you need, and what's the best way to deliver that to you so you're not overcome?
Good question. I think, at the end of the day, any information that you think would be beneficial, that we could turn around and use it to either identify vulnerabilities or even take vulnerability information and share it in an actionable way to water systems is extremely useful. And you mentioned Census, so I know someone from Census is going to be here speaking. So our work with internet-facing devices ultimately began because Census on their own developed a report where they had found hundreds of water system human-machine interfaces, and they had passed that report around, and they were trying to find who ultimately needed to receive it. And fortunately, we ended up receiving it, and we were able to action that information. But what that report did was it reinforced everything that we knew was happening, and the vulnerabilities and exposures that were out there. It just reinforced that, and it made it real. We were receiving, as the Sector Risk Management Agency, we get cybersecurity incident reports to us. And so we'll get a report that says, well, an operator was viewing their HMI and the mouse was moving, or operators have been locked out of their HMIs. And we knew that it was because of internet-facing devices, but we were so young in our program, we just didn't really know how to start tackling it ourselves until that report came through, and we were able to do it. So that's what I would say. I mean, anything you find that you see as a potential significant risk in the sector that you think EPA or the federal government could really work on and fix, I would certainly welcome that, because if it's actionable, I guarantee we'll absorb it and get to work and seeing what we can do.
Hi, my name is Mark. I brought this up in an earlier session, so those of you who heard my question, I'm sorry, you're going to have to hear it again. As a cybersecurity professional, especially as a contractor, I have a duty to the people that I work for to not disclose things that I find. So I'm personally liable for my actions, exactly what you just said. If you know of a vulnerability, tell us. So in general, there are devices that sit at the edge of networks that are not devices that are involved in the communications in the network, but they're involved in things like accessing a router. So there are devices that are 10, 15, 20 years old that are just not patchable, and there's thousands of them, and they're sitting there, and you can find them on a Shodan scan. So at a facility I worked at, one of our engineers went out and did a Shodan scan of our entire LTE network space. Well, a lot of these things sit on LTE networks because there's not a wire running into this facility, right? So I would suggest, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it, what in particular a practitioner can do to both shield themselves from this liability gap that I have, for instance, and still be able to provide actionable information that you guys can use. So there's not a firewall between me and you. If I go talk to you, I'm suddenly liable to this past customer.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And you actually mentioned a point that I even failed to bring up, but routers are a significant issue that we're seeing, especially with the sheer amount of remote sites that water systems have. They often do not show up when on a vulnerability scan that water systems are doing themselves. So yeah, we'll certainly talk. I mean, even if it's just brands, models, devices of common exposures, get it to me. We can feed it into our platform and see if we can make attribution to water systems.
What's your observations and set of observations been around which of the commonly directly exposed devices are purely monitoring and telemetry, and which of them are capable of material operational disruption?
It's a mixed bag, but I do think the risk of devices that are capable of manipulation and control is much higher than monitoring. So we do come across devices sometimes where it'll show tank levels and we'll share it, and someone will, either the water system or integrator will say, well, this is just for monitoring. But I mean, in this case with PLCs, I mean, like I said, there's over nearly 5,000 Rockwell Allen Bradley PLCs showing up on a Census or Shodan scan right now. Same for other brands and models. So all of those have the ability to control, and that risk is far higher than monitoring. And they're, the other part too is we have to be careful when we get confirmation from a system or an integrator that says, well, this device is just for monitoring, there's no control. I mean, I'll always say, well, how do you know that? Can you confirm this? let's talk about it, because that's oftentimes someone will use that sometimes as a way to help them sleep at night, and they might truly think that it is monitoring only, but there could be some ability to control in there as well.
Well, and even if it's just for monitoring, somebody's using that value to do something with it. There's a decision being made off of that value, and so there is no. I don't draw a differentiation there.
I will say, if I can jump on this question a minute, there was a lot of discernment in the way that that question was asked, because it asked what the device was capable of. As you, as cyber professionals, talk with your counterparts, asking with that kind of language, and then imbuing your curiosity. Oh, that's great. You're saying that it's not capable of control. What's actively preventing that? Does the device just not have the logic in it, or did you configure it out? And if you configured it out, are you sure nobody could have re-enabled it digitally? So please do pay attention to the language of that question as you talk to your counterparts in operational technology, because often they will tell you, oh, this can't happen, but they haven't done the discernment about why they believe that to be true.
Yeah, to the point of it's just monitoring, wasn't tampering with monitoring systems one of the steps that was taken against the Iranian nuclear enrichment program a few years ago? Like, wasn't that one of the things that allowed the attack to be successful?
Certainly there are many attack scenarios that involve telling the human that one thing is happening when in actuality something else is, so the human takes the action for the adversary.
One thing to understand about control systems is there are no fewer than 1, 2, 3 input outputs. I'd say 5 areas where I can take control of a signal coming in and manipulate that value to do whatever I want.
So, obviously we talked a lot about Internet Exposed. Cole, you just call people up out of the blue and say, I'm here to help. Any lessons learned from there? Then, Dean, from your perspective, you get a random call from the Environmental Protection Agency and says something's wrong. What kind of messaging has kind of made this work? I'm sure your success rate has gotten better over time. And then, Ginger plugging in the CIE stuff, right? What kind of recommendations should we start giving people more from this engineering side for these Internet Exposed devices?
Yeah, so I learned my lesson very quickly, Matt, that it was very, people didn't like the EPA calling and saying you had this device exposed. And it worked, but it wasn't effective, and then my workload got too large when I was finding too many devices, and so we had to change. So how we do it now, so EPA has 10 regions, and in each of our region we have a cybersecurity coordinator, and the cybersecurity coordinator has a direct line to the state. And so in the water sector, EPA has delegated what's called primacy to the states. And so the states carry out the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act, and they oversee their own systems. And same thing from the wastewater side for the Clean Water Act. And so now what we do is I send an email or I call up my EPA regional contact and say, hey, can you share this information with the state of Virginia, the state of North Carolina, Kansas, whomever? And then the state actually are the ones who are performing the notification to their water system. And we actually found out that's better for a couple reasons. The system is more likely to react to their state, giving them a call. But 2, I can't leave my cube in DC and go out to every water system out there, but the states have resources and field offices where they can actually make in-person visits, and they can go over and say, hey, we got this information from EPA, and many of those folks are engineers, and they can talk through the mitigations and the risk as well. And we've seen the success rate go up quite a bit. I mean, over the past couple of years, I mentioned we've supported over 800 systems, nearly 1,000 vulnerabilities. We're around a 78 to 80% mitigation rate. And what that means is, when we perform a notification, it's mitigated 78, 80% of the times. And on top of that, I failed to mention, it's not in a regulatory manner. So, EPA is a regulator, but not in cyber. And so what we offer is voluntary, and having the state be involved oftentimes is more efficient than just us calling, and it's more efficient to get the information to them, the resources, the tools, and we're happy with how that's working now.
And I wanted to answer the CIE part of this, and the question was, What could we say for those utilities who have internet-connected devices or devices that are configured for remote control, whether they believe they're internet connected or not? I think often our checklists, because someone says they're going to connect this to a large digital system, we focus on the digital things they should do to be mature. But it would be great if that also contained, okay, great, you're going to connect it to the internet and you've done these digital things to make sure that that's a good decision. Now let's explore, what is this device capable of? What are the unacceptable things in your system that an adversary could do if they had control of the device? And by the way, that's a great just check in with that utility of, are you sure you want this remote enabled with all the stuff it could do? But if they say yes, okay, it can do, an adversary could enact these consequences, then they can do the downstream engineering of, okay, what would prevent that, or what would limit the impact of that for your subscribers or your environment. So if we could add the physical and the engineering to the digital checklists, I think that would be a great thing.
I'd like to come look at this from a systems engineering point of view. My experience mostly in OT is in oil and gas, and I can't give a lot of examples because EPA is in the room. They are a regulator in Houston. But when you look at the system, it's like each person up on the stage and each talk we're going to see this entire time here about water is somebody describing their 2 inches of the elephant. And how if I describe and fix my 2 inches of the elephant, I'm going to turn it into a peacock. And it doesn't happen. And so the real question I have now is, how do we go back, knowing everything we do today and how the world operates differently today than we made all the rules, all the engineering assumptions, all the design decisions? You know, I've listened to people say, why did we put that PLC on the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico? Because 25 years ago, that was state of the art. And well, can't we just go put another one down there? Can you swim that far? And so we're playing under a set of rules that were defined a long time ago. How do we fix this whole system as opposed to trying to fix our little pieces?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dean.
I think so. My experience is most of these decisions get made around liability, right? It's not about technology. It's not about this. It's who's got the biggest bucket to cover the insurance, right? You know, that's one of my arguments that the cyber insurance industry is somewhat of a culprit in this, because they're letting these people live like this instead of calling them out and saying, well, you know, here's your rate structure. If you want to, you know, if you don't want to take care of this stuff, no problem. Here's your rate. But that's a fantastic question. But you know, and that's kind of why I approach this from this point, because I'm struggling with this too. It's like, how many more years are we going to live like this? And that's when it really boiled down to, it's like, there's got to be these structural changes in the way that we buy the stuff from the beginning, and then it's going to take 20 years for that stuff to roll its way out. I mean, there's just no argument. There's no financial person that's going to stand up here and say, I'm going to replace something that I put in 5 years ago when it's designed to last for 20 years. It's just not going to happen. So if you can find that $2.5 trillion for me. I mean, to put this in a different way, right? There's pipe in the ground. It's been in the ground for 100 years. It should have been replaced 3 times already, and it's still running. And they haven't prioritized that yet.
Because it's still running.
Exactly.
And I think part of it has to come from what are the threat actors targeting, and what's their activity, right? So, you know, the China, the Russia, the Iran, you know, how are they getting into critical infrastructure? Where are those major gaps? You know, is it something where we have been saying for years? Are they new and emerging tactics, techniques, and procedures? And, you know, I agree with you. If I could snap my fingers, I would fix everything. You know, our work with Internet Exposed OT is a significant piece, but it's not the only piece. But I think we have to look and see what the threat actors are doing, what their activity is, and then what we can do to combat that.
And about systemic change, there is a lot of thought going on right now. I don't advocate what I'm about to introduce, but I will introduce it just to give you a sense of the wild ideas that are going around. I read an article over the weekend that suggested that we do away with NEPA, the National Environmental Protection Act, so that we could use the time and the logistics that it takes to do the paperwork of NEPA to then speed up permitting and interconnection and all of the things that will allow us to fix things faster. I don't know that that's the answer. I don't have insight on that, but I think it's good to question all of those assumptions, both where the TTPs are going and what are the things that we're doing that may be duplicative or may stand in our way.
All right, I changed my mind about what I'm going to raise because we still have a half an hour, and this will hopefully touch each of you. But because you invoked insurance, did anyone see the Andy Greenberg Wired article the week after 4th of July? Raise your hand. Okay. So I ran an exercise for the top 25 cyber insurers. It was meant to be a mock, lightweight version of Volt Typhoon on July 1st, 2027. Everyone that covers you was in the room, and they're reinsurers. And sometimes we have to get to them through their wallet, right? So we're here about public safety, we're here about human life, we're here about national security, we're here about like what's good and bad hygiene. Most of the town's Undisruptible talks to says this won't happen to me, and if it does, we're insured. So to your point that maybe there's a perverse incentive that people buy insurance instead of making themselves safer, essentially, we only compromised 5,000 water facilities in the initial round, but it hit 2,000 hospitals. And no water, no hospital, no kidding, in 2 to 4 hours. They had maybe 120 OT incident responders in the country they could draw upon. They couldn't really direct them from the Dragos Mandiant and whatnot. So I almost included this in my talk this morning. Maybe I'll do some on the Wednesday talk. But what they quickly learned is there's active war exclusions, so it's not going to cover the damage. And then the downstream ones have something called a utility disruption exclusion. So business interruption insurance for the hospital may not get covered. So the base assumption that this won't happen to us, or if it does, it'll be covered. If you do the pump fry, which is turn on and off, on and off, on and off, some of these are $250,000 each times 3. And if that's excluded as an act of war, that starts to look motivating. No, I'm not waiting for,
because it'll take you 12
to 18 months to get replacement. So then you'll have your rates you're charging are on the water you deliver, and if you can't deliver any water, you can't do this. So we kind of reminded everybody, I hope you saw it, and if you didn't, maybe this is the thing you put in front of executives, which is don't assume this will be covered. In fact, this was so scary to the insurers, they're thinking of looking at the CISA alerts on what are the known implicated edge devices in Volt Typhoon, and if you're using one, you might not get coverage, or you might not get as much coverage. Similarly, if you're using TP-Link routers, similarly, if you're using an unpatched, known exploited, known.
I wish that was funny.
Right. It's pretty common. So instead of doing an accidental talk here, I guess my point is we tend to look at things through our value system. But since this is a math calculation and they're spending most of their money on PFAS reduction instead of cybersecurity resilience, we may need to put some fresh arguments in them to surface and shatter their assumptions. And then just because I have EPA here, and I'm hoping you answer this, you mentioned mutual aid. But part of what this exercise also surfaced beyond the money is when everyone's on fire, no one can help anyone else. So what we saw is in states like New York, they're actually making a law for New York that we haven't yet been able to do at the federal level. For states like Wisconsin or Maryland, they use the National Guard and the Adjutant General, but they can only handle maybe 3 crises at a time, not 50. And then for other people who say we'll just weather this financially, one of the big takeaways, and I'm glad that Christian Demeth and Jeff Tully, our doctor friends, are going to speak next, is instead of looking at let's help everybody, they kind of figured out that the best way to help is to ruthlessly prioritize the hospital towns. So that my last question, the EPA, take these in whatever order you want, is EPA working with like HHS or CISA to say, let's not help everybody badly, let's help a few
sufficiently? I know I packed a lot in there. Sorry.
So yeah, we are working closely with our SRMA partners. So we have a really good relationship with HHS, CISA, DOE. I don't know if there's been work to describe or that tackles what you just described with focusing on specific areas, but we are working through our CI Fortify effort to work with systems in a capacity kind of like what you described. The other side of that, and I want to make this point because you were talking about insurance as well, just to highlight a gap, is we were doing a tabletop exercise recently, and there was a very large water system, serves many critical military installations, and we got to the point where we were talking about an OT compromise, and the whole time they were answering, well, we have insurance who has a cybersecurity response on retainer, and they would come in anytime we have an incident. That was their response to almost every question. And then we got to the OT part of the compromise, and I said, what about now? And it was crickets. They said, we don't know. We don't know if they would come in and actually provide OT support. We're talking about IT here. And so they took that down as an action item. They said, we got to figure this out. And I know they're working on that now. So hopefully that answered your two questions, Josh.
I have one idea to add to it, and this was something that I put into my testimony for our hearing, is we all think about the National Guard, and since nobody's brought that up yet, I thought I would, that, okay, when something goes wrong, the water utility can make use of the National Guard, but often when something is going wrong, the National Guard, from their various sources of demand, may have multiple priorities. So one recommendation is ask your utilities to bring in their National Guard partners when they're doing exercises, and have the National Guard give them feedback when things are good, when the Guard can actually help them defend instead of help them dig out of a defense.
So in no way do I wish to trivialize the difficulty of understanding these exposures as just the traditional binary view of, either we have one of these devices sitting out there directly exposed and inappropriately configured or not. But as we look at more of a focus on operational resilience, what approaches and what are the thoughts around assessing quantitatively what the isolation, the containment, the segmentation, the operational resilience of a given system is, and how is that likely to be influenced by your guidance and by what you're seeing? And this is not a specifically water, wastewater question, it's just a broader question.
So that's a great question, because as I talked about, one of the areas that we're suffering right now are generalists like me. I can mess around on a lot of stuff. And so without those folks, and because we don't have as many of those folks, it's even more imperative that we keep the remote access in place so that they can access these systems from wherever they are, right? So now you're saying, well, but resilience and protection would tell me to disconnect. And I'm telling you, that's not reality. That's never going to happen. Because now you're saying, more often than not, I'm going to knock my plant down because Joe's got to drive 3 hours to get to the plant or to that particular pump station. I mean, understand, some of these, the Virginia, it would take you 3 hours to get from one end to the other of their coverage territory, right? They have 3 separate maintenance groups, entirely independent maintenance groups. And there's still only like 2 or 3 heroes that know everything about everyone, and they get called out to those sites. So when you talk about things like we're going to disconnect you and you can't connect, it's just not a reality. And so, things around protecting VPNs, and what we did there was there's 3 laptops. We call them nuclear footballs because it's essentially what they are. If the hurricane comes through and knock down everything, these guys can go in and control the entire facility from one of these laptops. But the alternative is we knock everything down, and all the interceptors stop working, and all the sewage starts flowing in the streets. So, which is a hurricane is far more likely and regular.
Aren't there some that aren't connected yet?
What do you mean?
If your plant depends on connectivity, you're right, it's hard to shut it off.
Yeah.
But there are still some towns that have yet to overconnect and overdepend.
Correct, and they're also the ones that are probably warning on the 20-year-old stuff, which in itself is secure, but is it resilient? You can't replace it, right? That's the equation that we as control system engineers are weighing every single day, and this is only one thing that we've got to worry about when it comes to an operational production facility.
And I hesitate to insert more complexity, but I fight a little bit at the binary nature of it's either connected for remote operation or it isn't, and there's just nothing in between. One of the things that we've developed for cyber-informed engineering is the idea of cyber-conservative operations. And if you're a utility person, conservative operations is when there is some sort of imminent threat. Usually it's an operational threat. I have a plan in advance for how I'm going to limit my exposure to that threat. And it may mean I bring additional staff in. It may mean that I take different actions. So when we applied the idea of what if we treated cyber threats like a hurricane, and that when we first hear that something might be happening, we go into a watch mode. And I don't know what the right answer is for every utility, but let's say when I'm in watch mode, my remote operation, I'm going to disconnect it, but I've got a call order in. So there's an operator standing by. Yeah. And if you tell me, hey, I need to run this remotely, I'm on my boat, I've got to do this, okay, I'll patch you in. If it is a warning, like I now know not only is it happening, but I've seen evidence at my utility, maybe then that remote request gets a little more scrutiny and we really do some cleaning and some work before we hook that in. Yeah. There is the possibility to use a conservative operations approach to begin to dial down the surface area that's exposed.
Absolutely. One other quick point on that, what I described earlier where you can actually use some of these cyber resilience type things to solve a lot of other problems. The reality is by taking care of some of these cyber issues, you've taken care of tornadoes, major power outages, dam breaks, things like that. But you got to frame it in that way, right? You got to say, well, we're going to take care of all this stuff. An incident is an incident. It doesn't matter really where it originated from.
Thank you for your time, giving us all this information about what you guys are doing. I'm Emily Sword, and I am a commercial entity, like owner of a business, right? And so we've talked about how there's this idea, and in the most respectful way possible, of giving the government that regulates us outside free information, like with no possibility of benefit for us, with the limited time that we have to use to build our businesses, is the only thing you want. How can I actually... because I know that can't possibly be true. There's all this money that goes into, like remediation efforts, and it's not all ending up on SAM.gov. It's ending up in signal chats where somebody is calling me on the weekend and like asking for stuff, and I'm like, yeah, sure. Like we all don't understand here. How are you mobilizing small businesses and even regular sized businesses besides Dragos and Mandiant to actually solve problems? Because there's a lot of problem solvers here who can't talk to you. How can I sell you something or interact with you or give you something or whatever it is in like the least unethical way possible, but where we're actually collaborating? Well, I can't give them anything. I give them $5 maybe. I'm not an idiot here, but how do we actually collaborate where it's not just we tattle on our customers that pay our bills for us?
Good question. Yeah, and I'll be clear, information was not the only thing I wanted. I was just thinking top of mind what could, we can have conversations offline about how we could probably further collaborate, but
my kids love to live inside, wear shoes, all that stuff. How do we help?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's very challenging to answer that question, especially when with how government contracting works. I mean, we're not mobilizing customer or companies. You know, we have contracts and contractors, but you know, in terms of mobilizing customers, businesses, I mean, so I would welcome a conversation about how that we could further work together, because you know I'm very aware that the private sector has a lot to offer, and perhaps sometimes, if not, you know, a lot more than what the government has to offer in terms of capabilities and technologies. But you know, how we harness that is a broader conversation that I'd be willing to have.
I'm going to find you and get your email. You know that, right?
You can have it.
Okay.
And Emily, I had one more thought for that, and that is there is a turnabout aspect. Right now, the government is making a great deal of information available to small business owners to the extent that they can, while protecting the reporters and the affected entities. They're disclosing things that could lead to TTPs and other information that will help you make a better product. And so perhaps every piece of information can't go in for free, but to the extent that a small puzzle piece going to the federal government might enhance the incomes or the information stream going back your way, that is a reason, and at least a business credible reason to provide the information that this entity is asking for.
Business credible is a great word. Thank you for this. I'm not going to monopolize your time because I'm going to get you outside. Respectfully, and everybody's, yeah, there you go. Bye.
Watch out, Cole.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm going to continue on with what you're saying, and you know, how do we optimize for the plurality of all these various different districts that have all these same issues? Everyone's limited for time, money, people, resources, all of that. So in a previous role, I did something similar with the NSA. They worked on securing the DIB. And they have a program. I was wondering if EPA has talked to the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence over at NSA. So they give these small mom and pop shops, you know, there's maybe less than a dozen people that produce this critically important piece of something for national defense. And they have all these free tools because the NSA just pays for it, because it's cheaper to just pay for it and prevent potentially thousands of cyber attacks. So I was thinking, when you're talking about the military base, you know, this is, you know, critical infrastructure. Water and power to a military base could be considered, you know, part of that DIB infrastructure. So if you haven't talked to the CCOE, I will make contacts if you like. And another thought I had was for the policy why you can't get digital assets and the continuity of, you know, infrastructure. Is it possible to add that into one of the controls that has, you know, in your next contract with your improvement plan, add this to your contract line item saying you will provide digital assets, and just have that, you know, going forward forever. Those are my two thoughts.
Yeah, we are not working with the NSA's group. I'm familiar with them. Certainly probably could have more collaboration, so I'll certainly keep that in mind. I do have some contacts over there. I really appreciate that.
Thanks.
How to put this nicely? There's just not a lot of logic that goes on in procurement. There really isn't. I mean, you know, the stuff that we lay out is like pure logic. Like, this will save you money, but it really comes down to the liability. Where do they want that liability? Who owns the errors and omissions insurance? And you know, it's sickening to look at and have to live through that. And I really feel for these guys on the floor, people on the floor, because it's got to be infuriating. But
So it sounds like we need to do an act of Congress and write all of our representatives to make that easier to do. Oh,
yeah, and then you so like I'm pro regulation, because the only way this is going to get fixed is we find $3 trillion and give it to these folks, or we regulate the hell out of it.
Yep.
Those are your two options.
Yep.
You can't privatize it, because when one of these things hit, that company's going to go bankrupt, and you're all going to be looking, where the hell did my water go? Right? Exactly. So So the privatization argument doesn't, it's a non-starter, right? American Water and all these guys that are out there taking up all these places, they have shareholders. It's just like any other business.
Yep.
That's why it's got to be a public entity.
Yep. Thank you.
Be here all day, man. You're paying the bill.
All right, I'm definitely going to ask a very short question right now, with no controversy.
Yes.
How do we know we're all swimming in the right direction at the right target? What I mean is that today we've been talking a lot about water. There are circles where we talk a lot about power, talk a lot about gas and energy. I'm going to bore you guys with replicant next talk about healthcare. But like, how do we know? Well, it's clear that you guys have all talked about how hard this problem is and how much resources it's going to take. My question is, how do we know we are working on the right one? Or is it the one that we like the most or are most familiar with? And say we fixed water and we all end up getting destroyed by power. Like, how do we know that we're asking the right questions or solving the right problems more than cult of personality, super persuasive people, or what's the latest attack that's on the news being something like water, when next week it might be something else?
That's a great question. I will answer it at least for cyber-informed engineering. We want to make resources available to the various infrastructure sectors, but I will be very clear. We're targeting engineers, mechanical, electrical, aerospace, mining. I don't care what field of engineering you are in. If you are in a field of engineering, then you touch one of the sectors that if it went wrong, ... So we are trying to ensure that all engineers are educated to think about digital risk as an aspect and an application of engineering risk. So it doesn't matter whether they're designing an airplane or my brother puts in-flight entertainment systems into airplanes. He's an engineer. Whether you're doing that or you're putting in a water system or building a data center, as an engineer, you are thinking about the digital technology and how to ensure it does not become a larger risk.
Yeah, and I'll just say from the EPA side, you know, at least from our program, like we're never proud enough to think we're doing everything exactly right. But what we use to feed our program is a variety of things, including current activity from various threat actors, TTPs, incident reporting. And so when we have an incident and multiple incidents like we've seen this past week, you know, our work with OT and integrators, you know, this has been going on for the past couple of years. And so if anything, that reinforces to me that we're doing the right thing. We're obviously not doing it exactly 100% because we've seen a lot of exploits, but you know, that's the space that I'm seeing right now is the most significant gap in the water sector, because when we're seeing exploits and compromises that result in boil water advisories and notices to customers to conserve water and reports that water systems are having to transition to manual operations, when we go back and look at it, 9 times out of 10, that's the root cause. And so that's how we know that we're in a space to where, you know, there's a lot of ground to be made and we're doing good work, but we're always reevaluating what could we be doing better? Is there anything we're doing that's just not working anymore? And does that get scrapped? Do we make something new? And so that's where we are, at least as an agency.
I'd quickly add on to that, just ask if there's, like, if you boil everything down, pun intended, if you boil everything down to, like, what's the common denominator across all those sectors, we land on water. Now, you could also easily argue that the common denominator across water would be the source water, and we are having a lot of discussions. Like, that's like very close number 2 for for a lot of counties in the country and cities in the country. That's number 1. Forget about your cyber. Where the hell am I going to get my next drop of source water from?
Okay, so we are in a point of transition. I would ask each of our wonderful panelists to spend not more than 1 minute with any anything you wanted to mention and you forgot, or the panelist next to you said something, you're like, that panelist is wrong. But you've got 1 minute to do it, and then Josh will close us out with a couple of thoughts. Dean. Oh, go ahead.
I was told to go this way. Giving me 1 minute is very dangerous, but I'll go quick. I mean, I want to thank everybody. Outlets like this really is how we make change. We're up here talking about all the great stuff that we're doing. If picked up, we're all doing similar work. And so, maybe we all need to work together a little bit more and share what we're doing, and we can just magnify our efforts. But really, the only way change is going to happen is through outlets like this and hearing what others are doing, sharing ideas. I'm more than open to connect with you all. Find me on LinkedIn. I'll be around after this. Grab a card. Looking forward to the conversation. But hopefully, I was able to provide some insight into what the EPA is doing for cybersecurity for water and wastewater. And we're proud of our efforts, and we're always looking to expand them. So happy to have that conversation. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So first, training tomorrow, 10:30. Building H, I think it's room 112, if I've memorized that correctly. You cannot just walk in. You must register with the training ground. If there is a fee, it's nominal, but you do have to do the registration. We will have workbooks and implementation guides for everyone who comes. You will leave with a good understanding of cyber-informed engineering, enough that you can provide it back in your community if it's helpful. The Idaho National Laboratory is located in Idaho Falls, Idaho. And part of our mission is to think ahead about the next generation of cyber challenges. We are building a next generation water testbed to start exploring for the water sector what some of those challenges could be. And we're interested in input on what that testbed should contain and how it should work. So if you have thoughts for us, we'd appreciate them.
I'll just wrap it up with it's easy to kind of beat up on the water sector, but I will tell you that the folks running these plants and the engineers and the technicians that are taking care of them are some of the most innovative, creative people on earth. They are working countless hours, are very passionate about what they do, and they do a phenomenal job with very few resources. So definitely want to put a shout out into them. So.
All right. We're going to grab from you and then thank these three specifically in specific ways. We are putting more emphasis on a different syllable of water, in part because if the grid has a bit more resilience, a very robust public-private partnership, a lot of regulation with NERC, FERC, SIP. Similar with healthcare, just maybe too much on privacy instead of patient safety. Similar with others. So I think one of the issues is it's one of the least prepared public-private partnerships with the lowest participation, with the absence of regulation, increasingly the target, and a baseline foundational dependency for a lot of other sectors. You'll see tomorrow, I mean, today you're going to do some healthcare, tomorrow there's some power. Comms is similarly quite dangerous, but we have Starlink sometimes. So I hope we aren't presenting that this is the only Achilles heel we have. It's just one of the most dangerous and least prepared, hence double the session time. But absolutely, for the next 2 days, you should be looking at a resilience mindset, much like your cyber crash cart does for if we have a loss of a ER, how do we have that generator or backup alternative? For the panelists, I really want to call out Cole. I feel like if you heard Leonard's keynote, Leonard took huge risks as a Fed, trusting that these were good faith hackers to build trust and relationship with, and look at the fruits we've had for decriminalizing research. Suzanne Schwartz at FDA did a similar thing with us for medical devices, and we just had incredible breathtaking progress. I look at this relationship as early and budding, and I hope that you feel this is a safe community. I appreciate you sticking your neck out, and I know you need a lot of help, and we're here to give you a lot of help. So thank you for coming. Ginger, you've been thank you. Ginger's very known to a lot of us, and INL does a lot of big, important stuff in power, and I'm really appreciative that you're stretching the edges of your permission to do water because it's so applicable. Your engineering focus is so applicable, and you're also willing to not do the big, heavy CIE, but really what's the minimum viable pragmatic, useful essence of CIE, and it was a privilege to testify next to you. I hope everyone watches her testimony. We are a great dynamic duo, and we like to hold up fake fish, so make sure someone get a photo here of them holding up fish quickly. Somebody, anybody get a photo? Quick. Okay. And then Dean, you came here as a lurker and as an observer and as a cynic, and then you were a speaker, and like we've learned so much from you, and I think the three of you are really punctuating the heart of the Cavalry, which is empathy, which is we don't know everything, you don't know everything. Let's listen to each other. Let's find some common cause, common purpose. So thank you for giving us this foundational 2-hour block together. I hope this is the beginning of the conversations, and I hope you've teed up others. The next one after the break will be Drs. Christian Nemeth and Dr. Jeff Tully, hackers first, physicians second, and now pioneers in clinical healthcare resilience. So let's keep the conversation going. Thank you. Take a break, and we'll see you in 1 hour.
Coming. So, as some of you guys know, we have a very strict no photo, no video policy. We have professional videographers, and everything in this room is being recorded. But we do operate on a policy of consent. So, if these awesome presenters and speakers give their consent to have pictures and videos taken, yes?
I consent.
If you could please limit any pictures or videos you take to only the speakers and what they're presenting. Do your best to not get any members of the audience in your shots because they have not given consent. We would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you so much. I am delighted to welcome to the stage here, the I Am the Cavalry stage, Dr. Jeff Tully and Dr. Christian Damev. And their track is titled No Water, No Hospitals, Continuity of Care Under Crisis. So put your hands together and let's give them a big welcome.
All right, folks. I need to take a vote. Who here has seen replicant or myself speak previously? Raise your hand. Okay, I'm sorry.
Can't use all those jokes.
That wasn't the joke. I want a poll. Raise your hand if you think Jeff is Simon or Garfunkel. Do you think he's Simon? Raise your hand. If you think he's Garfunkel, raise your hand. Just kidding.
But Garfunkel's one that had the hair.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Very fair.
It's great to see everybody. Thank you for coming out. So apparently half the audience knows us already, but my name's Jeff Tully. I am an anesthesiologist in my day job. I work on the delivery of oxygen to tissues. It's basically all there is to it. And I am just really excited to be here with my buddy, Kwadi or Christian Meff.
I'm Christian. My handle's Kwadi. I'm an emergency medicine doc. Just worked a night shift a little bit ago, so I might be a little bit slow. So if I don't answer your question directly, just hold my feet to the fire. We're also primarily based in San Diego at the University of California, San Diego. Shout out to DC 858. Woo! We are docs, but long before we practiced medicine and learned all those facts, we kind of grew up in the hacker space. So this is not a short time in both our collaboration, which I think started in the first week of med school, but also kind of what we focus on as doctors is the patient safety side of cybersecurity, not the protected health information, not the HIPAA, but truly what happens to folks, to patients, when cyber attacks disrupt their care. That's been our research focus, and we've been excited, and we're actually very thankful always to have our topic included in this amazing track. And can we just give it up for everyone that Josh, all the other folks putting this track together? Like, this is meaningful stuff.
I think it's super important, especially when we come and talk about some of the research that we do, to highlight that it is not just Christian and myself at UC San Diego working on this particular challenge. We have the great fortune of having some of the best computer scientists, clinicians, economists, fellows, students with us at the Center for Healthcare Cybersecurity. So please keep in mind as we talk about stuff that anything that you think is super cool or like a lot, a dozen, 2 dozen people were probably involved in its creation. Anything that you think is very silly or useless, probably Christian or myself responsible for that. Who here was at the previous panel, really, really enlightening, awesome discussion about vulnerabilities in our water supply? Who here had an existential crisis at the end of that, or was shocked when Christian came up and asked a question to ostensibly his very good friend, Josh Corman, that basically, to be boiled down for those who weren't there, was like, how do we know we're working on the right problem? How do we know that what we're doing matters? How do we know that the efforts that we are spending will actually result in impact or benefit? And man, that hit me pretty hard, particularly when Dean, who is one of the panelists and works for a water company, shared, yeah, there's probably, how many water facilities are there, or municipalities, 60,000, 55,000, who's counting? They're a little bit less concerned about cybersecurity, and more of them are focusing on like where their water is going to come from, for climate change and any other external factors that put at risk the ability to even have water to worry about securing its associated infrastructure. And that really hit me, and that resonated with me because I'm a physician and I work in healthcare and I'm taking care of patients in the hospital. And we're going to spend the next 55 minutes talking to you about why we feel cybersecurity is indistinguishable from patient safety. But we're doing so in a context of other larger systemic changes occurring in our healthcare system and in global health writ large, right? We are about a year after a piece of legislation passing Congress that, if kind of fully implemented as intended, depending on estimates, will result in somewhere between a $900 billion or $1.2 trillion cut to hospitals via the Medicaid program. And so there are patients out there who are likely to have substantial disruptions in their care and may have ultimately bad outcomes because of a much larger policy construct or a much larger systemic manifestation. And yet we're here today to talk about cybersecurity. So that tension, that duality, I think we want to frame this problem as one that occurs in a larger system in which there are other problems to address. And how do we justify or focus or contextualize, or even from a philosophical standpoint, treat cybersecurity as something we're spending all of our time and effort on, when we could all go out and become advocates to have different public health policies, or from the medical standpoint, we could work on just the biggest, most dangerous, most prominent diseases, as opposed to focus on something a little bit less prominent. So this is kind of this tension that I think we all struggle with in various ways when discussing cybersecurity, because there are a lot of other problems out there in the world, right? Why is this one worth focusing on? And more importantly, can we do something about these challenges?
And I think in part of that context, which by the way, give it up for Jeff. I think that's true in a lot of ways, and I didn't know he was going to do that. So in shifting from that and trying to ask yourself, wow, what am I? That was very deep, some deep feelings now being emerged. One of the things that has helped us, I think, conceptualize what we focus on our efforts and all that free time that we have when we're not taking care of patients being focused on this, was that we needed to collect some more data. Raise your hand if you feel like you are a scientist. Raise your hand. All right, awesome. Raise your hand if you feel like you're not a scientist, but you value scientific data and you like the scientific process. Okay, everyone. Okay, so I think in this room we are aligned in this premise that collecting data and evidence and then testing various hypotheses is the right way for us to better understand reality. If we all believe that, then we have to take a critical lens onto our own beliefs and say, what is the evidence I have to believe to believe the things I believe? We've spent, over a decade trying to collect data on healthcare cyber, and we're going to spend the next 10 minutes showing a little bit about what we have found as researchers, and we are open to folks, of course, asking questions about this, but this question in front of you, do patients die from cyber attacks? We ask audiences like you who love cyber, who that is your career or your passion, your whatever it is, and everyone raises their hand. Of course patients die because of cyber attacks. You go to, 10 years ago, you'd go to clinicians, you go to doctors, nurses, those folks at conferences, you ask them if someone died from a cyber attack, almost no one raises their hand. What's the disconnect? Well, one of them ended up being a shift in the cyber landscape. What we've seen the last 10 years in healthcare has been a predominance of ransomware attacks on healthcare infrastructure that went from just old attacks of stealing health information, breaches, et cetera, to hugely disruptive and giant scale attacks that don't just attack one hospital, but sometimes 100+ hospitals, leading to something called downtime. Raise your hand if you're familiar with healthcare and know what downtime is, what that means, in the context of healthcare. Okay, some of you folks. Raise your hand if at your non-healthcare IT shop you have a procedure, a playbook, what you're going to do, a plan for when your IT shop has some cyber incident. Raise your hand if you have a playbook or a plan for your downtime. Okay, same thing for healthcare. How you take care of a patient having a stroke, how you take care of a patient having a heart attack. If we don't have these digital systems, we call that downtime. Ransomware, taking out hospitals, connected systems, resulting in downtime. That downtime is what we think as scientists that is causing all this to the patient harm, right? The packets aren't clogging up the IVs of patients in the ICU, right? That's not happening. It's that to take care of a patient in modern medicine, you need so many digital systems to take care of those patients quickly, reliably, safely, that we're so dependent on those systems as doctors and nurses, et cetera, that when they're not there, patients suffer. Sometimes it's a death by 1,000 cuts, small little delays. Hey, a lab came back 6 hours later than it should. Hey, if I had known the result of that lab 6 hours sooner, I could have saved this patient's life that was in septic shock. Sometimes it's things like that. Sometimes it's, hey, the system we use to track patients in a hospital, physically where they are, is not there. I've lost this patient. I don't know where they are in the hospital. And maybe that matters, maybe it doesn't. But think about that at scale. How many patients are in the hospitals in this country at every given moment, and that when you take out these digital systems, what does that mean to the aggregate population? So we're talking about public health impacts. The first paper we're going to show you today is a paper we did a little bit ago. Who knows, 3-4 years now. that studied what happened in emergency departments next to hospitals that got ransomed, okay? So we're researchers, we study patient care impacts of cyber attacks. I can't go to a hospital and be like, hey, can you give me a list of all the patients that died during your ransomware attack? I'd really like to know what happened. Raise your hand if you think they even talked to me, right? That didn't happen, right? So we did the next best thing with this paper. We measured what happened to hospitals that weren't under ransomware attack, but were in the periphery. So this happened during a large ransomware attack in San Diego. Conti hit Scripps Healthcare, took out 5 hospitals for almost a month, and we measured what happened at our hospitals, literally 2 of which were across the street from some of these hospitals. I know QR codes, hacker cons. If you trust us, at least you know where we are, and you can you can beat us up if that leads to a rickroll. But here's a link to the paper. It's open access. You can read if you're interested. And all I'm going to say about this is that huge disruption. This graph shows 4 weeks before the attack, 4 weeks during the attack in the middle, and 4 weeks after. It measures hospital diversion. This is hours, cumulative hours, that hospitals in San Diego County said, do not send ambulances to us. We are not taking patients. Outside of that, there were huge impacts to emergency department care. If there was a ransomware in your town during this attack, the patients that were being treated in the emergency department during this attack waited 40% longer in the emergency department for care. They left at much greater rates without receiving care. We call this left without being seen. They waited so long, they just straight up left. We saw more stroke patients because 3 out of those 5 hospitals were stroke centers. And when those stroke centers are closed, people don't stop having strokes. They just come to other hospitals. So hugely disruptive to the region, not just the individual hospitals that were impacted.
And I would never ask people to read an academic paper with the QR code, so I'm not sure why we included those. If you have trouble sleeping, you can certainly pull these up. I also want to make a distinction between admiring the problem, which I think we have tried our best as a community to move away from the last couple of years. One of the things I love about Undisruptible 27 and other similar efforts is we are getting away from saying that cybersecurity is hard in this sector or that sector, and using data as another way of storytelling when it comes to convincing people that we need to take particular actions or invest resources. And in medicine and healthcare, it's hard to talk to physicians or clinicians or nurses without having this type of data. And that's the way that we adopt changes to our clinical practice. And it's the way that we have been successful in bringing other stakeholders, particularly in the healthcare space, along with us and understanding and recontextualizing this as a patient safety challenge. And so one of the things that we do is distill very wordy and long papers like this into stories that are supported by data that are distinct from anecdotes. But for example, in this situation, again, our hospital was not one that was actively under a ransomware-induced outage, but it was in a community that had systems that were. And so when we would receive patients, we frequently will have patients who have suffered a cardiac arrest out in the field, and EMS will get to them and they will work on restoring that patient's heartbeat, and then they will pack them up in an ambulance and bring them in for definitive care in the emergency department and later into the ICU. And that's a process that is incredibly time sensitive and dependent on the chain of survival working from pre-hospital all the way to ICU. And if everything goes well, and you're lucky, you may be able to walk out of the hospital with essentially an intact brain and call that survival to favorable neurologic outcomes. Again, it's very challenging to think about a cybersecurity incident as one affecting data privacy when you can talk to a policymaker, you can talk to a hospital CEO and share that in this particular situation, the patients that came to our facility, again, no cyber attack, still experienced a tenfold decrease in their overall survival to hospital discharge with favorable neurologic outcome, simply because we suspect they were affected by some of those disruptions Christian mentioned earlier with things like regional EMS systems.
Ambulance diversions.
Ambulance diversions. And so, again, what we try to do is take this somewhat stodgy academic work and distill it down into these phrases or concepts or ideas that we can then go to stakeholders and say, this is something that we need to address. This is worthy of discussion alongside larger systemic challenges like giant cuts to Medicaid.
So once you start building an evidence base to convince people that this is a problem, you got this follow-up question, which is like, what do you do about it? And to Jeff's point about admiring the problem, we are not guilty of admiring this problem from every angle and talking about it all the time. We were pushing ourselves to try to do something about it, besides just telling people about it. And it is hard as an academic to try to do stuff like that, besides make the data. Alongside other things, for instance, giant cuts to research made an academic trying to do something about this very challenging. You know, we're losing a generation of scientists when it comes to this because of cuts to things like research funding. That has, cascading effects, even on healthcare cybersecurity. What can we do about this problem?
And it was interesting because I think, Josh, we had a conversation a couple weeks ago in the lead up to this talk, kind of exploring what we're looking for at this track and in this effort writ large. We are looking for a large spectrum of different types of solutions, from individual actions that somebody can take, shovel-ready things, to like large national level initiatives. And one of the things that Josh brought up that I thought was really interesting and kind of ties back to my existential crisis is he's like, what can you tell people out in the audience to do if they want to be able to respond in the setting of some type of disruption occurring in the undisruptible thesis of, large scale great powers conflict, attacks on critical infrastructure. And Josh mentioned like maybe people should think about becoming paramedics or figuring out ways in which, we have folks shaking their head, but 27
years in EMS.
27 years in EMS. We need people like that.
It is incredibly hard to become a paramedic right now.
Love to learn about that later. Yeah, love to learn about that later. But that's kind of the way in which we are thinking about, are there policy programs? Can we talk about research efforts? But how can we just get involved and help our communities? And that's why we really need to move forward down this path. I haven't come up with a name for this arrow yet, but this is, I don't know, the pathway to progress, something like we can workshop
Alliteration,
this.
yeah.
We can workshop this, but we need to move beyond this stage of admiring the problem, identifying the problem, even studying the problem, just think about different types of solutions. And the reality is, for hospitals, at least, there's a lot out there if you want to try to do your best to prevent a cyber attack induced downtime. There are folks across the street at the Mandalay Bay who will invite you to their booths and spend a lot of money trying to convince you that they can secure your networks, or have agents to secure your networks, or have agents that monitor your agents that are working to secure networks. There are a lot of different frameworks that you can think about implementing. There are ISACs out there who will try to help you stay abreast of the latest threat. But our work lately, and I think Josh's as well, and the Cavalry writ large, is starting to think about what do we do in the moment to help those who have already been affected. Yes, we'd like to prevent as much harm as possible, but what does it mean to respond to a healthcare delivery organization that cannot provide timely care, that cannot accept those ambulance transfers? There's not a lot out there for them. You can call the FBI, you can have some technical incident response folks come and start to rebuild your networks. But what do we do for the people on the ground who are impacted?
So we were super lucky to meet some like-minded folks at a new government agency called ARPA-H, in the same style as DARPA. Raise your hand if you're familiar with DARPA. Okay, so a lot of us are. The too long didn't read is, let's approach the problem from a new, creative, high-risk, high-reward approach. The NIH funding and lots of regular medical academic work is very incremental. It has to be on a very solid foundation. It has to have very little risk associated before you can fund your project. It has to have a lot of background work. You have to show why the next thing you are trying to research isn't a waste of money. But the progress associated with that is also thought to be, it doesn't have to be huge and transformative. It slowly builds upon itself. ARPA-H is very much a high-risk, high-reward. That is a wild idea, and if it's successful, it will revolutionize the care of X, or treat this condition that had no treatment before, and we'll get to the full cure within 10 years as opposed to maybe 50 years with the traditional approach. But it also has a high risk of failure. They put out a call to fund research looking at how to respond to healthcare cyber attacks, specifically ransomware. And our proposal was selected, and we're going to show you a couple fruits of that. You have to name, when you make a project like this and do it for the government, it feels like it's almost an unspoken rule that you have to attach these like code names to different work streams. And so we did 3, but the 2 we're going to talk about today, the first one we called ransomware, and we found after the fact that this is like also something else, like someone else is working with exactly the same code name. But the idea behind that we'll go through, I'll talk about in a little bit, and then Jeff will finish up with Crash Cart. So these are 2 different research streams, 2 different types of things, and we're going to compartmentalize them a lot. All right, this is my assertion to you folks. Who here likes public health? Raise your hand. All right. Yeah, public health. You get into a room with public health folks, and they have an incredibly hard job. Very hard job. But one of the things I will say is for a long time, public health experts fought and built systems to do something that before the invention of epidemiology was impossible. Measuring disease, understanding it, tracking it. That was revolutionary, and it was embraced by many folks. And we built out this system across the globe to study disease. That's what epidemiology is, a study of disease, right? And we have amazing scientists, academics, and others that is their bag. And they understand the spread of disease and how to mitigate it and these types of things incredibly well. Cyber epidemiology, in our opinion, does not exist. It does not. You can argue it exists to some point, and we would say maybe in a very immature way. But to ask the following questions: how many cyber attacks happen every day? What happened during those cyber attacks? What do they look like? What was the response? What was the inciting event? The vulnerability? The best we have is mostly ends up in vendor pitch decks, right? Very low-level data. Anecdotal data, data collected with very biased data collection sources. But this is the best we have, right? We need to, it's our assertion, we need to move past that. So the idea of ransomware was, again, that little ransomware with a question mark, was to say like, hey, could I, without asking, without having cooperation from an organization like a hospital, could I infer that they've been attacked? Because who here, is there any lawyers in the room? Any lawyers that want to admit they're a lawyer, raise your hand. Okay, I find that very hard to believe. Okay, give it up for the lawyer. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're a very nice person, but generally I do not like spending time with your kind. There have been almost no situations where I have enjoyed that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? Well, you could also say the same thing about doctors. So your criticism would be correct. Like hanging out with doctors usually means something's wrong. So please. What all I want to say is that with this is that
I don't endorse that view, by the way. I think lawyers are great.
You lawyers suck up. The long story, and that was a joke, please forgive me. But to ask a hospital, hey, can you tell me, again, like when you've been hit with a cyber attack and what happened and all the dirty details, what happened to your patients that had sepsis in the ICU during a ransomware attack? All the lawyers are like, sir, this is a Wendy's, do not call me again. We can't get these organizations to cooperate, to share data like they do in regular epidemiology, right? There's a public health department in this town where hospitals will say to them, we have 6 cases of measles today. Or we have this, they can track disease, they share that data. We do not have that with cyber attacks. So we had to go around this problem the other way. Can we infer that something has happened without them ever having to cooperate, because lawyers are generally anaphylactically allergic to us? The idea really was that in a lot of ransomware attacks, the response to a ransomware attack often amplifies its signal on the internet. Raise your hand if you've ever used Shodan, port scanned with Nmap. Yep, we all have. Hospitals are really loud on the internet. They have generally a pretty big presence on the internet. They have web servers, email servers. They have electronic health record infrastructure that's hosted on-prem or in the cloud. There's lots of presence of a hospital in digital cyberspace. And when that goes down, it's usually for a rare event, like a ransomware attack. So that was kind of the idea. The side effects of cyber attacks that are disruptive, like ransomware, can be measured without hospitals having to cooperate. And the research question was, is that true, and to what degree can you do that?
So as Christian alluded to, measurement implies knowing what to look for, implies identifying signals, and over the past couple of years, we've done that, having the privilege of working with some of the best computer scientists in the world in this particular subfield, which is called empiric internet measurement. And if you take the time to kind of painstakingly map out, for lack of a better word, where these hospitals live on IP ranges, you can get a sense, after using some pretty cool special sauce reverse engineering type of techniques, of a list of things like a hospital's publicly facing website or their email servers, or in healthcare, certain specialized APIs like FHIR endpoints, which allow patients to pull down data. There's also some cool different ways where you can look for active signaling through things like the network time protocol beaconing. Long story short, we found and collated and collected a number of different signals that we could monitor on a somewhat regular basis, and we kind of half-jokingly called them the vital signs of a hospital's network infrastructure. At least that was publicly available. It didn't have to be behind firewalls in most cases. And if you do that and you monitor them over a period of time, and if you go back one slide, you see drop-offs in your signals that seem to correspond with certain events you can go back retrospectively and tie to. Like in this case, this is an example of several of our signals demonstrating drop-off coinciding right when the University of Mississippi Medical Center went down in February. You can start to build patterns, and using different types of heuristics, get a sense of when a network outage on a publicly available block is significant or not significant. And if you do that and you know where all the hospitals are located across the country, you can kind of geolocate a bunch of dots on maps that can provide somewhat of a real-time, near real-time view into this overall availability of critical health infrastructure.
So we do that at our research shop. We're scanning almost every hospital in this country on a near hourly basis across multiple signals, and we've collected about 2 years of data. And it's pretty fascinating to see. We also link that with social media data, publicly available sources like Reddit, to try to get a better understanding of how these impacts are hurting patients. I'm going to quickly go through this, but we had this system active. It doesn't have to be cyber attacks. It can also be just straight up technology failures. Anyone here work for CrowdStrike? Are you a lawyer from CrowdStrike? No comment? All right. Well, the system was monitoring critical health infrastructure in this country at a near hourly basis when CrowdStrike pushed a faulty update to billions of computers across the globe. And if you were in any sector that would be even remotely connected, you were probably unfortunate enough to have some pretty significant disruption. Raise your hand if you were flying during that time or had some impact from CrowdStrike. Raise your hand. There are more of you. I know that.
I had 2 separate family members in 2 separate emergency rooms at the time that everything was.
So I have to say, because of lawyers, that this data is association data, and association does not prove causation. But this paper tried to look at what happened in a subset of US hospitals during the CrowdStrike outage. It's published here. And the too long didn't read is that so when do you think the attack was? Or sorry, when do you think the failure was? Well, they'll say it's coincidence. I'll leave you to draw your own conclusions. But we saw huge outages with FHIR endpoints. These are, like Jeff mentioned, as Replica mentioned, specific kind of healthcare APIs for exchange of data, et cetera. We saw a lot of them go down. We know where these hospitals that went down were and for how long. So this gets to the sense of understanding at a very beginning stage of what this dependency looks like across a sector in the United States. And that one technology failure, not even a cyber attack, had potentially some associated impacts. And then to like what went down is the next question. We went back and looked at what went down and then tried to determine what those systems were. And we estimate about 22% of the time what went down during that time was patient-facing systems, things like electronic health records, 911 dispatch centers, et cetera, et cetera. So, huge impacts with a central point of failure. So the update, if you saw that, we've been doing this work. We published some papers in this. Like really, this work we're trying to expand out. What more signals can we integrate? What's the more science that we can apply to this? What does an outage look like for just an update versus what does an outage look like for something like ransomware? That's where we are now, continuing to advance the science and then expand its reach to understand really a lot of the nuances and heterogeneity of the health IT infrastructure.
So we can go through this part a little bit more quickly too, because I know that you might have seen this last year, but that basic work with the ransomware platform is about, again, gathering data that we do not have, deriving the visibility that we need if we're going to think about these problems in a more complex way. The second part of the work, Crash Cart, is essentially just kind of looking, again, at that lack of resources or tools or capabilities for the systems that had already been hit, and saying, like, what is it fundamentally that the doctors and nurses are suffering from on the ground in the setting of a ransomware attack? It is their inability to use the tools that they rely on a regular basis to deliver care. It's their inability to access the electronic health record to double check a patient's allergy. It's their inability to pull up the results of a CT scan. It's their inability to look and see what a lab value is for a patient, track patients. And so, like, sometimes you just think about this in a very concrete way, like, what if we could just give you all of that back? And so that work was focused on understanding what it is that you really need from a technical infrastructure standpoint in the setting of a network outage secondary to ransomware. And again, these folks who are responding to these incidents are just pulling the plug on everything. They're cutting the fiber cable, basically. And so you have to bring back, if you want to give them these capabilities, their internet backhaul. You have to help set up a network. And that may be a network that is not over Wi-Fi, but over something like private cellular, so you can isolate it from a hostile environment. You may want to set up all of the informatics infrastructure, the PACS system, the list. I think you talked about this briefly, so we can go through this. Last year, we have built this, and we have, since the presentation that you gave last year, been out in the field working on this and deploying it, not in emergency situations, but in controlled settings, and understanding, like, is this actually something that this big truck full of equipment in Pelican cases, if rolled out, can be useful to doctors and nurses who are otherwise, using paper records. And there may be folks who have been in the field for a long time and are very capable with paper records, and that is not me. I have never written a prescription on a piece of paper. I've never used a light box. My handwriting is so bad that it'd probably be indecipherable. But if we can bring back something like this so that the nurses and doctors don't have to rely on that, then maybe that can be impactful. And again, we don't know. We're studying it. So again, we bring back everything they need. We bring them internet. We bring them a private 5G cellular network. We have to get that internet and that network set up in a very, heterogeneous type of environment. If you've been to one hospital, you've been to one hospital, and understanding how to incorporate all of this infrastructure to be able to provide connectivity past a CT scanner that has a big lead-lined room. Like, these are challenges that we have worked through over the past couple of years. We have built our own PACS system. We have built a way to be able to integrate various electronic health records. And this has all come together, and this is something that is in a prototype phase to be out in the real world. And if you go ahead, we've done this, again, across multiple different health systems and multiple different types of environments. But I think the point that I want to get to next, in the next slide, the update that we have here beyond that slide, the next one, is how do we move forward into making these types of efforts, the work that Josh does with the Cavalry, with Undisruptible 27, if you have a good idea, if you have a good plan, if you've spent a lot of time working on something, how do you get it out into the real world so that it doesn't wither and die on the vine, whether that's an academic vine or a organizational vine? That's hard. That's, I think, part of the work of this type of group and convening is, after you've admired the problem, after you've come up with a hypothesis, after you've built something, after you've tested, how do you scale it? How do you take the important work that Josh is doing over dozens or even hundreds of water systems and scale that to thousands or tens of thousands of water systems? I don't have an answer to that. I would be interested in talking about that in the next 25 minutes plus questions. But with this type of work that we're doing, it's cool, it's great. We publish papers, but like, where is the impact there? You can see how in real time I'm spiraling out with that existential crisis. Like, is this going to help people? Is this going to benefit people?
Replicant, are you okay?
I think so.
We appreciate you, buddy. So, all right, we're giving you some updates. Let's liven this up a little bit. We're going to do a little collaboration, a little bit of open audience participation. Are you guys excited for that? Let's round of applause for yourself. All right, we're going to ask some hard questions, I think, and we don't have answers. But the idea behind this is not to say that we are leading you somewhere. We do not know the answers to this. But it's supposed to provoke in you self-reflection on why you think the way you do and why you are working on the problems that you're working on. All right? And if there's something we should do differently. So the Center for Healthcare Cybersecurity, we're continuing to absolutely rage on ransomware, crash cards, doing lots of good work. But we have a bunch of really brilliant people, much smarter than Replicant and myself. And so what's next for us? So we're going to preview a little bit of what we're thinking about biting off next. Raise your hand if you're convinced that healthcare cyber is a raging dumpster fire. Raise your hand. Does anyone want to debate that assertion? Okay, great. We're all on the same page. But like I said in the question before a little bit ago, raise your hand if you feel like water cybersecurity is a raging dumpster fire. Raise your hand. All right, keep your hand up. Power, finance. Is there anything that you feel like isn't a raging dumpster fire? Raise your hand. Okay, what is not a raging dumpster fires? Raging dumpster fires. Are they raging dumpster fires? Okay, all right. All right, maybe like maybe the question is, what are all the dumpster fires that are going to light in the future, besides the ones that are warming our hot dogs right now? You know, what are we going to do? Are we only going to work on the dumpster fires that are raging now after they've lit? Or is there a way to predict the next dumpster fire and then say, is it a small dumpster fire that's coming, or is it the mother of all dumpster fires? There is a lot of stuff going on in the geopolitics right now that make a lot of what people are saying now very scary, concerning. It's hard right now. But one thing that is incredibly relevant, I think, now is the idea that, similarly to what we said earlier, where convincing people that cyber attacks in healthcare actually had important health consequences, like the idea of hybrid conflict and cyber warfare and attacks on critical infrastructure, I feel like that assertion that that's not going to happen or isn't likely, I think is shifting. So the question we have is, do you think patients can survive a hybrid conflict, cyber warfare? Do you think that we can skate with some type of cyber Geneva Convention and that hybrid warfare is going to somehow not impact healthcare? Raise your hand.
Does anybody work for the VA by chance, or DoW Health System? So there are a bunch of people right now that are working incredibly hard on ensuring interoperability between the military health system and the civilian health system in the hopefully very unlikely event that there is some type of great power conflict in which we are repatriating hundreds or thousands of casualties a day. And I will just say, at baseline right now, that is an enormous problem and a dumpster fire, to put it frankly, in order to interface data and care plans and all the information that you need in getting a wounded soldier back from the theater to a civilian health system, which will need to happen because there's not enough capacity in the military health system to accommodate that level of casualties. And so thinking about that problem and understanding, and we've learned a little bit over the past 6 months, the degree to which people are working on that, and then thinking about what would happen if the normal civilian health infrastructure is also simultaneously under attack begins to give you a little bit of the scope of the problem.
How do you define dumpster fire?
I would say something that is, the effects are immediate and impactful. For instance, like finance could go down for 2 days, and it would scare people. But if hospitals went down for 2 days, we'd kill people. And so I think that there are a lot of times when we conflate something to a dumpster fire, when it may not really be that way, whereas when we look at no water, no healthcare, things like that, no water leads to no energy too very quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to try to summarize that comment, and please, if I butcher it, please forgive me. But it's the idea of like, are there certain things that are we can go without for longer? You know, is when everything's critical is nothing critical type of thing. Valid. I'm going to do an exercise. Raise your hand if you feel like healthcare, and I can just speak in the United States, is a dumpster fire already. Okay, keep your hand up if it takes you longer than 6 weeks to get an appointment with your primary care doctor. Okay, that's actually better than I thought. I would say that is it a dumpster fire or what is just, it's hard to define that. What I would say is that healthcare is already on fire. We're just used to it, and we tolerate it a lot more than we would in other sectors, but it has a lot more to burn, and it can get much, much bigger. But great comment. We're going to move.
I think your chart where that coincidence line.
Coincidence line, I like that. I'm going to use that next time.
That's like a precursor to oh shit, you're lying.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for that. We're going to play a game. Pick a side. There are many possible worlds, but I'm going to lump them into 2. World 1. Critical infrastructure is so screwed up, water, power, healthcare, etc. Picking a cause like that, and you can even say picking a cyber cause in one of those particular areas is worthless because it doesn't matter. If we focus on healthcare, well, we'll get screwed with water. If we focus on power, we'll get screwed with healthcare, whatever it is, right? So that we shouldn't care. We cannot fix it all. It's a zero-sum game, and we only have a finite number of brilliant people like you out there, and only a finite amount of money. That is world 1, we're going to say. World 2, we can eventually make a difference. We can actually do things to make our world better, more cyber resilient, and whether or not be in water or power or healthcare, that will be less likely to fail when you need it in the future, and that's a possibility. Okay, world 1, world 2. Raise your hand if you think we're world 1. Raise your hand. Valid, I think. Raise your hand if you're world 2. Okay, this is the Cavalry track. This is self-selecting in a lot of ways. I don't know the answer. But let's imagine that we already voted. Suppose world 2. The next question, and the thing I really want you to take from this talk is, what would it take to actually move the needle? And what would you need to know to make sure that what you think needs to happen is the right thing to do?
I think to this gentleman's point with respect to what do you characterize or classify a dumpster fire in is it possible to have a future dumpster fire, or is it really the immediacy of that impact? And what would happen if, finance went down for 2 days versus healthcare went down? These are all questions that we don't have not even the data, but really I think the framework to think about. And I think the answer to those questions require understanding what are incredibly complex systems. And Dean said something along the lines earlier, forgive me if I misquote, but in discussing different water providers, they were looking at 2% of the elephant, and they only see 2% of the elephant, and they think that their elephant is a peacock or something to that effect. And so our interest from a research standpoint is, in order to answer some of these questions, is there a way to see the entire elephant? Or is there a way to map the entire elephant and to understand the dependencies or the anatomy and what's important, what's critical, what's a vestigial organ? And I think the impetus for this came with change, right? So 2024, time is going by so quickly. But Christian and I are working in a hospital, and we know a lot of hospital vendors, and we know a lot about all these companies that are muscling their way into healthcare. And yet in February 2024, when Change Healthcare was hit, we had never heard of this gigantic payment processor that was in some way, shape, or form involved with over a third of the healthcare transactions happening across the country, and also really important in processing of your pharmacy prescriptions and a bunch of other things that we didn't know about until this failure had happened. And our joke slide here is, Change is an entity that basically is this like Frankenstein's monster of conglomerates that when you read about the corporate lineage, it's very much like that, whatever chapter that is in the Bible, where it's like this guy begat that guy, and then that guy begat that guy. And then like it is crazy the degree to which these consolidations and mergers and spin-offs have resulted in this elephant that we don't really understand what it looks like. And nobody during this process is talking about, hey, we're incurring a ton of technical debt doing this, or hey, we're transferring one legacy system to another. And all of this results in this, quantum dumpster fire that isn't realized until it is.
If the only way we understand how things are connected is when they catastrophically fail, then we will never be able to predict the future. And right now, we can't even understand the degree in which these systems fail. So we are like 10 steps behind having the necessary information, having the data, having the understanding to actually ever predict when this stuff's going to happen. That's an opinion. So how do we do dependency mapping now? How do we figure out what needs what? What is critical? If everything's critical, nothing's critical. If you really want to try to get to triaging, ruthlessly prioritizing what is important, you have to map it. And we know this. So much of today was talking about how dependent and interconnected we are. But what do we do now to figure that out? How do we draw the maps between things, the dependencies? Well, it sucks. We bring our friends or the experts in the room that we think are experts, or the ones that are really famous on social media, or executives in companies. We bring them into a room, and we usually pay a ton of money for some consultants to help us do this and write stuff down on a whiteboard. And we say, what do you need to do your job? And these people that are usually under-caffeinated and so far removed from the actual work sit there and tell you what they need. And they'll group an entire part of critical processes into a single entity. We use this for this. And you write it down in your map. And you can connect two things together and say, well, this thing needs this thing. It is almost meaningless. It is hugely time-consuming, expensive. It is a high level of abstraction, and at best is a snapshot in time. Because like this slide, it's one merger and acquisition away from being completely different. It's one technical migration from systems on-prem to systems in the cloud to being an entirely different dependency chart. Finance tried to do this after 9/11, and they did it once, maybe twice. Healthcare has never succeeded in doing this. If you look at the work products of that, they are shallow. Which of all the dumpsters is going to be the next one to light, and how big? If you want to get there and prioritize your finite resources and your energy and your concern, you have to really understand how things are connected.
So there's this concept in computational neuroscience where, with a certain amount of computing power, you can map out each of the individual connections of neurons in neural tissue. It's called a connectome. And Christian and I have butchered that. We got 10 minutes left, and have adopted that as a metaphor for what I think we ultimately need to do if we really want to see the entire elephant. Is we need a connectome, not just between what services a hospital has, but what services a hospital depends on and what services those dependencies depend on, and turtles all the way down. And that's a big question. That's a big problem. Can we do this?
Or like, what degree can we do this? Maybe we don't map every single dependency, but we can map half of them. How does that compare to what we have now? And what do we do with the information if that was possible? So we assert that without a fundamental change in how we understand dependencies, if we don't go around this, approach this in a different way, then we're going to fail. We're going to pick the wrong things. We're going to prioritize the wrong things. Or we'll try to work towards a problem and then a new one will pop up. So that's our next research arc, is to try to understand, can you automate dependency mapping at scale, and what does that look like? And what can you do with that information?
I want to go through this a little quickly because I want to take some time for questions. So cold chain, I think we wanted to lead into that. There's going to be an awesome talk. That is a very complex process in the system of itself. Raise your hand if you knew right now that the American Red Cross is on critical shortage of O-negative blood for only the second time in its history. Yeah. Raise your hand if you think it'd be a good thing if we had a disruption to the cold chain during a period like that. That would make the problem better or worse. So that's a rhetorical question. It would be worse.
No water, no HVAC, no cold chain. All right. We do want to talk about water. So the scenario is the following. There is a critical vulnerability in a widely used operating system. That is remote code execution. It was a 0 day until right now. You think from the notification that this is a pretty bad vulnerability. Full remote code execution, root access, pretty trivial exploitation, etc. The following question is, how many trauma 1 hospitals might go down if that vulnerability was exploited? Do you think it's important that trauma 1 centers work? Raise your hand. Like, is it generally the highest level? If you know what a trauma 1 center is, it's like the pinnacle of hospitals. They take everything, including trauma, gunshot wounds. They probably do stroke. They probably do all this stuff. If you want to know the answer to that question, or if you want to know the answer to the following question, how many water, if this water treatment plant goes down, how many hospitals will be impacted? You have to map it. But then what about those vendors' vendors? What about the infrastructure that vendor uses? Will it be vulnerable to the exploitation? Do you know? This is what this hopefully could do, is that it's not just this hospital requires this water plant to run, but it's that water plant also ends up being 60% of their IT infrastructure runs on AWS. And if that goes out, that water system, maybe, I guess water is a bad example because I bet a lot of that actually not cloud connected, but let's imagine an analogous thing, right? Well, what about AWS? How many instances, how many data centers, et cetera? It's turtles all the way down. But you really can't predict the impact of these types of things until you do the mapping. All right. I think we've beat this to death with 5 minutes left. If you guys have ideas on whether or not this is a waste of time, or if you have ideas about how we could better map dependencies better than what we do with whiteboards and consultants, we'd love to hear from you. And with that, we hope to build a connectome we'll start in healthcare, but we imagine it's going to immediately go to other sectors, and then we're going to see how impactful that information really is. And we'll open up to Q&A.
Question, if you got a question, come on down. Quick like a bunny. Quick, quick, quick. And the questions need to be quick.
How do you make sure to keep the public's trust? So, for example, during COVID-19, a lot of people lost trust in the government, the medical industry, and so forth.
I think that question might be alluding to if you build a connectome, is that just a map for the adversary or other people to take advantage of that? That's a great question. I think there are ways to ensure that the most critical information is kept to certain stakeholders, but I think ultimately transparency is something that actually builds trust, and I think this could contribute to that.
To what extent do you think this is just an incentives problem? When I've been working on highly resilient systems, it's been because if the system failed, we would have the consequences. And so we were highly motivated to make sure that the technology that was the primary, if it failed, we had a backup that we had trained on, we understood how it worked, and was separated from the primary. But yeah, is this just an incentives problem?
Probably, but I think the real problem is that humans and therefore organizations are really bad at risk stratification and therefore anticipatory preparedness. In other words, when you look at something like the crash cart platform or ways in which we're trying to get these tools to become real capabilities out in the world, nobody thinks that they need this until they do end up needing it. And so how do you build that sort of, yes, that is an incentive question, but it's also a how do you anticipate and stratify and prepare for and accept risk?
And does it make it worse if you say you don't need to prepare for this yourself because someone else will come in and save you?
Maybe, but also in the setting of giant cuts to Medicaid hospitals, like sometimes incentives aren't the question if you don't have the resources in order to make decisions or act on them one way or another, and that's a challenge too.
And I think that before I would make an opinion about that, I harken back to what Jeff said earlier, which is like, we're going to talk to you about how bad healthcare cyber is and how big a dumpster it is, but is it a very tiny dumpster compared to Medicare cuts? I think data is what will help us make better. It's a check against bias, and then can help us use tools like aligning incentives better. If you have bad data and you don't understand what you actually have to do, you can align incentives to do bad things. We talked about cyber insurance as one, for example. I'm sure someone was like, you know what we just need? We need cyber insurance. That's going to really help that. It's going to align incentives. And at the time, they might have thought that's a really good idea and it was convincing. But then we saw these like perverse outcomes that are a result of it. Or we see market shifts, et cetera, that like will change what you might think is a good idea into like in this implementation actually ends up doing something bad. So I would say data is a check against bias, and then you can use tools like aligning incentives to do the right thing, but without the data, you don't know where to shoot. You don't have that very limited ability to check your bias, and you're now cult of personality, charlatans.
120 seconds, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Just get a bigger shotgun.
Get a bigger shotgun, yeah.
So concern there is, so what if you're just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, right?
That was
so
World
you
War.
already know that there's things on fire now that I can go put out. So do I spend time analyzing everything for 5 years to figure out, oh, you know what? I could have taken care of that 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Why
not
both?
We see it as a triage, right? Like, what's the
That's
biggest
fair.
fire to be put out right now? What's the biggest thing to prepare against?
But moving forward with one thing, I mean, there's analysis paralysis that researchers and engineers are terrible at, right? We fall into that trap all the time. We don't move
100%.
forward, so.
Good, valid point.
So there's not time to do this. My question might actually be for you. But one of the things we had talked about, I mean, paramedics is tall order. But one of the things we had talked about is I went to an unconventional warfare summit at Mayo Clinic with a bunch of special ops medics. They were all trying to remind me that my concerns about undisruptible, no water, no hospital is going to get worse because a certain percentage of doctors and nurses are active reserves. They get called up. Some people will volunteer subsequently. We already don't have enough people in certain places. The silver tsunami type stuff. So what I was trying to say is instead of feeling helpless, paramedics a tall order, but given that we may have fewer medical professionals than we currently do and maybe austere conditions for water or telecommunications, I guess the rhetorical question for people drinking tonight or not drinking is there some nominal marginal amount of investment in first aid? My daughter got her EMT license. Like, are there things that could be useful to offset maybe a loss of medical professionals? So mostly for you in your reaction, but also for them.
I think it's just this concept of like applied versus preventative measures, and are there ways that we can engage in larger at larger scale as a country, as a society. I'm not super optimistic given what happened during the pandemic. Like this idea of a large national challenge that we could all meet by making small actions or adjustments, like that didn't really pan out. So it's a nice idea, but.
Okay, put your hands together for our presenters. Okay, nobody go any. All right. We're very excited to welcome Mr. Alex Roberts to the stage here to give us some deep thoughts, food for thought, concentration, cold chain, and consequences. So please put your hands together for Alex.
Hey everyone, nice to be here. Thanks Josh and BSides for the opportunity. I appreciate it. I have a lot of slides, so I'll try and go really quickly. If you have questions, I'll be outside later, so don't hesitate to come and ask me. Food for thought, concentration, cold chain, and consequences. Who am I? Really quickly, my name's Alex. Everybody kind of generally knows me by my handle, which is LP. I used to be director of product security at a large ag company. I was there about 13 years. So I have a lot of experience with everything from tractors to food storage and everything in between. I did that for 13 years and recently left. So now I can kind of talk about whatever I want, which is fantastic. So the first thing I'm going to ask you all, just a quick question. Just shout out the answer. Who can tell me, like, how long would an apple last just being fresh in your fridge? Like, how long does an apple last? Yeah, months can be, yeah. How about on just like out on your counter in the kitchen? Yeah, 3 or 4 days about right. What about, let's say, today, like out on the sidewalk in Vegas? Yeah, okay. How long can an apple survive in the food supply chain if it's in standard cold storage? Yeah, yes, that's right. It's over a year. Not a lot of people know that, but a lot of, especially dense things like potatoes and fruits, if you cool them and remove oxygen, they last a long time. Cold storage, pretty important to the whole ag thing. Okay, so the problem, as food moves away from the field, it goes through points of concentration. So this is a pretty logical thing when you think about it, right? There are many, many fields and many farmers, and then they have to concentrate the food when they harvest it. They move it somewhere, it gets stored. It moves again, it gets processed. It moves again, maybe to the end consumer or maybe to another country, right? Everything in that supply chain today includes PLCs. It includes really old IT infrastructure and also really modern IT infrastructure. So really, the food supply chain, and especially cold storage and water, are IT and OT concerns, regardless of kind of like the current thoughts about that. Some interesting information. One of these, I know Josh really wanted me to point out is generally, and this becomes really important, an average person can go 3 days without water and 30 days without food, right? And I think some of you that have been in here today might have heard that a little bit. Some other critical information here. When it comes to ports and shipping, the US has about 30 critical shipping ports. So if you think like really big container ships. There are more, but there are 30-ish that are considered kind of like large goods volume and really critical. So there are also these things called intermodal facilities. I'm not going to talk about that a lot today, but if you just think about moving from rail to truck, rail to boat, whatever, these facilities also exist around the US. They're essentially like a shipping port, but more complicated because there's different modes of transportation involved. Another thing I want to point out here is we talk about disruption. Disruption doesn't necessarily mean destruction of goods, but it can be. So fresh produce, right, at some point in the supply chain, if it's not well cared for, it will degrade and eventually it's destroyed and you lose it. However, some goods just stay where they are for a long time, right? If you think like a bag of chips or a box of mac and cheese. I've cherry picked some examples here. And what you're gonna see though is also that like some of the things we talk about go all the way down through the infrastructure of the supply chain itself. One example I'm gonna give really quickly is if you think about like a train, right? How many companies in the world make wheels for trains, bearings, that kind of stuff? That's the same across really all of the supply chain we're gonna talk about today. Consolidation and concentration give some benefits, but they also carry a lot of risk, right? So really quick, crop cycle for anyone that kind of doesn't know how food is created, right? You plant some stuff and then you let it grow and you use water and fertilizer and then you harvest it. So obviously water is critical here for growing. Does anyone else know in commercial food production if water is used in any of the other three boxes here? Real quick show of hands. Say it again. So he said harvest for cleaning, and that is true. Yeah, I have another hand. Sometimes, yeah, hopefully you don't have to do that. At harvest, there's another thing that happens. Some food is cleaned with water. There has been an astronomical amount of talk about water today. I think that one's pretty self-evident, right? You don't want to wash food in contaminated water. Another thing happens either in the field or really close to it, which is called hydrocooling. So one of the biggest things about moving food around the country or the world is keeping it cool for a long time, and keeping it cool right when you pull it out of a field for many, many crops is really important. So what happens is a lot of water is also used during the washing process to also cool the food before it goes into like longer term cold storage, okay? Some really good statistics for you. I know everybody loves these, but they are, I think, illuminating. So how does food really move around the US? 60% of all grain at some point in its life moves by truck. That kind of makes sense, right? You harvest it in a field, you have to get it to grain storage, you're gonna use a semi. Approximately 25% of all grain that's domestically produced and imported will move by rail at some point, 10% moves by big barge. 15% of all food consumed currently, at least, is imported into the US. Out of that 15%, it is pretty heavy on fresh fruit, vegetables, and seafood. All of those things require cold chain, right? So the numbers are here, they kind of speak for themselves. The important one, obviously, right? 100% of meat, dairy, and produce also have to use cold chain, right? The entire time, from the moment they're produced to the moment they get to your table. These statistics, and I don't know if we're going to post the slides, but they come from the USDA modal analysis statistics, which if any of you are interested, they are fantastic. God, that's a really nerdy thing to say, right? USDA has great statistics, but it's true. So let's talk about concentration and where things begin to get fragile, right? So you have a whole bunch of farms. They have to move to storage. There are significantly more farms and fields and people producing produce in the world than storage, right? So in the US, kind of how this works is, let's say you grow a field of wheat and you put it on a semi and then you send it to your local grain storage. So we have these like giant towers, right, filled with stuff. If it's produce, it could be managed at the field and then immediately moved to cold storage, right? Then you go to a processing facility. There are even fewer of those than there are storage, right? So you have like a lot of fields, some storage, even fewer processing plants. Then if you're moving long distance, you're either going to like a port and shipping, or you're at least getting into the like intermodal facilities. And then eventually things end up at your house, right? You go to the grocery store and you buy things. This is kind of really where the rubber hits the road, I think, for what I want to talk about. Everywhere here that has like the little warning symbol is a point of aggregation that today uses really old legacy PLCs, old networking stuff, and many of these things, like not only were they not really designed ever to be secure, but they also haven't been updated, touched, looked at, or are not monitored. And so that's really, if you're kind of thinking about, I grow a thing to a thing ends up on my table, every single step of the way in producing food concentrates somehow, which really brings a lot of risk. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, but does anyone, like, before I go on, does anyone not know what each of those things are? Okay, so the fragility window. In over-the-road trucking, so semi-trailers, a cooled semi-trailer is called a reefer for a refrigerated unit. So according to the guidelines, and they're a bit different between FDA and USDA, if a reefer fails, depending on the stuff in it, so whether it's meat, cheese, vegetables, you have 2 to 4 hours, basically, to do something with that product or you've lost it. Most grocery stores in the US carry 1 to 3 days worth of inventory. You have maybe another 5 to 7 days in the transport network, right? So what does this look like for the average family when you think about like the 3-day and 30-day window, right? Maybe I'll ask right now, just like raise your hand, if something were to happen in the supply chain that we just took a quick look at, and you thought maybe there was going to be 7 days, just a 7-day grocery stores getting no more food, how many of you think you have what you need at home to support your family, like the people that live there? Okay, I know this is like recorded. I bet like a third of the people in the room about put their hands up, I would say. How many of you think you could go maybe, let's say, 14 days without having to go to a grocery store? Okay, I bet we're significantly fewer hands, but still some. I'm going to ask one more question. Out of those of you that put your hands up the second time, how many of you would consider yourself something like a prepper? Yeah, there's pretty strong correlation there. Okay. Notice all the hands that weren't up, though, right? The average family, if we were to experience some kind of disruption like this in the supply chain, it's going to have a pretty rough time, right? If you think about maybe the last time there's big storm, hurricane, snow, right? Same kind of thing. What do people go crazy over in the grocery store? So is the supply chain vulnerable? Yes, obviously so. It has a lot of choke points and it has a lot of old stuff and a lot of insecure stuff. It really is kind of a combination of some things. The first is the legacy technology, right, makes us vulnerable. There's also a huge funding gap. No one really at scale as a system is looking at this and pumping money, time, energy, and research into it. I found this interesting statistic that the USDA has allocated just under $1 million sector-wide to cybersecurity. So that's like a rounding error in the industry, right? But it's something we literally all rely on every single day. That seems a little disparate. There's also not a lot of IT/OT segmentation, right? I'm sure any of you that have lived in this kind of world or manufacturing, as these things and facilities build out, you add new stuff to old stuff and leave the old stuff alone, right? There's also fragmented reporting. We are talking about systems of systems. At the end of the day, who gets the message that something went wrong? And there kind of isn't anyone right now. There's a note here at the bottom, right? None of these things are really exotic. There's no crazy threat from a 0-day or like cyber ninjas, right? This is like really commonplace, standard technology that isn't secure, that kind of supports us living, right? An example. So we'll talk a little bit about Vault Typhoon, right? I think most people here have probably heard of them and what they're doing, and I think it's been discussed today, Josh, is that right? Yeah, okay. How could it all go wrong? So we know certain threat actors, right? Vault Typhoon being one of them. They'll gain a foothold in something and they'll sit there for a very long time, right? You don't need to do anything. All you need to do is find something really vulnerable and sit there and gather intel. So in the example we're going to build, right? If you imagine like a rail yard, they have some old PLCs. They probably have some old PCs. Someone somewhere is going to click the link in your phishing email, right? It is going to happen. Imagine if the same thing happened somewhere like at a port, for instance. Now would be a good time also to point out, when we talk about ports and shipping, maybe raise your hand if you know what a ship-to-shore crane is. Okay, some of you do. So if you've ever seen like a shipping port, right? There's these giant cranes, like they're absolutely astronomical. They're almost 80% of them are made by one company, and that company is in China, and they are a state-owned company, right? That is like at least 80% of those cranes, not just in the US, but globally. That's another one of those like consolidation, concentration in the supply chain for the infra things, right? A question. If you made the thing, do you need to try and break into the thing, or are you already in the thing? Okay, I think we all see what I'm getting at, right? So you sit and you wait. And what do? You start mapping all the digital systems, and you see what physical things they interact with in real life. Then something happens that you feel like you could take advantage of. Maybe it's an extremely hot summer. Maybe it's a war where like one of the largest grain producers in the world is hamstrung for a few years, right? And can't sell grain. Maybe it's some other random event that happens that you decide, hey, I'm going to take advantage of this. But now you made part of the infrastructure, and you're in part of the infrastructure, and no one can stop you. So what happens if you do something really small, like shut off 30 or 40% of the cranes at a port? Not even all of them, right? Just some of them. And then what happens if a couple big rail hubs go down, or intermodal facilities? We're just causing a small delay, right? I don't want to ruin everything. I'm just going to try and stop food moving for 6, 7, 8 days and see what happens to you. I think we've all seen what happens, right? In the Northeast when there's big storms, not really great things are happening. It turns out people get a little mean when they can't have the things they want. Yeah, I heard some laughs in the audience. That's a whole separate thing, but it is a real impact of a cyber event, right? We don't have to really attack a specific single thing in a massive way to start to cause a big disruption, right? Another interesting fact, a significant amount of cold storage also uses really outdated PLCs. In large-scale cold storage, a lot of times the shelves that food resides on have like tubes going through them, right? You can almost think of it like the shells are tubes. So they are removing heat directly from the food. Some commercial freezers do this. Like if you have a garage prepped freezer, they have the same kind of thing. And they have some pretty intricate valves and stuff. Just to tie back to the water thing, right? If you don't have water, that facility fails. Like the whole facility. Some of these warehouses are hundreds of thousands of square feet, right? That hurts, and it hurts a lot. Okay, so that all sounds a bit scary. Is anyone scared yet? Put your hand up. How many people are a little scared but realize, like, we're pragmatists and this is I am the Cav and we're going to do some shit about it? Fucking 2 hands? Okay. 3, yeah, okay. One more time. How are you feeling about that 3 days and 30 days thing? I don't feel good about it. So what can we do? Well, on the next slide, I'm going to show you some things we can do. But I'm also going to raise the question about large-scale help and planning, policies, and food stockpiling, okay? Many countries do stockpile food. Generally, the US doesn't. We have previously in history at times of war and after. I'm not going to suggest we necessarily do it. I'm just going to point out that we don't. You might want to at your home. There was probably 6 or 7 hands up 10 minutes ago. I think if you wanted to know how to keep some food around the house, those people can help you. So, places to start. This is really simple cyber stuff initially. There is nothing cool and sexy here, just like on the previous slide. Map your concentration nodes, right? Everything that is involved in the food supply chain that becomes a concentration and storage point, let's map it out and list it as a tier 1 asset, and then just do the things you do to a tier 1 asset. Segment your IT and OT. Like the example here I wrote is pretty crude, right? But like, your front office is going to get phished. Do you want the front office getting phished, stopping a crane from working at your port? Probably not. Inventory your edge devices. This becomes a big one, right? All the unpatched stuff at the edges, all the old stuff. If you can't upgrade it, because upgrading costs a ton of money, try and update it. Another thing here is, and this is really us as a country, kind of, right? Extend your vendor risk analysis to hardware in your supply chain. If you go and Google the thing about the Chinese cranes, you're going to find like tons of articles. It's very interesting and it's a very long story, but to make it short, the Coast Guard are the people who kind of got involved at some point and said like, yeah, this is really dangerous and we're going to make a mandate that we should be diversifying. But doing that kind of vendor risk hardware about the concentration is really very critical when we're talking about things like food supply, right? What's already moving? There is some policy work. So I had on the previous slide, right, is policy a solution here? I'm not going to read through all of these. They are here. I am going to point out that some people in this room may have written or helped write some of these, maybe in a cab screaming across DC before they ended up with some politicians to tell them to do some studies and make some policies. But I think I've been doing this 10 years at least, kind of publicly, and it's slow, right? The movement here is slow. The policies exist, but all of these things, were you trying to read the small text, Josh? I will read it. What it says is, every item above is either brand new, pending, or a study mandate. None of it moves faster than the people in this room decide it should. The first part's kind of scary. The second part is fucking awesome because it means we get to change it. That's not a joke. Really, and I wish I would have put the picture in. Josh and I and another one of our friends that I won't name in case he doesn't want to be named literally did write some of these policies in a cab driving through DC. If you want to get involved, you can, and all it takes is doing anything, right? It is just picking one thing to talk to someone about or be mad about or whatever it might be. He has a really big mohawk? That might be too much. Yeah, people are chuckling, shit. So where does that leave us though, right? Like, where are we? I think it leaves us in a pretty bad place. I am somewhat fearful about the state of the supply chain, about the effects of water on food, staying fresh, about all the old technology. However, the steps to make it better aren't difficult. It just needs funding and support, and I think some policy and program wrapped around it. I would ask, maybe, with this knowledge, do you feel like it could be possible to secure the food supply chain? And it's really interesting. I realized the guys before me also basically ended on a similar question. Do you think it is? If it is, like, put your hand up. Yeah, I like to see that. So I said I've been doing this for 10 years. I also said I think it's moving slowly. But what's changed? So some things actually have changed. The first is our communities are getting this out there, right? Like Josh has been working on this. I Am the Cav has been working on this. It's at DEF CON, right? Sick Codes has been pointing out a very specific piece of this. I'm here today talking about it. That's a big change. 10 years ago, people weren't. 4 years ago, people weren't really considering, I would say, useful policy about it. Today they are. I think that's fantastic and the movement's great. That's still not a lot for a decade, right? So my challenge maybe to everyone in the room would be, if you enjoy eating, get on this bandwagon with us, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Are you in energy? Are you in water? Are you in food? Like, are you in none of those, but you could write to your senator or congressman? Do it. Okay. I have 5 minutes-ish left, so I'm going to do Q&A. 4 minutes.
Come on down if you got a question.
So you're talking about like the tightest time of the year, right? So you've got slack that's built into the system, and it costs more to build more slack into the system. I assume just money, food waste.
Yeah.
Where do you think that line should go?
Yeah, it's so the question is like there's some slack in the system, right? But do you need more or less essentially, or how do you overcome that problem? You know, our food supply chain is just in time. We're a huge country. You know, the way you import and export food, like it kind of has to be just in time. Some things are seasonal, but some foods for us aren't seasonal, but where we're getting them from is seasonal, right? Oh, okay. I honestly don't think, like at a government level, stockpiling food is a great answer, right? I really think making the systems more resilient is. But I would encourage people at home to do that stockpiling, right? But I really don't think, like, to me, your question kind of reduces down to like, is it okay that the food supply chain is just in time? And I think like the answer is yes if we're smart about it, but also I don't think we can change that, right? Like that's a global thing. So what do we have to do? It's like, yeah, build resiliency into the system and build security into the system.
That makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah.
So this isn't so much of a question, but just kind of like an anecdotal observation. It's not so much just about the food supply, but also what people know, like what to do with that food supply. So as an example, when the pandemic first started, I was at the commissary back east somewhere. Yeah. And the aisles were bare. And I remember seeing a mom with her daughter, and there's nothing really in that aisle except for a can of Spam.
Yeah.
Now, you know, I have a Hawaiian background. I know what to do with a can of Spam.
Yeah.
But not everybody knows what to do with canned goods. So just because you have the supply doesn't mean you know what to do with it. I remember seeing her like looking at this can of Spam. And like, how do I prepare this? What do I do with this? So it's there's that too.
So it's interesting. During the pandemic, right? I think a lot of people were going through that. I ended up in an inevitable, you know, people from DEF CON had a Discord and they had a Discord and blah, blah, blah. And I ended up in this random Discord, and it was actually about people would post what they had in their pantries every day and how many people in their house. And then those of us that know how to cook would be like, okay, do this, this, and this. And it's like, you'll probably be good. I'm really embarrassed and really excited you said that because I kind of hadn't thought about it, but I do think education about how to consume what you have that can store longer is a great idea, actually. That's fantastic. Yeah.
I think a lot of people learned how to do like, they learned how to make noodles and bread and, you know, all these things. But before that, people didn't know how to prepare food that they already had.
Yep, that's very true. Yeah, it's a great comment.
All right, put your hands together for LP. LP, everybody. All right, you are in the right place. join me in welcoming Michael Razik and, Bridget. Woo. Bridget Chan. So let us put our hands together and welcome them. And the title is The Key to Whole of Society Security, the Civilian Cyber Core.
So we were told that Josh liked alliteration, so we tried to hit that in the title. And so while Bridget's pulling up the slides, we've heard today that we don't have secure water systems. Hospitals might fail. The food supply chain is not looking great. But for some reason, you're all still here, and you're not at the bar just drowning your sorrows. Not yet. Because that must mean that you think, yeah, that'll come after. But you stuck here for this, so you must think that there is some sort of hope. So we'll see what we can do. There we go. Nice.
All right. So, hi everyone. As Michael mentioned, yeah, I'm much shorter than the average speaker today, apparently. But yeah, so today our presentation is the key to whole of society security, civilian cyber cores, meaning you, or you can at least make friends at happy hour.
Which we'll come back to at the end.
Yeah. Because we know what time of day it is right now, So, did you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Michael Razik, and full-time I am a privacy, cybersecurity, and now AI lawyer at a fintech company. But part-time, for the last couple years, I've been doing public interest cybersecurity research, first with New America, where I met Bridget, then with UC Berkeley CLTC, and Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity, and now with the Center for Critical Infrastructure Security in Maryland.
And I'm Bridget. I met Michael through my work at New America, which is a DC-based nonpartisan think tank. I also currently wear many hats. I'm an advisor at a strategic advisory firm called CAS Strategies. And I also help Michael co-lead this initiative with CCIS. So that's a little bit about us. So first, some participation points. Raise your hands if you have worked on a real cybersecurity incident, ranging from, ransomware, breach. Fantastic. Like a majority of you guys.
Maybe 2/3 of the room.
Yeah, 2/3. So then the second thing, I would love for you to raise your hands if you've volunteered your security or IT skills. So that includes helping Granny or helping your boomer mom figure out how to use WhatsApp or whatever. Okay,
Actually,
fantastic.
Like this. It was also maybe about 2/3. That was more than I expected, so I think that's great.
Yeah, the original plan was that it would dwindle, but you guys are pretty consistent, so we love that. Oh, sorry. And then last, I would love for you guys to raise your hands if you know whether or not your state has a volunteer cyber corps, or if you're a member of a volunteer cyber corps.
Yeah, I expected to
Yeah,
see
we
at least one.
we expected at least one.
And I saw one unexpected hand. So I'm curious, like, what state? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, well, we'll have to talk after. That's the happy hour part.
Yeah, you're gonna help us evangelize. All right. So that's kind of just a overview. So no, you're fine. So that was kind of just a visual exercise for you guys to see kind of the fact that there are so many cybersecurity professionals and skills that are in the room and ready to mobilize. And so today, me and Michael want to talk to you guys about these unique programs called Civilian Cyber Corps, or we'll call them C3s throughout the presentation. And so C3s kind of represent a potential solution to a problem that I kind of want to illustrate through the numbers here. So we have a few numbers here. First one being 514,000. So that is the number of open cybersecurity jobs, according to CyberSeek, that were left open and unfilled in 2025. Now, you can account for some miscounting or some inaccurate data, but even if you were to half that number, that's still a significant number of jobs out there at organizations, at companies, that they're just looking for talent to fill. The next number is 3,900, and that is the number of cyber-trained National Guardsmen that cover 40 states. We don't know where the other 10 states are. It probably has to do with the fact that they didn't want to participate or report, but that is besides the point.
And maybe just pausing real quick
Yeah.
on that one, because I know the National Guard came up earlier, and so depending on what state you're in, maybe you have, some of those people in your state, or maybe the other 10 states don't have any, or maybe they didn't report. But you can think if any of these emergencies like we've been talking about today come up, and your first inclination is, let's call the National Guard. Well, what if you're in one of the states that doesn't have those people? And if there are only 3,900 that have cybersecurity experience, what percentage of those have OT experience? It's probably far lower. And what happens if a large percentage of those are deployed to the Middle East or to the Asia Pacific region? Then how many will be left to work on critical infrastructure issues here?
So the point is that we could always use more hands because you never know where people are going to be deployed or activated. So that's kind of by the numbers in terms of talent and availability of skills. We want to kind of widen the aperture a little bit. So the next number is 90,000 plus. So if you count counties, you count like water utilities, school districts, you total a vast number of organizations that just do not have, that just might not be the most equipped to handle a cyber breach or a cyber attack. And so that includes 33 million small businesses and 2 million nonprofits. And this is according to a report that the Berkeley Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity released earlier this year. And then the next number is 56%. 56% of nonprofits in the US have no cybersecurity budget at all. So my background is a little bit in nonprofits and social impact consulting. And a lot of these nonprofits, just based off of my personal experience, are so focused on serving people, on serving their mission, that they either don't have the time to think about the cybersecurity implications of the programs that they're delivering or the volunteers that they're engaging, or they just simply don't have the knowledge to understand why cybersecurity is so important for their organizations. So then this is against the backdrop of Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, that are, if they are truly a very, very sophisticated cyber attack, are probably hanging out in our critical infrastructure systems right now, ready to be deployed at any given point in time. And so that kind of gives you a full landscape that we should probably solve the problem sooner rather than later. So next we want to talk a little bit more about C3, Civilian Cyber Corps. So a Civilian Cyber Corps is a trained, vetted, on-call corps of IT and security professionals who help critical infrastructure and under-resourced organizations prepare for, respond to, and recover from security threats. So the way that they are structured, the way that we like to describe these types of organizations, these types of programs, is very similar to volunteer firefighting. They are trained, they are on call when needed, they are backed by state authority, they are liability protected by statute, and they are supplements rather than replacements to their fire department. A C3 should operate the same way. They are trained security and IT professionals. They are on call for incidents and prevention. They're deployed under state authority. They are vetted and have very, very defined roles. You can ask the lawyer, the person who wrote the legal framework for state civilian cyber corps about that.
Which we'll also come back to.
Yes, which we will also come back to. And it also supplements state and federal personnel. And So one of the things that we want to caveat to say, these are not just willy-nilly volunteers. They are vetted. Every state that we've talked to has their own kind of vetting process, but essentially there's a background check. There's also some skills checks as well. So these volunteers are not just entering into water utility systems at 2 a.m. Without proper background or authorization. And the other piece that is really important is the liability. It protects you, it protects the volunteer, and it also protects the beneficiary. So like the water utility that you are coming in to support in the case of an incident. So the thing is that there are already states that have programs like this. The first one, it's not a state, but it is a country. Think back to Estonia in 2007 when Russia conducted a major cyber attack. They established their first, something akin to this, a volunteer-based civilian cyber corps. And it was institutionalized in January 2011. Similar programs have popped up throughout the United States, the first one being Maryland in 2010, and then more recently in Washington State, where I currently reside, they established the Washington Cyber Incident Response Team, or Washington CERT, in February 2026. And they are currently in a full recruitment cycle in preparation for fire season, which is actually happening now in Eastern Washington, and also working with some local school districts to bolster their cybersecurity posture. So what you will notice in these cross-section of states is that they cross partisan lines. Cybersecurity is a bipartisan, cross-partisan issue. The issue now is rapidly scaling and preparing states and critical infrastructure to respond and recover and to build up resilience against a potential cyber attack.
Okay, so there were 8 states that have these, 6 that have them established, 2 that formed civilian cyber corps recently, but I know I went to law school, and part of the reason was because I was not great at math, but that means there are 42 states that do not have this. Maybe 41. Massachusetts has a distinct program that they're working on. And that's not counting territories, right? So if you think about Puerto Rico, if you think about Guam, if you think about some other places, then the number grows a little bit larger. But we know this works. We have 8 states that do this. We have data. We know that it works in Estonia. We know that in Europe, that at the EU level, they're building a version of this that relies on corporations rather than individuals because it's at the it crosses borders, but other places are looking and saying, hey, we think this idea works. This is something that Ukraine looked at when the war first started, and it's something that they came back to recently because we know it works. So the question is, how do we get 42 other states to do this? So let's talk a little bit more about that. And how fast. So that's also the key. So if I take New Jersey as an example, New Jersey moved pretty quickly to set up our civilian cyber corps, but that process end to end was roughly 9 months. I think Washington's was about the same. Some of the other states can be longer, but if you take from 2010, 2013, when Maryland and Michigan started this, the fact that we're at 8 states now, if we continue at the same pace, I might be dead by the time we hit 50 states. And I don't think, and I think Volt Typhoon, pick your typhoon, or if you look at in the news right now, we talked about Iran, we talked about the attacks on water facilities across several states. Attackers aren't waiting for us to build these, so we need to do it quickly. And that's what we want your help to do. So we'll come back to the ask at the end for you all to get involved. So these are just a few of the numbers around some of these civilian cyber corps, and it's important to show with data why it works. So if I just take a couple of these states, so Wisconsin, Wisconsin reported that they respond within 7 minutes of receiving a call, right? That's pretty good for a group of volunteers. The Wisconsin Cyber Response Team has been around for a few years now, and they have around 450 volunteers across the state, which is pretty impressive. Not all of those do incident response. I think around 150 of those volunteers do incident response. So you can think everything from malware and info stealers to ransomware attacks on counties, on school districts across the state. They also do education and training. They estimated that from incident response, they saved around $1 million. I think that's just from conversations with their emergency management lead, I think that's actually a huge undercount, but it's a very conservative number. And even with that conservative number, they save the state more money than the program costs. And it's been so effective that now the state actually allocated budget specifically for the civilian cyber corps so the program can continue to grow. And they've been an advocate in helping to form more civilian cyber corps in other states. And people from Michigan, like Ray Davidson over here, have as well. Other states, Ohio and Wisconsin each responded to around close to 100 cyber incidents across their states last year. Ohio probably has they're probably approaching 200 volunteers now. They report up through the National Guard. So they have a state guard, they report up through the National Guard. In Wisconsin, they report up through the Department of Emergency Management. In New Jersey, our CISO, I had spoken with our state CISO a little over a year ago, about a year and a half ago. He was very interested in this. And we had a bill in New Jersey that was pending, a state cyber corps bill. And I was tracking it, and the legislature was coming up to the end of their session and nothing happened. So it wasn't moving. It didn't move out of committee. It's not like anyone was against it. It's not like, it just wasn't a priority. And so I messaged our state CISO and said, what's going on? He said, don't worry about it. What do you mean don't worry about it? And so he was an advocate for the program and for building this capability for resilience. And so he found that in New Jersey, his department already had the authorities that they needed under some previous emergency management, some previous executive authorities. And so he was able to take all the components that would have been in the law and essentially stand them up as rules under his department and through different contracts and MOUs with the beneficiary organizations that the New Jersey Civilian Cyber Resilience Corps will help, and then contracts with the volunteers themselves. And this was stood up under the existing budget. So hopefully, as this grows, then some more budget will be allocated so the program can continue to expand once it's been proven in New Jersey as well. But that just goes to show that there isn't one model. There are a bunch of different models that could work. I was just in Florida a couple weeks ago talking with an association of all the counties in Florida that's also interested in this model and how it could work for Florida. And I think every state is able to choose the bits and pieces, whether it's Wisconsin, whether it's Ohio, Michigan, New Jersey, Texas, or any of the other states. Choose what works for your state and build it so that it works for your state. So we have a few more numbers here, because depending on the audience, hopefully this crowd is already sold. But just in terms of the dollars, it takes roughly around $1 million a year to run some of the more mature programs. So if we're talking about Wisconsin or Ohio, they take roughly around $1 million a year. We already saw some of the figures for how much money they save. Ohio estimated that they saved around $28 million in the last 6 years across incident response and other assistance like assessments and education and training across the state. And if you compare that with some of the costs that counties have had to incur and that taxpayers have had to incur for cyber attacks, it's a no-brainer. So when you think about Baltimore County and more recently Suffolk County and New York, And what's interesting is one of the findings from the Suffolk County Legislature is that the lack of an incident response plan meant that they incurred a lot more costs because there was just a lot of thrash trying to figure out what do we do, who does what, how do we respond. That's exactly the sort of thing that anybody in this room could sit down with them probably in a day, definitely in a week, and help them come up with an incident response plan. There's no reason that counties in 2026 should lose money and lose time responding to an incident because they don't have an incident response plan. Okay, so why doesn't every state do this now? What are all the questions that we get? The good news is, so these are just a few of the challenges, a few of the blockers that we see. And the good news is we have answers, we have solutions to all of these because we have 8 states that are working through these issues, that have already solved them. So one that comes up is liability, both for the volunteer, for the organization. The good news is there is an old, little-known law called the Volunteer Protection Act of 1997 that gives liability protection to volunteers, whether you're volunteering for the state or if you're volunteering for a nonprofit, as long as you're acting within the scope of your duty. A lot of states have similar laws, so liability protection already exists in the form of statutes, but the volunteer organizations also have contracts that they put in place with the organizations that they help. And the help is also voluntary. So for all the states that have these programs, it's not mandatory, but it's an option that counties, that school districts, that courthouses, that legal aid clinics have. Another is funding. So we talked about some of the numbers, and that'll look different for every state. But Texas and New Jersey were able to stand up their programs without any additional appropriations. They figured out a way to make it work. There's a report from the UC Berkeley Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity that Bridget mentioned that says that you could stand up a pilot with around $250,000, which if you think back to the last chart with the savings, again, it's a no-brainer. Insurance is another one. Insurance has come up a few times today. And insurance can be a blocker, but it can also be a catalyst to help this succeed. And one thing that they found in Wisconsin was that early on when insurance was a blocker, when they would deploy cyber volunteers and the beneficiary would say, hey, we called our insurance company, and they said, they don't know what you guys are. You're not on their panel. We're supposed to just wait. They started engaging with the broker that serves all of the counties. They had a lot of conversations, and it took some time, but now they work well together. And the broker knows what the civilian cyber corps is. They know what the cyber response team is in Wisconsin. So it's something that they actually encourage. Both the broker and the head of Wisconsin cyber response team were at a workshop that we held last year. So it shows that those partnerships can form. I've talked with a few larger brokers and insurers about this, and they had no idea what this was. They didn't know what a civilian cyber corps was, but after talking with them about it, what the cyber corps do, how the vetting happens, then they said, oh, we don't see why insurance should be an issue here. We don't see why this couldn't work. And so we want more of those conversations to happen. I'm not going to go into detail and some of the others just in the interest of time, but it is important to know that there are a lot of issues. These issues have been worked through in other states, and there are solutions that exist.
And that's kind of why, and my microphone. And so that's kind of what me and Michael are trying to do with the State Civilian Cyber Corps initiative, which we call SC3I. And so we essentially work on 3 different pillars. The first is technical assistance directly to states. So Michael kind of outlined a lot of the big blockers that kind of exist. So how do I even stand up a program? How do I make it legally viable? How do I talk to my legislators? Or how do I talk to my the people who appropriate my agency's budget? Me and Michael are there to help. So that's what we kind of consider technical assistance. The second pillar is lowering insurance barriers. This is something that Michael specializes in. He talks to insurers all the time. But we have been, engaging with different cybersecurity insurance brokers in order to kind of socialize the idea of a volunteer-based civilian cyber corps, and hopefully, break down those barriers and get them to yes. And the last is long-term resilience, and so that's kind of through the work that we do through SC3I, gathering data, gathering stories, and being able to kind of leave a legacy of storytelling and narrative and build a case for why these programs are really important and should exist.
And then the last one I'll mention is cyber service search. So this one came as a corollary because volunteers come and they provide services at one point in time, and we don't want organizations to rely on volunteers on an ongoing basis. So we do want we want nonprofits, we want school districts to find longer term security support. So you can check it out now. It's cyberservicesearch.org, and it's a site that essentially allows those organizations to find security and IT service providers that can meet their needs. And some of them have discounted offerings, some of them specifically focus on nonprofits, some of them specifically focus on healthcare. So those are just some options that are available. And so if you have an MSP, MSSP, please visit that site and sign up. And then if you don't and you want to get involved in some other way, then we want you to get involved. We set up a Slack channel, and we have a QR code here. If you don't want to scan the QR code, you could go to sc3i.slack.com and sign up. And what we want to do is to distribute materials, so everything we have here, everything that we've been working on, so that you can go back to your states, you can go back to your communities and help to build a civilian cyber corps. We want to give you the tools to do that. Like I said, if Bridget and I try to do it, I'll be dead before that happens. But if all of us do it, then I think we can make it happen. So get involved.
All right, we've got time for one or two quick questions.
This is, I'd like to offer an official public apology for the lawyer comment earlier. Your guys' work is amazing, and I want to say I'm sorry and thank you. My question is, for those that volunteer for the Cyber Corps, what has their experience been like? Can you talk a little bit about how the people who volunteer their time and after they've responded, how do they experience it?
Yeah, I don't think, so also thank you for what you do, first of all. But I don't think there is one volunteer experience, and I think it varies by program, and it varies by volunteer. So on one end of the spectrum, being frank, I think I've seen at least one program where the bar to being able to deploy the volunteers is really high, and so the volunteers aren't utilized as much as they could be. And so I think that there's a little bit of, okay, well, we signed up for this thing, but we're not really doing it, and so you lose interest. On the other hand, and you can grab Ray Davidson after this, but there are people, for instance, in Michigan, where that have been able to get jobs that they wouldn't have otherwise gotten because they were part of the Michigan Cyber Civilian Corps, or that have built relationships by doing that. So it's a wide range. It depends on the program, and it depends on the person.
And I'll just say that volunteer retention is one of those things that is really, really important. I know Washington CERT has kind of punted around ideas of doing very specific trainings for their volunteers so that way they can get continuing education hours. That's a fantastic incentive to keep skills fresh, to make sure that you have volunteers that are ready and deployable. And so that's kind of like an open question that I think we still want to get more answers to. And as Michael said, it will really vary state by state depending on their capabilities and what they're allowed to do.
Okay. Last quick question, and then maybe you can hang out for a couple minutes afterwards.
We love hanging.
Just wondering if there's any resources provided for prevention and not just response.
Definitely. So I mentioned Wisconsin has around 450 volunteers, and only around 150 are doing incident response. So the rest are doing some sort of education and training. They're doing risk assessments, vulnerability assessments. When we were in Washington, one of the things they said, they need people to help coordinate and do logistics for the program. So there's a range of different roles. Not everything is incident response. So whatever your skills or background are, like there is a need.
Yeah, my background's in policy, and I was like, I don't know how I can volunteer. But they're like, no, we need people to help out writing policy documents or reviewing policies for school districts. So there's always space.
Okay, well, put your hands together for Bridget and Michael. And we are back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.